Doki doki ooh woo, all my heart's for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus. Oh my golden pancake, it's a map.
Hello, friends. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Are we good? Let me scroll up because I can check. Yeah, you can hear me. Hi, welcome back to the kitchen. We get kitchen time 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row, you guys. It's a miracle. Huzzah! So Seamus, congrats on being the official first. Mem is the official second, and we do not have an official third as of right now. Welcome in, you guys. Hello, Josh. Yeah, I give Seamus a honey-do list every week or two of just various projects. It's nothing serious, but it's funny to call it the honey-do list. Seamus just happens to work better if he has somebody else to kind of organize what needs to get done instead of it being this giant clutter in his brain of like, oh my God, there's so much, what do I work on? Josh, now you're the official third, let's go! So, I try to, on Monday mornings, sit down, I make a to-do list for the week for myself, I make a to-do list for the week for Seamus, and then just try to get things done. Yeah, he's the king of random and short-term memory loss. We're gonna blame it on the military. Because when in doubt, blame it on the military. So I do try to give him that list, and then I'll just give him shit for it because I can. Like, that's my privilege. That's my privilege. So, we are baking cookies today, 2 of which we have baked before on this stream, and 1 of which is new. So the Snickerdoodles we've made before, and the chocolate chip, aka the original Toll House cookies, we have made before. But the oatmeal raisin we have not. You come in third a lot. I mean, it's better than last. It's better than last. I've pinned a note to the top, by the way. I spent probably an hour this morning trying to make it, because it used to be when I remoted. So let me fully explain this. In order to bring the baking stream out here, I use Chrome Remote Desktop, and I take my gaming desktop, which is where OBS and everything is located, and I remote it into my laptop so that I can bring it out here. And for the longest time, the laptop played the sound that was coming from the desktop, and then probably middle of last year-ish, because it was before the Christmas cookies, I'm pretty sure, it just stopped bringing the sound through. And I was like, well, fuck me sideways, because now I have no way to easily hear things unless I wanted to wear my giant headset for the entirety of baking and try to not have it fall off so that I can literally hear my stream out here. I thought about using my little over-ear things, but the Bluetooth dongle connection for them is sketchy at best. Like when I'm near the desktop, I don't think it would work out here. So I haven't figured out the sound thing, and therefore I've pinned a message in chat. Just, I can't really hear the alerts, so if you do something that triggers an alert, I may not hear it right away. Please be patient. Big headset baking, yeah, no thank you. No thank you. I don't like wearing the headset when I'm painting my nails. I sure as shit don't want to wear it while I'm baking and like running all over this kitchen. Definitely not the vibe. So, my apologies if I miss an alert. It is what it is. Seamus, for the most part, will try to like let me know if I'm missing something, but we're gonna work with it. So I am starting with the Snickerdoodles today, and the reason I picked the Snickerdoodles to start with is because they are the only cookie that isn't drop and go. And what I mean by drop and go is I use my little scooper, I drop it on the tray, done. Drop and go into the oven. With the Snickerdoodles, I'm gonna have cinnamon sugar in this bowl, and I need to actually roll them in the cinnamon sugar before I put them on the tray. So there's one extra step, and that being the case, I was like, let's get the cookie with the extra step out of the way, and then it's easy squeezy. I picked the chocolate chip second because I'm making more of the Snickerdoodle and the chocolate chip than I am of the oatmeal raisin, and thus we will finish up when we've been trucking along for a while with the oatmeal raisin, which should go the fastest because there should be the least. Each of my recipes should make approximately 5 dozen cookies, so I'm doing a double batch of Snickerdoodles, a double batch of chocolate chip, and a single batch of oatmeal raisin for a combined total of about 25 dozen cookies. I am just casually baking 25 dozen cookies on a Saturday. This is normal for me. If you were here for the Christmas cookies at all, you know this is a drop in the bucket, especially because they're easy cookies. Easy cookies. So, that being said, I've got my recipe cards all stacked up in my cute little recipe card holder. We're starting with Snickerdoodles. The ingredients for send some your way, Amber. I actually am sending some to Papa Smurf and Glay. Like, this is not an unheard of thing. Snickerdoodles require, at base, for one batch, a cup of shortening, which is like Crisco, 1.5 cups of sugar, 2 teaspoons of cream of tartar, half a teaspoon salt, 2 eggs, 2 cups of flour, and 1 teaspoon baking soda. You mean, send me a message, Amber. Send me a message. I'll let you know what the details are. So, I am going to need 2 cups of shortening, 3 cups of sugar, 4 teaspoons of cream of tartar, 1 teaspoon salt, 4 eggs, 4 cups flour, and 2 teaspoons of baking soda. I'm going to do this all at once because I know my KitchenAid will just barely handle it. Ara. I see that one popping up. We're gonna start by beating together the shortening, the sugar, and the eggs. So when I beat things, it's whisk. And the reason I go whisk and not paddle is because the whisk is gonna put air in. And it kind of breaks the shortening up a little better than the paddle would, whereas the paddle is more for like folding and stirring. So, we need 4 eggs, and I happen to have 4 left in this one container, and a partridge and a pear tree. I think the partridge and the pear tree would make the recipe taste funny, Seamus. Brandy, hi! I just barely caught the toxic. Just barely.
Happened to her? It's Boob Cruise Titty number 3, Brandy.
So there's 1 egg. Oop, I need my don't like egg albumin on my fingers paper towel. How are you, Brandy? Are you off work again today? Do we get 2 days of Brandy and stream? Crack. If you're not confident, by the way, about keeping eggshell out of the bowl, crack them into a separate bowl first. And then you can get out any eggshell that you happen to have dropped in, and you don't have to worry about it. You're off today. Huzzah! Brandy is actually getting a break from work. It's a miracle. Four eggs, because we're just doubling this right out the gate. Everybody in my family, by the way, adores Snickerdoodles, so these will not go to waste. These will not go to waste. Cycle that, because we're done with it. And there is no eggshell. We're good. All right, the sugar we need 3 cups of, so I'm gonna use my big old glass measuring bowl. Oh my gosh, you guys have never had Snickerdoodles? Well, first and foremost, the recipe for them is in the Discord if you want it written down. They are essentially a cinnamon sugar cookie on a sugar-ish cookie base. I say ish because this is not a sugar cookie recipe. That one's empty. Should have had the other one over in general. I mean, you are British. Mem's in Finland right now, but she's Swedish. You are my overseas friends, but because this recipe came from my aunt's parents who were off the boat German, at least as far as I know it did, this should actually not be unique to the United States. I don't think. Go on about food and I'm like, I never heard of it. Snickerdoodle is super popular when you were... Yeah, they are very popular. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Brandy. Because of these Snickerdoodles, which I consider to be the OG Snickerdoodles, I don't like the Snickerdoodles that are made commercially. I find the Snickerdoodles that are made commercially are too sweet and just, they're not right. There's something different. Mine do not puff, they spread. And that is how my aunts went. That's how my mother's went. That's how my aunt's parents went, as far as I'm aware. Like, they're supposed to spread and crack a little bit. Hello, Nike. Welcome in. My afternoon's going good. How about your own? We have actual cuisine here. Oh my goodness. So in goes 3 cups of sugar to our eggs. I feel like I missed something. Catherine, hi. Food source of some sort. Ah, it's late for you, so you're also overseas. What biscuits and gravy are? Well, to be fair, in the UK, biscuits are cookies, so you wouldn't have cookies and gravy. I think they call most biscuits scones. Well, we consider biscuits, but yeah, I think they have scones that are not sweet over there as well. You'll have to confirm for me, Josh. Our form of biscuit is this like flaky bread that's single serve, essentially. Sounds disgusting. Said, ew. Savory scones. I was right. I just know my English to an extent. Shortening. 2 cups shortening. There's 1. And I know this is not a full one in there. Blasphemer. See, I personally don't care for biscuits, aka savory scones, so I also do not care for biscuits and gravy.
Hello, Mel.
Mel, hi! Mel, you're gonna get fed. You're gonna get some of these. How are you? Welcome in. Because Mel is epic Maui pants now. You just woke up. You're 6 hours behind me. It's 3 p.m. here, so that puts it at like 9 a.m. for you. That makes sense. That makes sense that you're just waking up. You need that coffee. Favorite season? Spring. Right now. Not too warm, not too cold, no bugs, everything coming back to life. And it's about to pour. There aren't, no, Hawaii is just gorgeous or rain to my understand. Like there's no real in between. It's either gorgeous outside or it's raining. 1 cup. You get 24 hours of daylight. Oh, you must be close to the northern section there, like Alaska is. Go get that alcohol, Josh. Listen, Seamus, not everybody is crazy like you and gets up between 5:30 and 6. Because snoring, yeah, he's still not using his CPAP. Ugh, there we go. I wanted to stick to the bottom. Yeah, today's a perfect day for baking because it's a rainy day. I'm not tempted to go for another long walk because I don't want to get rained on. So a Snickerdoodle, I'm trying to figure out how to adequately describe a Snickerdoodle because it's not a sugar cookie that's coated with cinnamon and sugar, and yet it kind of is a sugar cookie that's coated with cinnamon and sugar. And the reason why I say it's not a sugar cookie is because it does contain a decent amount of cream of tartar, and cream of tartar does have its own flavor. Sugar cookies also typically use lemon as their extract flavoring, and this doesn't have that. It just doesn't. This does not have an extract in it. I had to glance to make sure I was going to tell you right. So it is sugary, but not a sugar cookie, and then you roll it in cinnamon sugar, and you really get texture from the cookie to give you the cookie flavor, and then the cinnamon sugar as like the flavor. It's very hard to describe. This is definitely a cookie you just have to experience. Finland, the land of all good music. Snickerdoodles are the best. Yeah, you got to try the Snickerdoodles, I think, if you had them when Tamaiti made them, Mel, because she was using my recipe. I know she made them for that meetup. I just don't know if you were eating gluten at that point or trying to. Okay. Let's smush all of this in here and get it beating. Because my bowl's a wee bit full. When it rains, it's been raining a lot lately. Makes sense. You tried them and they were delicious? Well, get ready because more are coming. More are on their way. They aren't a thing there, so you're curious. So if you want the recipe where it's written down, I have it in my Discord. It is written in there. There's like one chunk that hasn't gotten in there. Or, I'm just gonna cover my aunt's name. This is the recipe. So I'll hold it for a second so that you can get a screenshot if you want. But it makes about 5 dozen cookies, so like, you're gonna get a lot. All right. Whack it off. And then we sift together flour, cream of tartar, baking soda, and salt, and we stir it into the mixture. So what I'm gonna do is put everything into here, and I will use my little crank sifter to sift directly into the bowl because I don't like washing extra dishes. Whack what off? Whack this off. I actually have merch with that on it. Gotta whack it off real good, that's right. Picture of a Snickers bar at first. Types of biscuits here, yes. Yep, we call them cookies. I totally get it. With some of their names. Oh! Ooh, funnel cake is good too. Usually gives me cramps because the IBS and grease don't mix, but I do love a good funnel cake. All right, so 4 cups of flour. And again, I'm gonna pour from a fresh bag, and then whatever's left over will go into my container because that's so much easier. A hobnob, it's an oaty one. Oh, your hobnob might be like my oatmeal raisin one then, Catherine. It very well might be. this open. I literally had to run to the grocery store though, by the way, you guys, because I was pulling out the ingredients and I suddenly was like, oh my goodness, I didn't realize I was so low on vanilla. I didn't realize I was so low on brown sugar, and I'm probably gonna need more flour after this, so I might as well just grab that too. I was low on salt. You were horrified, and then you realized what they were the equivalent of. Yeah. Okay, there's 4 cups of flour. And then we need 4 teaspoons of cream of tartar, which I've buried down here. Pull off my teaspoon. We do have chocolate gravy, aka chocolate sauce. So I learned from a former coworker that in Italy, sometimes depending on the region, they do call like spaghetti sauce is spaghetti gravy. They call sauce gravy. So anything that would be poured over something would be a gravy, basically. Three. That is not a full teaspoon. I should have a spare. That's nutmeg. Cream of tartar. Ugh. So the biscuits and gravy in this sense is usually a meat-based gravy, be it turkey or chicken, sometimes like a beef gravy, but usually a poultry-based one. Because a lot of people, when they do biscuits and gravy, they're doing it with like chicken and biscuits. As long as Brandy never gives me any of her food, I can live my life happy. You do a sausage gravy. Okay. Get that open. I personally, like I said, I don't like American biscuits. So I don't think I would like a savory scone in Britain. It's a texture thing for me. This is recyclable. So I have never bothered to try biscuits and gravy because I'm also not a huge gravy fan as far as like meat gravies go. 4 teaspoons. Okay, cream of tartar, good. Yeah, you do love your biscuits and gravy down in the South. That is definitely regional. With butter and a slice of cheese, that could, excuse me, that could be nice. 2 teaspoons of baking soda. Baking soda. One, 2. Brown gravy is for mashed taters. I mean, you're not wrong. Gravy on mashed potatoes can be pretty good. And a teaspoon of salt behind me. I'm so used to having everything up here that I'm forgetting to look behind me. Mashed potatoes are so good. Honestly, as far as potatoes that don't take an astronomical amount of time to make, I think mashed potatoes are my favorite. Potatoes that take a little bit more preparation, however, twice baked. Okay, we got the cream of tartar, we got the flour, we got the soda, we got the, yep, okay, it's all here. Sifting it in. And I'm just gonna, I don't mind that it's falling down the edges, by the way, because the flour you get commercially these days is already so well sifted that it's not as big a deal. You're really not finding a lot of lumps in it. And it just goes all in. You do not have to fold this in parts, just all in. And this is why I like making cookies, especially these ones. The recipe is simple, so the bulk of the time is honestly spent, good enough, spending time physically baking them. Twice baked potatoes are phenomenal. I haven't had a twice baked potato in so long though. In so long. All right. I am pre-mixing with my paddle because I do not want a face full of flour. And my KitchenAid does not understand the stir setting, so we pre-mix to avoid issues. Because this costs nothing, and a KitchenAid bowl specific splash guard essentially, it costs more money than I'm willing to spend. Like, I refuse on principle. Let it mix together. That can go over there because it's done being used. I did not use the little one. I don't have to move that. That can go over there. Your mind was blown. Oh my God. Good on Dylan. You last stream alive. You'll make it back alive, Josh. I have faith. I have faith. I'm just going to scroll up for a minute while that mixes to make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, looks like I got it all. Pumping your stomach. Just a lot of alcohol, it sounds like. All right. There it is. It's a very simple dough. This also can go over here. I technically don't need the sifter washed. I'm just moving it out of the way. So, not written in the ingredients, which is a classic older recipe move, okay, is the cinnamon sugar mix. And I actually didn't pull the cinnamon down because I'm brilliant. So the cinnamon sugar mix is a 2 to 1 or 1 to 1 with different measurement ratio, I guess. It's 2 tablespoons of sugar to 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. So I actually do still need my teaspoon. I'm just gonna give it a quick little wipey wipe. So I'm gonna do 6 of each. And the reason why is because I find I always need more than 1 per batch, but not quite. Three, 4. I'm gonna have to put cinnamon on the list. 5, 6. If it didn't need to be washed before, it does now. Oh, you're going to New Zealand next month to visit your cousin? That's very exciting. I wish you the safest of travels. New Zealand looks gorgeous. I've got a friend who lives there. Sugar. Just don't drink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, England is, like, we think America has a culture of drinking, but I feel like we got it from the English, and the English, this is like just one of those things that they do better. Probably because they're in close proximity to Ireland. I need a spoon to stir this up because it needs to be well mixed. This cinnamon sugar combo, by the way, if you like cinnamon and sugar on your toast, this is a great measurement for mixing so that you can have some mixed for toast. It's what I use. I have a little mason jar because if I'm not feeling the greatest, I will default to either cinnamon sugar toast or I will default to toast with jam. And I like clear bowls because I can look at the bottom just to see that I don't have any like major clumps of sugar or major clumps of cinnamon. So now it's well mixed. Well mixed. We're good to go. Got some family in Russia. You have family everywhere, it sounds like, which is very cool. That is not something we can typically boast of in the States. But to be fair, the United States is huge. So I guess somebody in like, I'm just using an example, somebody in England saying that they have family in like Belgium and Germany and Russia would be equivalent to somebody in, say, New York State saying that they also have family in Pennsylvania, California, and Kentucky. Mostly Finnish, Russian, and Nigerian, a little Dutch and Scottish. So you're mixed like a lot of us. Visit America because Brandy may be within less than 1,000 miles of me. Oh my goodness, Josh. All right. Let me get out my spatula. Scrape this off. We want everything in the bowl. This is a rather sticky dough. Just as a heads up, should you make this. It's rather sticky, at least in the beginning. It will dry out some. We're going to get approximately 10 dozen cookies from this, which I cannot wait. These are among like my favorite cookies, and I honestly do not make them often enough. Because if I'm going to make a cookie, I am going for the gold standard chocolate chip, because it is probably the fastest recipe to make. And if I really want something, I want fast, but not box ready fast. Like I don't box mix here, except one time. I did a box mix once at the request of my sister-in-law for her birthday, and I was not about to deny the birthday girl her box mix funfetti. That's just wrong, especially because it's Marissa, and Marissa's adorable. Like, my brother definitely has the best wife. Hands down. We all love Marissa. Okay, we're done with that. So this can also go over on the counter for the eventual cleaning time. Right, Brandy? Marissa is adorable. For being Mexican. So, people in the States are generally very bad at guessing heritage. Mainly because we're not super exposed to it. We really have two borders, right? We have the Mexican border and we have the Canadian border, and that's it. And unless you're in like a really big city, you don't get exposed to much. Okay, scrape it all in. Leave that there for future scraping. Slide this over. We need to start preheating our oven. They bake at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 8 minutes. 400 degrees Fahrenheit is approximately 200 degrees Celsius, and I'm not going to say it backwards this time. I've already done that twice. Biracial mutt. There's nothing wrong with it. A lot of us are. All right, 400. Start oven light on so I know that I've turned it on. Rack is in the right place. I'm gonna spin you guys just a second so that you can hopefully see what I've got. Maybe. Spin, spin, spin. This was my mother's. So I have 4 cookie trays set, ready to go. We're going to put as many on as we can before we have a preheated oven. I like pineapple pizza. I think pineapple pizza is good. Right? Oh my God, Josh, yes. Yes, I do. I'm gonna set the spoon out here. So what we're gonna do is scoop. I have a cookie scoop. This is a number 70 cookie scoop. Scoop, get it into the cinnamon sugar, roll it around, and then it goes on the tray. And I can usually fit 16 to a tray, 12 to 16. In, roll it around. This is why you need the dough to be at least a little sticky on the tray. I have to get close so I can see this. Oh, Josh, that's funny. So from what I understand about the Nordic countries, they're having similar issues to the States right now, wherein there is a small but loud group that is behaving inappropriately. And unfortunately, people behaving inappropriately usually like to yell loud. That seems to just be the case. Is Alex had a messed up keyboard, so when he'd say my name, he would type B6. Oh my God, I love that, Brandy. Bisandy. You're like a SpongeBob character. Bisandy. Yeah, I'm squishing these together just a little bit to make them slightly more round because it does get flattened from the scraping along the side of the bowl. Do I want to just do 12? I might be safer doing just 12, actually. These ones do have a little bit of spread to them. So we'll do a dozen per tray. 4 rows of 3. I've got 1 baby hair that is not caught in my clip that is tickling my face. Just 1. Exactly 1. Yeah, it's a small group. But they scream loudly. And it is unfortunate. Ugh. It's B-Stan to all your British friends now, Josh. Amazing. I approve. I approve greatly. I would love to see her in Repo with all of you guys then and just hear them calling her that, like, out loud. That would be prime hilarity. Especially because I know she doesn't face cam like she used to, but having met her in person now and gotten to see her expressions IRL, I can picture what her face looks like when it happens. Top quality. Absolute top quality. Brandy, can you believe it's been almost a year now since you were out in New York, hanging out in a hot tub with us? Playing Cards Against Humanity. Yeah, I can't speak to Nordic communities because I've never left the States. I just know what I have heard from friends who are from those that area, basically. Okay, there's one tray. Just gonna wipe off some of the excess gunk. Because you get like a greasy palm, and obviously you get some cinnamon and sugar stuck to you. I'm just adjusting these. And now I'm gonna set this tray on my little pile and we'll start onto the next tray. Hang out in Repo with Brandy? I do, Josh, I do. Listen, would you rather hang out in Repo with Brandy or in Dead by Daylight? Like, if you had to pick, Repo's gonna be the clear winner. Yeah, look at them balls, Brandy. Ara, ara, Brandy. Josh has gone silent because he knows I'm correct. Maybe we'll play some DBD tonight though, Brandy, because I do have to work on the Rift some more. I'm done with the event. I don't have to play in that side, which is kind of nice because honestly, I'm over the blood generators, but I do have to finish the Rift. It's not giving you the last evidence? Ah, man, that's freaking rough. Brandy's work schedule and your work schedule, that's fair. What are the evidence that you have so far, ma'am? Any chance it's a stanky shade? I feel you. I would want to just go in and out too. Only 2 days left on the blood moon. Yeah, I don't need the blood moon. I'm over it. I've got all the stuff. So anything I earn trinket-wise now is just like bonus blood points, and I'm okay. I'm okay with not receiving those bonus blood points. I will survive. It's good to support everyone. Ghost Orb and Ghost Writing, and I'm thinking it might be dots, but it's just not doing... Oh. So you're thinking it might be a Fae. And if I'm not mistaken, your options come down to Fae... God, what else has those two? I'm trying to run through the list in my head. Fae, Mare. Because Mare would require Spirit Box. I think there's one with UV, Rev. So you could, in theory, Mem, force the hunt and know what it is. That would be my go-to. Because I think it's down to a Mare, Rev, Fae. And I would think I would just force the hunt at this point. Yeah. It's better than sitting there waiting when you just want to move on to the next. But when she has days off, you usually work or sleep. You know what? I feel that because Brandy, even when she has days off, oftentimes she sticks to her, we're gonna get all 4 trays done before I put one in. She sticks to her like nighttime schedule. So since I don't run as nocturnal ideally anymore, I also don't really get to hang out with Brandy because she's asleep. I'm always surprised when I stream in the afternoon and she shows up, to be frank. Ginger snap? I've never made a ginger snap cookie. I've made gingerbread before, but I've never made ginger snaps. I have a recipe though from Dap, who is Danish, for a Danish recipe that I want to try. And I have a Swedish cookbook that Mem went through. I sent her a picture of the recipes and she recommended a few, so I've got those that I want to try. Because I wasn't sure about how accurate it would be, considering I got it at random from somebody who was setting up for an estate sale. So I don't know the origins of the book at all. Is it this one? No, that's the Roadkill cookbook. Yes, I have a Roadkill cookbook because I like strange things. Where did I stash that one? Is it down on this shelf? Meals. It is. This one. It's very cool. I would not be going near baby bears in the woods, I'm just saying. That is dangerous. Okay. That's 2 out of 4 trays. Because once we get them in, they're going to go quick. And it should be about 10 trays, so this will be almost half. Which, I don't mind that. Damaiti, I love you. Hi, love. How are you? Welcome in. How is your day going, Damaiti? Hi, Thea. Used to be a park ranger. That's awesome. We're doing it again, Damaiti. We're making those addictive snickerdoodles. I know coming in here and seeing this is going to give you the urge to bake more of them. I can sense it. My spidey senses are tingling. Mem, I can't wait for you to come back and tell me what that ghost was. I can't imagine it being a mare with it just suddenly not giving you the last piece of evidence. It was a they. That makes sense. Ooh, a veggie burger. Nice. A veggie burger is just, you know, priming yourself for cookies, right? You're being healthy now so you can be unhealthy later. That's how it works, isn't it? You want my cookies, though? I got more than cookies for you, Tommy. Guess what Seamus has gotten back into, Tommy and Brandy? Pal World. He's back on that Pal World kick. I'm almost there too, where I'm ready to go tame some pals. Yeah, it's a shame when baby animals get caught in traps. Ugh. Scoopity scoop, scoop, scoopity scoop. I may get more than 10 dozen out of this. We'll see. Would not surprise me. 7 Days to Die is also fun. I am considering getting 7 Days to Die. Oh, you never bought Pal World? Can you not buy Pal World at this point, Mem? Or are you talking about 7 Days to Die? Get it, please. There are so many games I need to get, Dummy D. It's crazy. You don't have the fun. I 100% feel that, Mem. I 100% feel that. I'm trying to be moderately responsible. And the next game I really want to get, because I really want to play it, since a lot of people are saying it's similar to like Myst and Riven and whatnot, is Blueprints. I think that game is right up my alley. And I wanted that game in particular right now. So the next game I purchase will probably be that one. And that one I can write off as a business expense because I will be playing it on stream. In the midnight train, welcome in. How are you? You love watching baking streams? Well, I'm glad. It's Def on your to-buy list? Yeah. Have a good one, Nike. You tried the Blueprints demo and it was really interesting. It's definitely on your to-buy list. Yeah. So I don't even remember. Seamus was the one who recommended Myst to me because I played Amnesia Dark Descent and I really enjoyed like the story and everything. And Seamus was like, well, then you would probably really like Myst. So he got me Myst. A couple other people echoed that sentiment. And I played Myst and I was hooked. Like, it was so good. I had such a fantastic time. And for a game that was originally made in 1993, Like, that is impressive. They really did such a nice job. So then I later played Riven, which continues on with the story. Again, obsessed. So good. I now have all of the rest of the Myst games because there's more in the series, and Seamus got me the books that accompany it, which are out of print. So he had to actually go through a used bookstore to get a hold of them. I have not started reading them yet because I've been working my way through Throne of Glass, but I look forward to it. And I will be playing more of the Myst series, but I would like to pause and play Blueprints first, I think. Blueprints is good. It's free on Game Pass. Nice. The Witness is really good too, but oh my god, I did not understand some. Oh, yeah, I'm not afraid to look up puzzles if I have to. I'm glad you're doing fine, Midnight Train. That is always a good thing. Yeah, I like puzzle games. I just do. And I like puzzle games with story, which I guess Blueprints has. So it's on the to buy to playlist in the immediate future. As much as I think I would enjoy 7 Days to Die, I feel like Blueprints is a better purchase for me right now. Because I don't doubt I would enjoy 7 Days to Die. I just don't know if I would enjoy it enough to justify paying for it at the moment. Because I don't foresee myself streaming 7 Days to Die. That sounds more like a game I would play with friends. And this is not a dig on any of my friends by any means, okay? I want to put that out there. My friends presently who play these kinds of games, they go through spells, like we all do. But I feel like the spells are very fast, and so they'll play it for like a week or two, and then they'll be on to the next thing, aside from like one main game. Which right now, the two popular main games seem to be Schedule 1 and Repo. So that's part of my concern with buying 7 Days to Die, is that I'll get it finally, and it we won't play for very long, and me being in a very different time zone from them, I won't get to play as often, and then they'll be on to the next game that has caught their eye, which is not a problem, except for I don't have unlimited funds for games. It's better to buy Blueprints first and enjoy that, right? Offended? Can you refute it, Tamaiti? Can you refute it? Were you not on that Schedule 1 hype not that long ago, and now you're addicted to 7 Days to Die? Was playing a lot of Ark, and he even told me to get it so we could play together. I got it, and then he stopped. Yeah. Yup. Seamus is big on Ark if you ever need somebody to play with, and you can get the time zones to line up mem. He has private Ark servers. You still play it solo? Fair. Fair. Yeah, and I mean, I'm the same way with games sometimes. I will really be into a game for a little bit, and then I will switch gears. So I'm no different from my friends, but knowing this changes my decision-making on purchasing new games. It informs my decision, if that makes sense. Okay, this will be 4 trays complete. All kinds of games, but I wish I had friends to join and eat. That's fair. Yeah, Seamus has about 7,000 hours in Ark alone. I barely have over 7,000 hours total on Steam. Seamus is just a bigger gamer than I. Okay, wipe off my hand, because it's full of grease and sugar and cinnamon. I think this paper towel has had it. When I saw your dad was playing Schedule 1, then again, he plays all kinds of games. See, my dad, he can barely fire up a game. You played Schedule 1 like twice, Josh. It's not for everybody. You really gotta like simulators to like those kinds of games. Original one. I'm gonna assume she has the original one since it was her ex who convinced her to buy it, Seamus. Okay, so we've got 4 dozen cookies ready to go into the oven. I'm gonna start top down. You have 0 clue what you have, yeah. Do that. And then I need to set this for 8 minutes. Done. And we're gonna put the first one in. One at a time. Start the timer. You'll see me in and out on camera. I'm just gonna be getting stuff into the sink to start soaking. Although I'm gonna hang on to these in case I need more cinnamon sugar. I actually probably have time to rinse these off real fast. So I will be right back with you guys. I just want to do a quick clean, basically. I normally put words on stream up, but I'm just gonna go for it. It's 3 items. Which is not gonna take me that long. This is the way to do it, by the way. Clean as you go. Ooh, that's very hot. Because if you clean as you go, it's not as big a deal when you get to the end. Especially for me, I'm going to be swapping cookies after I finish the Snickerdoodles, so... This just kind of starts the reset process. So that we'll be good to go to chocolate chip as soon as I get the bowl washed, basically. There's one. There's 2, and then I just have the measuring cup. Because like I said, I'm saving the teaspoon and tablespoon on the off chance that I need them again for cinnamon sugar. I should have enough, but if not, I'll add more. And then when I get done with this, I'll come check and see what you guys have been typing in ye old chat. There's the measuring cup. Rinse my sponge out real fast of doughy bits. Bottom of the sink. Now my hands really don't have grease or sugar and cinnamon on them. And we still got 5 minutes on the timer. Because it doesn't take that long if you just do it ahead. Ark Survival Evolved and Ark Survival of the Fittest in your Steam list. I didn't even know there was an Ark Survival of the Fittest. You work and you sleep a lot. That's fair, Josh. That's fair. Evolved is original. The new one is Ark Survival Ascended. Basically the same game, but with better graphics and its own quality of life. Yeah. And a huge price tag.
Survival of the Fittest is a server-based PvP minigame.
Oh, okay. They're looking so good. They're looking so good. I don't know if I could spin you guys to be able to see the oven. Can I? I can. And then, hold on. Yes, and you can see into Seamus's office until I do this. You can just see them in there. Look at them go. It's definitely struggling a little bit with the oven light versus the white of the oven, but you can see like they're puffy now, but they're starting to spread, and you can kind of maybe see the cracks here. Let me see if I can't adjust the brightness a little bit to bring it down so that you can see in there better. Yeah, I can do that. So you can kind of see that they're cracking a little. Yeah, cookies. So they're getting there. They're getting there. Ever so slightly. Bring this back up to neutral. I'm gonna zoom it back out. I wish it had a reset zoom function. And then you're gonna get like really big me as I bring it back and reset it to where it was. There we go. There we go. Easy squeezy. Easy squeezy. Yeah, you remember how full that bowl was? We've used a lot of it onto the cookies, so there's a good chance I will need to mix more. There's a very good chance. You know what I'm gonna get myself? A chair. Slide that over. Because, yeah, you can see me all the way back here, and I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me. This lets me get off my feet, which is important when you are recovering still from going on a total of like 3 miles of walking in the last 2 days, plus all the standing here. And for those who do not use miles, it is approximately 5 kilometers. Like it's a lot of walking, especially for somebody who has been rather sedentary for a while. Like my feet are telling me that I don't walk enough. They're like, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. So, it is what it is. Ah, delicious. Cold water. Another essential while you're baking. I'm gonna crack my back. It's good to go. Give the feet a break. Yeah. A 20-mile bike ride? Oh my God, Josh. Not on your life would you ever catch me riding my bike for 20 miles in one day. All right, they're gonna coming out of the oven. So we're gonna rotate them on the stand. Yeah, I was right to not try to put 16 on the tray. These ones go on the top. They'll start to cool. Next one goes in for 8 minutes. This is the only cookie recipe I can think of, by the way, that doesn't have a between this time and this time. It specifically says 8 minutes, and then we're gonna let them sit. So I use air bakes, and air bakes will continue to bake for a little bit. There they are, beautiful on the tray, and they'll they'll flatten a little bit more, and then they'll just be, they're like gooey, chewy in the center, but like delicious on the outside with a little bit of a crisp. He means 20 feet. You're barely 3. Brandy's actually taller than me, Josh. So I can say Brandy is higher than 3 feet because I'm 4'11". She's not taller than me by a whole heck of a lot, but she is taller than me. She's a hobbit. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I've got my timer in front of me on my phone. I'm gonna wait until it hits about the 5-minute mark, and then I will take these off. They should have set up enough to get them off of the tray, and I'll put them on the cooling racks, and then that tray will be ready to start getting cookies put back on it. You have the furry feet to prove it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So yeah, this is gonna be the cycle for the Snickerdoodles. We will take them off the tray, make a new tray, get the tray in until this is empty, and then I will wash the cookie scoop, measuring spoons, bowl, and spatula. I'll let you guys play words on stream while I do so, and then it'll be on to the chocolate chip cookies. And since I've already pulled out all the ingredients next to me, I don't have to go find ingredients. I even already have the butter out for the chocolate chips so that they will be like those sticks of butter will already be pre-softened. You are 5'4". So you are 5 inches taller than me, ma'am. I don't know what that is in centimeters, but I'm pretty sure 5 foot is 60 centimeters, and I'm shorter than that. I'm pretty sure. I think. Oh, I used to have that measurement memorized. You're 6'1". Oh my goodness. 160. Okay, so it's probably like 150. I don't know. I'll Google it in a second. Let me spin this so you can see me while I do this. I got to take the cookies off the tray. They're ready. You can see they flattened a little bit more. They'll still be a little soft, so just go easy. That's why I like a metal spatula for this, so that I can get under them flatly without the like raised bit that a plastic one or a silicone one tends to have. Once they've cooled off, they won't be floppy like this anymore. Now, I get 5 dozen because I make what I consider to be a normal size cookie, not these gigantic cookies that we've gotten used to commercially. If you use a bigger cookie scoop, if you go for bigger cookies, obviously, I say obviously, but some people need to be reminded of this, they will make less cookies. You will get less from the batch. Okay. You shrunk 2 inches? Not the shrinkage, Tomati. You're being baked for cookies by a small fry? I am not surprised. All right. Oh, you know what? It's 60 inches that I'm thinking of. So I need inches to centimeters. Because, let's see. 12. So I am 59 inches, which is 150 centimeters. There you go. I'm 150 centimeters in height. I'm small. I'm a wee bitty thing. I'm very short. The way I have this set up, the camera is like almost head height with me, which is why I seem taller while doing this than I actually am. I'm a wee tiny thing. I tell people I'm travel size for their convenience, but nobody's taking me anywhere. Nobody's taking me up on the travel size. I'm just a small little thing. You like it floppy? Nobody likes it floppy, Brandy. Chewy, yes. Floppy, no. I could, Josh. I could. I do have a passport. I do actually have a passport. So if I wanted to leave the country legally, I can leave. I have the ability because of that document. Financially, on the other hand, there's the struggle. And I'm not gonna lie, England isn't top of my list of places that I want to go. I think England is very cool. I think it's definitely got its own unique architecture, history, so on and so forth. But I'm far more interested in seeing Sweden. I really want to go to Norway. I think Belgium is high on my list because they have really good chocolate. I would like to see Japan. New Zealand would be very pretty to go to. I want to go to Malta. I've heard it's absolutely gorgeous. I really want to see Italy and go see like the Colosseum and a lot of the old Roman architecture. Now, I do kind of want to go to England though, because I would love to see Stonehenge, and I would like to go, sorry, my alarm's going off for the cookies. I would like to go to, so I want to see Stonehenge, and I would like to go to France because I'd love to see Notre Dame if they've finished rebuilding it. Because I know the fire was devastating. Will I actually get to these places? Debatable. Absolutely debatable. You see Stonehenge a lot? Yeah. Not top of yours either. Usually if you live somewhere, it's not top of your list to visit. I just like people to come visit me because where I am in New York is not what they expect of New York. Because New York is humongous, and the city, square footage wise, is honestly a very small portion of the state. What? You can't build a road through Stonehenge? Absolutely not. The fuck are they thinking? Who even proposed such a stupid idea? That is a sacred historical site. Like, absolutely not. I don't even live there. I have no vested interest in it outside of history. No, absolutely not. You join on an ad. They are coming up. I apologize. There's nothing I can do to stop them. The A332. Good Lord. There's already a road right next to it. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Unacceptable. Damn it, England, do better. The Stonehenges were rebuilt. I've not heard that they were rebuilt. Oh, I wonder if you got hit with pre-rolls because it's been over an hour since my 3 minutes ran. I may have to look into that because I don't want pre-rolls on the stream. Set this one to the side. The next one's ready to have stuff come off of it. So we'll do a little spin. I am doing yummy cookies again, Kodachi. Welcome in. How are you? It's gonna be all cookies today. These ones are Snickerdoodles. They're delicious. Highly recommend giving them a whack. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at how I run my ads because I usually give myself 30 minutes before the first set of 3 minutes will run, because it was to my understanding if I did that and then ran them ahead, I would get an hour 30 and the pre-rolls would be turned off. But I think the pre-rolls may turn back on after the hour is up. I think that might be my struggle. Thank you for the giant emote, Seamus. You'd say hungry? Fair. That's fair. If I were watching a baking stream and I didn't have the cookies in front of me as well, I would also be hungry looking at it. Yep. 3 minutes of ads are coming up, which if the pre-rolls are back on, it will turn them off, which is how I prefer it. I don't want people to be stuck in them when they first get here. So my apologies if you just had a pre-roll and you're about to go back into ads. Sincerely, like, I will be looking at those settings. I may have been under a misconception this entire time. But unlike a game, baking cannot be paused. So we just let them run. Give it a shake. So this is dozen number 6 that we're preparing. Since each tray has a dozen on it, you just count the trays. I'm really thinking I'm going to end up with more than 10 dozen cookies. I'm thinking I'm going to be closer to 11 and a half, 12. Oh darn, extra cookies. What a shame. I'm heartbroken, really. Really? I'm not heartbroken. I love these things. I don't even think I made cookies for you guys when you were here, Brandy. I just made the pie and the pasta with the real sauce and the real meatballs so that I could ruin that for you for life. Oop, I saw something briefly about throwing up. I'll have to scroll up. Hang on. There's too many little notification-y things, and it's knocking everything down where I can't see things. No cookies, yeah. Go up, ad break in progress thing. So if I eat again, I may throw up. Oh no, Josh! Oh no! Oh, it's Dari! Welcome back, Dari. Did you change your name? Or did you get a new account? Luckily, you're in a food coma currently. Oh, yeah, that does help. That does help. You must have changed your name because I see an icon next to it. Dari, I say his name the way I do because I met him through Pip. And he told me that you do roll the R's technically in his name. I wouldn't do that otherwise. Because I can roll my R's. I'm capable. Ugh. Get the stuff off of my hands because we gotta get the stuff out of the oven. You're reworking your channel. Ah. He does it too. I love that. Dismiss, thank you. Okay, let me grab those out of the oven and put the next tray in from the bottom. Because we're just rotating. Those ones will cool. These ones go in. I will say, the Nordic ware air bakes are very nice, but they don't slide as well as the original air bakes. Almost 15 years. Holy smokes. That's a long friendship. That's amazing. I've only known him since I've been streaming, so that's been about 3 years. So I've got a fifth of the time. But yeah, I hope that Spain is a much better fit for you, Dottie. Because I know moving it's a big decision. You don't make that lightly. I will catch up, yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's that tray all set. Take that off. Give that a good shake. Set that on there. Now I can have a little sit for about 90 seconds. But 90 seconds off your feet is 90 seconds off your feet. Since the Mixer days, yeah, Brandy's actually how I met Pip. And I haven't seen Pip streaming recently, and I don't know if it's Twitch being Twitch, because I know a lot of people are saying that all of the people they follow are not showing up in the sidebar when they're live, or if Pip has just been busy with life. You found out he was streaming there through your online friend group? That's how it usually goes. Somebody rats you out. Yeah, you are the catalyst, Brandy. You are the catalyst for getting really into Faz. He's on vacation. Oh, good for him. Good for him. Vacations are important. Seamus and I are doing that in the beginning of August. They are super important. And when you can take a vacation, you take the vacation. 100%. 100%. I know he's in a very high stress job, so definitely like. We are, Brandy. We are. We're gonna go camping on the first week of August. depending on what happens with Seamus's job will determine if we go right like at the beginning of that week or if we truncate it the way we originally planned to start like later in the week. 1 year vacation to spend. Oh, see, that's not something we can do in the States. We can't take an entire year. That's British. I've gone since I was a kid, Josh. It's just like what my family does. I took a break when I became an angsty teenager, but yeah, we go camping. Cookies, delicious cookies. Yeah, look at these bad boys. These trays are not 100% lined up. There we go. Gonna have to start putting them into the tote. But this is how I typically get my rotation set going, is I have enough trays and I'm fast enough at getting them on the tray that I can rotate them quickly. Perks of being Icelandic. That is perks of being Icelandic, yeah. Ages 4 to like 16, now you have them for like 15 years, yeah. Because you did it a lot as a kid, and so the novelty wears off, and then when you go back as an adult, and I'm speaking from experience here, obviously, when you go back as an adult, it's just like, God, I understand why my parents did this. This is so relaxing. As a child, you're so busy and running around like a mad thing on sugar. But when you're an adult and you can just like get away from the responsibilities of life and sit and read your book or play cards and sit around a campfire and chat and just you have absolutely fuck all to do except, you know, maybe some dishes from the previous night and cook a meal. Easy. I don't go tent camping, for the record. We converted a bus. I grew up using a pop-up camper until we made our way to a fully enclosed tow behind. I've tried tent camping. I gave it an honest try because I was doing the Viking era reenactment with Seamus for a very long time. And so we would try to stay in a period accurate tent. And I finally had an anxiety attack and I couldn't do it anymore. In wild camping, yeah, my role in wild camping will be the one who knows what the timeline is supposed to be. So if they don't make it back on time, I can put out a search for them. And should they be doing like a long hike, because we've got some really long hikes here. Like the Appalachian Trail, I think, is one of them. You can meet them at points along the way for resupplying. So that would be my task. I would be the one in the car with the extra supplies going to meet them at those points to resupply them so they could continue their trip. You had a trailer tent thing. Yep. Your kind of holiday. We're no good. Wild camping, the hammock is a good deal. Oh boy. Yeah, no. I just can't do tents. They give me very, very bad anxiety. I need like solid walls. I grew up though having night terrors about wild animals like attacking and eating me though, so you can only have that night terror so many times before you're like, yeah, no, I don't want to be in the proximity of wild animals while I'm sleeping. Sleeping and defenseless. Osterberg, yeah, it's huge. And we put the bed in there. You want a flat bed hammock. I didn't even know there were such things as flatbed hammocks. Running radio all night to scare predators. Oh, clever. That's clever. I still wouldn't do it. Anxiety being what it is, that is a pass from me. But again, if you were one of those that would need a resupply, I would absolutely resupply you. Build a fence. Yeah, that's, Cave and fence. Hard walls, thanks. Pull these out. So next tray going in. Start the timer. I gotta remember to do that myself. Mary's not here to remind me. Yeah, the main thing I'm looking forward to though is getting off the grid for a little bit. So where we go camping doesn't have the best of cell reception. So there's basically no internet, no Discord, not a lot of Snapchat. Like I'll be able to get some at the beach and at various points in the campground. But for the most part, I'm gonna just be able to disconnect, unplug, and unwind. And I don't do that often enough. I definitely would say I have an addiction to the computer. And the only way to really break said addiction is to forcefully break said addiction. I do try in the mornings to do other stuff to kind of set like a different tone. I'm trying to remind myself that I don't need 70 hours a week on the computer. Like it's not necessary. I can spend the 30 minutes to cook a meal. I can take, 15 minutes to go for a walk. It's not a problem, or do some light exercise or whatnot. And this is part of why I'm really like telling myself over and over again to make the appointment, like to get tested for ADHD and stuff, because I think I have a dopamine regulation issue. And that is a big symptom of ADHD in women. So if I get tested and it shows to be true, I could potentially get on meds, and medicated Sam might not be as prone to this stuff. Our sleeping bag will fit 3. You want to share a sleeping bag with me? Ooh, woo, Tommy D. What about the rest of the harem? You're hired. There is a big harem. Seamus has just been collecting them. And I have been too. Between Tamiti and Dova. Suspenders. Trying to think who else has made it into the harem. You're the size of 3 people and oh my goodness, you're a tall one. And Brandy, that's right, and Brandy. Have to drag Lily into it. All the peeps. All the peeps. It's harem central, yo. Spin so I can get a better grip on it. Might be time to sample one of these bad boys. But yeah, you can see they flatten out, they crack. They're not puffy. They're not supposed to be puffy. And my cousin made this exact recipe once, and hers were puffy, and I was just like, how in the fuck? How in the fuck? Sample it so we can see it up close. You got it, ma'am. Which means if Seamus wants to come out and get one from the right-hand side, he can. You're just vertically challenged. So this is the cookie up close. cracked, thin. I'm trying to stay center. You can see like it's fully cool. It's got a little bit of resistance on the corners, but it's otherwise like gooey. Yeah, they're delicious. Perfect. Perfect. I love these cookies so much. Tommy-Eaty's had them because she's made them. So she knows. She knows how good they are. You should definitely believe me on this. Okay. Snickerdoodles are your favorite cookie staple? It's a good choice. I'm not gonna start this tray just yet because we do have to get some of these cookies into a bin. So I'm gonna stream this. So many batches of those since the last time I streamed them. I believe it, Tommy-Eaty. And I'm gonna turn my clock this way so I can see it because I've got too many cookies sitting here. Not enough space to put more, so they've got to go in the bin. I'm hoping that I might be able to put the Snickerdoodles and the chocolate chip in one bin because they're very obvious as to which is which will then save me a bin that I have to wash. There's a running theme here, you guys, and it's Sam doesn't like washing dishes. You might say, well, Seamus can do it. Seamus also does not like washing the bins. So usually he just conveniently forgets to wash them and I have to do it. I love him to pieces. I get it. The bins kind of suck. Okay, there we go. All approved of the Snickerdoodles? Hell yes, Tommy-Eaty. Clever man. He is a clever man. You're a builder, not a baker, but it's fun to watch. You know what? Nothing wrong with that. I'm glad that you're here to watch. Yeah. Honestly, they're the worst part of the Christmas cookies. You might think the time investment is the worst part of the Christmas cookies, but no. The worst part of the Christmas cookies is cleaning the bins later on. Got a brain like yours. All right, I've got 20 seconds on that clock for the timer to go take those out. So I'm gonna just wait for it. And then when I pull and swap, I will get started on this tray. Someone will do it eventually. That's usually how the dishes go in this apartment. Sad to say. Someone will do it eventually. That's the way we live. Whoever gets sick of it first, unless I'm in like that good mental health state, which I am right now because I'm getting up on time. And then I do the dishes first thing in the morning. All right, so that's tray number 5. So that's 5 dozen done. Here goes tray number 6 into the oven for dozen number 6. Start the timer. And we've already got tray number 7 done, so we know we got at least 7 dozen. This will be number 8. You clean everything before bed. Yeah, so there was a time when I tried to do that, but by the time, so the way my brain works, by the time bed rolls around, I am so out of chore mode, it's ridiculous. My chore mode ends somewhere around 1 or 2 p.m. and then my brain is just like, nope, I can't. I cannot do any more more like bigger chores, which is why cooking dinner, I think, is such a struggle for me. Partially, aside from the fact that as much as I love to bake, I don't love to cook. So I always hope that Seamus will make dinner. But yeah, I try to do all of my chores in the morning. And if you ever are in one of Case's co-working streams, because Case gets up hella early too. So their co-working streams start around like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. for me. Something like that, 9 or 10. I think 10. I think they started around 7 their time. I get so much shit done. Like their Monday co-working streams are my godsend. I've lost the cookie imprints on this one to just see where to easily slap these. Yeah, yep, so I'm just not good with chores in the evening. And for anybody out there who's listening that's like me, I want to let you know it's a-okay to not be good with chores in the evening so long as you get them done in the morning. The goal is to not let them sit for too long. But I think most people with mental health anything have at least one point in their life had depression dishes where you've literally just let them pile up because you're too down in the dumps to deal with them. And it is what it is. And in fact, when I was really going through it mental health wise and Seamus was also not doing so great, my bestie understood, and there were a couple of times that she came over solely to take care of my pile of depression dishes so that the house didn't feel so oppressive. And then I would be good for a few months. And then they would pile back up. She did that like 3 or 4 times for us. I appreciate her every day for that. And we've got a good relationship where that works for the two of us. Because when her father-in-law was very, very sick and living still at home, dying essentially because he had prostate cancer, there were a couple of times where like she really didn't want people visiting because he was not very good about his hygiene in general before he got sick, and he was really bad about it after he got sick. So she didn't want people to be subjected to that. But there were a couple times where she contacted me and she's like, I need another human being in this house. Her husband was away for various reasons. And I would just go over, no judgment, just to sit with her, help her out with whatever needed to be helped out with. Her mother-in-law adopted me because of that. I am among her mother-in-law's favorite people. And her mother-in-law and her father-in-law were divorced, so that's why he was not being taken care of by mother-in-law, because they were not together. Set that there because we're working on the other one. But yeah, so having a friend like that, just one friend like that, is so valuable. So shortening is Crisco is the brand name that I use. It looks like that. But the ingredient list for it is it's solidified soybean oil, fully hydrogenated palm oil, more palm oil, mono and diglycerides, TBHQ, and citric acid for antioxidants. So it's basically rendered fat. You can almost always replace shortening with butter. For you to make these, yes, ma'am, yes. 100%. You should be able to use any solidified fat source that doesn't have a super distinct flavor. Butter will definitely change the flavor a little bit because shortening doesn't have a flavor, really. So a solid coconut oil would not work. And I'm pretty sure everything on this is an even amount, so you would be able to cut it in half if you want less cookies. I'm pretty positive it is. Wipe off the fingers real fast. We're almost there. This is tray number 8. Actually, I think I have these backwards. Yeah, because we just put tray... No, wait. Because I'm back to that. Yeah, because that was 5, that's 6, 7, 8. So this is going to be tray 9 that we're going to put together. Ooh, that's still hot. That's still too hot to touch. Tap it over. We got 40 seconds on the clock. So I can probably get like, you know what? Rather than getting one done, I'm just going to scrape the bowl down so that the dough is more together. So I thought I was going to get more than 10 dozen. I am not. Phew. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not going down. And then all of a sudden it's like, everything's gone. I might actually only get 9 dozen. We'll see. But yeah, all that's left in the bowl right now is that. That's what's left. Dismiss the timer. Let's go grab the cookies. Ugh. All right, so that's tray number 6 out, tray number 7 going in. Ugh. Start ye old timer. Do, 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 do. Start ye old scooping. I will say about the only thing I won't do is put this cinnamon sugar into my cinnamon sugar bowl. And that is because, well, mason jar. And that's because it does have traces of the grease from the cookies. So I don't want to put it in with my non-greasy cinnamon sugar. It will go in the garbage. Getting down there. Whack off the spoon. Well, the scoop, really. You know, I wonder if Crisco would actually be closer to lard. Rather than butter. Google would be able to tell you for sure. Google knows lots of stuff. It's not perfect, but it knows lots. And that's Google, not Google Gemini or whatever the fuck its AI thing is. Hate AI, except in very, very specific circumstances. Like, I think AI will be extremely useful to medical personnel in summarizing like the long chart of somebody for what's, you know, the most recent concerns, things that have affected them in the past, et cetera, but it's a direct replacement for lard. Okay. But AI doing artwork and writing scripts and stuff, get the fuck out of here. Back the fuck up. Art is for human hands to create. Thank you. And the fact that it learns by basically plagiarizing other artists' work and then just like replicating their style, disgusting. Okay, rant over. But yes, Google search knows a lot. Okay, I'm a little overtime on taking the next ones off of the tray, but we did get this tray completed. So I'll set this down carefully. I will spin y'all. Lard is called Easter in Swedish, but I don't know where to get that anymore. Don't know how common it is now. Yeah, lard can be difficult to find. Even in the States, we sometimes have trouble getting hold of lard. And I'd say I'd send you some Crisco mem, but I feel like you're also subject to like duties and taxes, and I don't know what that would cost for you to like receive the package. I don't know if they would make you if I said it was a gift. I don't know how any of that works. I just know it can be a giant pain in the butt. Okay, there's that. And this should be the very last tray. Tray number 10. Oh my God, Sam cooking with AI? The AI would be murdered. I would find a way. Cream of tartar, it looks like I should be using, no, baking powder is very different. Baking powder is a leavener. Cream of tartar is not. They are very different ingredients. Do you guys not have cream of tartar in Finland? Well, there's like, when you send people gifts in England and stuff, they have to pay duties on the gift potentially, depending on what it is. Like, it's very weird the way their system works, and I don't know if where Mem has something similar. You've never heard of it. It's a thickening agent. There you go. He'll just come back to life. Yeah, no. AI needs to just not come back to life. Like, stay dead. Stay dead, dang it. Chances are good you can find the cream of tartar in a baking store, or if your grocery is like ours and has a baking section, in there with like the spices and stuff. It's not used in a lot of recipes, so it's not what I would consider one of the more common ingredients. I think the only 3 recipes I have at the moment that I make fairly regularly that call for it are my old-fashioned sugar cookies, Italian meringue, which I made for the lemon meringue pie recently, and Snickerdoodles. Okay, we've got 30 seconds on the timer. make a swap-a-rooney. Order it from specific stores, it looks like, but I've never seen it in store. Okay, so for you, it's a store-specific thing, like a specialty store. At least you can get it. And it does. It comes in a small little container because you don't use a lot of it typically. Delete that. Put on my mitts. Because we don't want to burn our fingies. Pull these bad boys out. Put the next tray in. Have we dropped temperature oven? Yes, yes we have. You are not at 400. That would explain why the cookies do not seem to be baking the way I would expect them to right now. We've just basically put cookies in and out so fast, so. Order the proper thing. Order the proper thing in this case, because I don't think cornstarch will do properly what it's supposed to do. Because in addition to being a thickener, cream of tartar also is a stabilizer. That's why you put it in meringue, to help stabilize. I will promise you this, ma'am. You will like these cookies enough that you will make them more than once. We're not gonna get the full dozen out of this, I don't think. But it's gonna be damn close. Yeah, my oven is down to like 360 instead of 400. Yeah. And hey, it also means if you end up wanting to try making my old-fashioned sugar cookies or meringue at some point, you've already got the cream of tartar for it. And it's one of those ingredients as well. It's extremely shelf stable. It does not go bad. So it's not like you have to use it or lose it. Yeah, this is the last cookie. It's gonna be a little bit bigger, but there's not 2 cookies worth in here. So we're gonna be just shy of 10 dozen by like 2 cookies. I can handle that. Wipe it off. Okay. Now these items go in the sink. They're gonna get washed. We're gonna put water in there to make this better. This is all that's left, so I estimated good when I said 6. It's a little more than 1 for a batch, so when you make it, do 1.5 per batch, essentially, for the cinnamon sugar. That's filling with water. Cornstarch or thick and gravy type things, yeah. Yep. Bingo. Okay, that's full enough. Spin you guys, because we're gonna work over here for a second. Put some more cookies in ye old bin. But yeah, like, I can hold these up and you can see the difference between closer to 400, not close enough to 400. It does make a little bit of a difference. The taste will still be there. They just don't quite spread and crack as much. And shockingly, Seamus has not come to steal a cookie yet. Okay. Those all in there. I have got 3.5 minutes on, that is very tilted, the timer, so we can take these off of this tray. We've got 2 more trays to go in the oven, not including the one that's in there now. I'm not gonna super scrub these trays. I'm just gonna give these a wipe down with a damp paper towel because these are not really dirty. And this is the bottom one. Yes, yes. No, it is the middle one. OCD is happening. Don't mind me. I'm having a moment. 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna sit for 2.5 minutes. How's that sound? Find something to bake that I can bring to your boyfriend's parents for holidays, but they're sensitive to vanilla. Yeah, these do not have vanilla in them. So if they're sensitive to vanilla, these are a good one. The old-fashioned sugar cookies would also be a good one because they don't use vanilla, they use lemon. Ugh. Amazing. Delicious. I'm gonna scooch this chair forward as far as I can dare. Yeah, lemon. Yep. And the lemon is not... I personally don't think the lemon is super pronounced. It's subtle, but it's there. And I will tell you this, you're going to get a lot of sugar cookies out of the old-fashioned sugar cookie recipe if you roll them a little thinner. So the recipe calls for keeping them a 1/2 inch thick, which is decent. It's like about 6 millimeters. I would pare that down, or no, not 6, 12 millimeters. I would pare it down to 6 millimeters. I find that that's a little bit better at 1/4 inch. You cut the shapes, and I personally don't frost them because I don't have time to be bothered, and I don't like my sugar cookies frosted. I just get colored sugar, and I put the colored sugar on top, and then they're pretty. That's how I do it. And I find them less sweet and very delicious. And you can cut them into whatever shapes you want, so depending on the holiday, just pick different cookie cutters. Which is the best part. Honestly, I should try my rude cookie cutters with my sugar cookie dough recipe. Not gonna lie. Yeah! Yeah! Ugh. All right, we gotta pull the next group out. So since we're down to the wire, I will just spin you back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So if you're wondering how I knew that it's not quite at 400, it's because I have an oven thermometer. Now, there is also the chance, I've had that oven thermometer for a long time, that the oven thermometer itself has lost its ability to keep track of the temperature properly. Because the oven at this point is newer than the thermometer. But it's also a fact that the more you're in and out of the oven, the more like you lose temperature because it's just it's being opened frequently. That ass, oh my goodness. Everett, hello, baking is going fantastic. It's only 5 o'clock and we're just finishing up the first cookie. So I have this tray to go through for 8 minutes after the one that's in there, and then we're done baking the snickerdoodles. We'll do a quick wash, and it's on a chocolate chip. And this, I think, is gonna be the longest of the cookies because we had to roll them in the cinnamon sugar, and the future ones are just gonna be dropping it onto the tray and sending it through the oven. The difference is, whereas the snickerdoodles only go in for 8 minutes, the next one, which is the chocolate chip, will go in for 10 to 12. I typically only need the 10 minutes, so that'll take a little longer. And the oatmeal raisin go in for 12 to 15, so again, 12. So we're gonna be increasing the bake time, but decreasing the complexity each time. I think it's a good trade-off, personally. Ugh, they don't wanna go back in. You're a fan of snickerdoodles? I love snickerdoodles. Yeah, Seamus will do just about anything for dad-ass. It's like the Meatloaf song, but it goes for him. He'd do anything for dad ass, but he won't do that. You know? That's Seamus in a nutshell. That's Seamus in a nutshell. Ugh. Give myself a little stretchy stretch. Ooh, I got a pop. And another pop. I love you, Seamus. 'Cause you put up with my bullshit. Yeah, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm waiting. I've got 1 more minute. I'll take the current cookies off of the tray, and then I'll probably, do I start the dishes or do I not start the dishes? That's a good question. That's a good question. Kind of want to eat another cookie, but I need to resist. I need to resist. There's going to be so many cookies to eat. Time for bed midnight. Yes, absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I hope you get good sleeps. And I hope that when you try these cookies, they come out fantastic for you the first try, because I don't know how proficient you are with baking and that you absolutely adore them. I think you will. I think you will. All right, it's time to de-tray. Hands down, these are the best cookies. Funny story. The last time we went camping, we went with my brother and my sister-in-law. And I made snickerdoodles and I used chicken eggs because that's what you typically use these days for baking. My brother and his wife, however, do raise ducks and chickens, so it was their chicken eggs that I used. And he used duck eggs. And he asked for his wife to do a blind taste test to determine whose cookies tasted better. And he was very disappointed when I won. He thought for certain that because the duck eggs are a little bit thicker and they kind of fluff up a little bit more, that he would win. He thought he would win hands down, no problem. And that was not the case. He had to admit defeat. You're gonna try to get some actual sleep tonight. Thank you, Josh. Sleep well. Good luck. I hope that you do get some actual sleep. Enjoy cookie making, and you're assuming eating. Yes, there will be a little bit of cooking eating, but most of them will be eaten tomorrow, and some of them are getting shipped off across the United States. Because friends are getting cookies. Friends must have the cookies. I'm just, right now, while I can, I'm letting my feet rest. Because I need to. I need to very badly, or I'm going to not make it through 2 more cookies. Oh. And you know what's really funny? I did debate yesterday on going for that walk because I knew my legs were still kind of screaming at me. And I knew I had all of this baking to do today, but I was like, I really want to go for a walk. The weather is beautiful. I maybe should have listened to that part of Logical Sam that was like, you have all of this baking to do today, because I don't think my feet would hurt this badly this fast if I hadn't gone for that walk. It was a long walk. It was a very long walk. Case! Just go take care of post-surgery pups and much love and lurk, and thank you for the lurk, Case. Go take care of post-surgery pup. That's very important. Does that mean I need to change out my lurk? Because I've been lurking you playing the BG3s. I'll have to check. I'll have to check in a little bit. You guys definitely. Anytime you see the little pop-up for somebody to follow, I definitely recommend, especially if you hear the little chime. You rated Rain, let's go! That would be my next lurk point, so we're good. We're good. Yeah, anytime you hear the little chime and you see the shout out, or you hear me say something and you see a shout out or whatever, like any shout outs, definitely check them out. They're all cool people. I don't recommend not cool people, and each of them have their own various vibes. So maybe it's not the vibe for you, but definitely check them out. Like Case does a lot of the Phasmo. Case is the one I go to on Monday mornings specifically, but other mornings if I can, to do co-working. And they are currently in the middle of a massive Baldur's Gate run, which is amazing. You saw Brandy earlier. Brandy sometimes streams, but when she does, it's DVD. So if you like the DVD flavor, you want to check her out. Mem is a horror variety streamer for the most part, although leaning a little bit more towards like pure variety, because I have seen her play some not horror games. And Josh pretends he's not a horror streamer, but he is. Variety again. So like all great people. Seamus, give him a follow because someday he'll come back. He typically plays like Ark and World of Warships, which is a completely different vibe. But occasionally I talk him into playing games with me. Occasionally. I'm actually gonna let the oven settle for a minute after I bake the last ones. Because there's no sense in keeping it running while I'm putting the next batch together. So in with the last set. We'll sit for a little bit longer before we take these ones off of the tray. Start. Spin. Normally right now, like if my feet were not killing me, I would start working on the dishes, but we're just taking a load off for a minute. It's important. I think I could put away the cream of tartar. Which ones of these do I not need anymore? We're just gonna compare. Do I need the cream of tartar or the baking soda? I do need the baking soda again. Hi, Hera. I need it both times. Okay, so cream of tartar is the only thing I will no longer need. So I'm gonna pull this out. That's gonna get put away. Again, cleaning as you go saves you so much time and effort. Because when you get all done, a lot of the stuff will already be gone and you don't have to think about it. And that is key. Key. So once I get these off of the tray, I'm gonna start cleaning up a little bit. So I will put the cream of tartar away. I'm gonna wipe down the island. That's kind of basically what I'll be able to do. And I won't put you guys to words on stream until I get the last tray out. Or maybe I will. Maybe I will, and I'll take the time to clean, and I'll let you guys play words on stream for a little bit. It'll be kind of an extended break. And then when we come back, we'll be able to get to chocolate chip cookies. That might actually be the best option. I'm not gonna lie. Because I also kind of need to use the bathroom and stuff. Like, it's been a couple hours. It's been a couple hours and about 1,000 steps and a lot of water. Water is important, but water makes you have to pee all sorts of times. Ugh. Yeah, I got my fatigue mat. I got my slippers on and my comfy socks. I say comfy socks. I'm just dressed. I'm like, I was going to get dressed, but I definitely had to get dressed because I had to do the emergency grocery run. Because you know how it goes. Sometimes you just don't have all the ingredients in the house that you need. Hashtag baking life problems. You need a fatigue mat? I highly recommend, and you can get cute ones. Mine has like flowers and stuff on it, so I don't even have to pick it up and put it away because it's not like unsightly looking, right? It's cute. It's not just that black thing. Off the tray, off the tray. Yeah, the chocolate chips. Ooh, this one spread out just a hair too much. Chocolate chips are gonna go very quickly. And then because I'm only doing a single batch of the oatmeal raisin, they're really gonna go quickly. So now this tray, yeah, this tray goes here. That tray can cool off for a little bit. We've got ads that are about to run, so I am going to let them run. I'm going to start cleaning up. I'm going to put you guys, I have to pull it up on Words on Stream so that you can have something to do while I am doing the rest of this stuff. Very important. It's always important. Pulling it up now. Settings. Autopilot is going to be on. All right, you guys. It is time for the streaming of the words. If you get stuck in ads, don't worry. It's not a big deal. I'm going to take some time to clean, use the bathroom, etc., etc. Normally, I would continue to talk to you guys during this, but I'm actually going to turn my mic off for a moment and just give it like a quick charge in its charger while I do this stuff, and then I will turn it back on when we get back to this. So we have a few minutes, probably like, I don't know, 10 to 15 max of words on stream, and then I'll meet you back here. So let's go ahead and start.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Her name is Nikki.
right, cleaning is done. So I'm gonna let you guys get through this last round. Turn off autopilot here. You guys are slaying. Level 13. Also, hello, Collect. Hello, Nikki. You guys are just putting this out of the park. Holy crap. Look at you go. Nicely done. Nicely done. Just pulling my clock back up here real fast. We're going to switch back over to where you can see my face. Yay! Everything's clean. I just have to, at some point, put the rest of the cookies that are cooling into the bins. But we're gonna be starting. Let me make a swap. Oh, and I don't know if I hit that, so I'll hit that. We're gonna be starting in on the chocolate chip cookies. Huzzah! I'm glad that you guys enjoy the words on stream, by the way, because it is extremely handy for me to be able to, like, just get the shit cleaned up. Yeah, ductwork. All right, so I washed everything that needed to still be washed. I've dried it. We're gonna be moving on to the chocolate chip cookies. We've got the Snickerdoodles done. We got just shy of 10 dozen Snickerdoodles by 2 cookies. We should be getting approximately the same amount of chocolate chip, aka original Toll House cookies, and I'm going to be giving you this recipe. And we discovered the last time I made it on stream that it is actually the recipe that they give you on the Nestle Toll House cookie chocolate chips bag. So, like, it exists. Somebody wrote it down and just, they've been passing it around on a recipe card for my family. So for the original Toll House cookies, aka chocolate chip cookies, you will need, for 1 batch, now mind you, we are doubling this, 2 1/4 cup sifted flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon salt, 1 cup of shortening soft. The original recipe actually calls for butter, and I am using a cup of butter. I like them better with butter. My mother or her mother or somebody in this lineage changed it to shortening. So, butter, 2 eggs, 3/4 cup sugar, which is just granulated, 3/4 cup brown sugar. Hi, Siger, we just finished the Snickerdoodles. A teaspoon of vanilla, half a teaspoon of water, and 12 ounces, which is approximately 2 cups of semi-sweet chocolate chips. That'll make the chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, we just finished the Snickerdoodles. They were cookie number 1. We're on cookie number 2 out of 3 cookies. My pinky didn't want to bend down. So, the Snickerdoodles, I'll just grab one to show you guys again. For those who missed it, here they are. All done. Chocolate chip is your favorite, though, you're not gonna lie. You haven't had a Snickerdoodle in years? Yeah. Snickerdoodles are like my favorite cookie. And I was saying this to stream earlier, I don't make them enough. And now that I'm over here, I'm just gonna pile them in the bin. We may actually need a second bin for the chocolate chip. These are taking up more space than I expected, even with stacking them. Kind of want to eat another one. Fuck it, we're gonna eat another one. Because this one is the big one. Look at that. Look at that beautiful inside. So good. You might have to request them in the near future. Absolutely. Especially with Father's Day coming up in June. Why get Dad a gift that he doesn't need when you can get him cookies? That's big brain thinking. Mm-hmm. I was just doing some calculations in my head. And if I could do a double batch in there with it calling for 2 1/4 cup sifted flour on top of everything else, but I can. Does he have gut problems, Siger? All right. So for screenshotting purposes, if you want to take it from the stream, I'm going to hold this up real quick. You can also get the recipe, there we go, in my Discord. Oh, he's got a belly on him, yeah. Father's Day, the calories don't count. So if you're not in the Discord and you just want to screenshot it, there you go. If you want to just go get it from the Discord. Yes, original Toll House. They are just chocolate chip cookies. So the first thing it says is to sift together the flour, the baking soda, the salt, and then set it aside. Again, I don't like extra dishes, so we're going to skip ahead and we're going to cream the shortening, the sugars, the vanilla, and the water, and then beat in the eggs. Creaming is beating. This. Use this. Do not use your paddle attachment for creaming and beating. Use this. You get more air, you chop up the butter and stuff better. It's just overall the right choice. Put that on. All right, shortening, which in this case is butter. We're using butter. Oh, I could have put the cinnamon away. We're doubling it. So instead of a cup of butter, we're going to be putting in 2 cups, which I believe is the entire pound of butter. I believe each one of these is half a cup. So 1 pound of butter. It's a lot of butter. And this has been out for a little bit, so you can see like I can squeeze it. And that's what you want. You want it to be squeezably soft, but you don't want it to be so soft that it's greasy. So as I open this up, you can see it's not like, well, you can kind of see, it's not got that like melty, greasy look to it. That's what you want. That is what we consider room temperature softened butter. Oh yeah, if you're at a higher altitude, you have to make a lot of adjustments, yeah. I'm at average altitude. I wonder if you have to make adjustments in the opposite way for those who are like really low altitudes, like Louisiana that's below sea level. Why people live in an area that is below sea level is beyond me, but what really surprises me is that there are people who move there and then get like the shocked Pikachu face when it floods. You live below sea level, of course it's gonna flood. I'm pretty sure the entirety of New Orleans was built on a floodplain. But we also built up in California for gold, and that was a literal desert for the most part. So humans are weird. Houston too? Flex, you need to get the fuck out of there. And the elevation it offers, and we just laugh. Oh my gosh, I believe it, Siger. Double the usual altitude. Oh wow, are you in like the Rockies or something? I'm assuming you must be in like the Rocky Mountains. Okay, there's our butter. Then we need sugar. So we need 1.5 cups each of granulated sugar and brown sugar, because 3/4 times 2 is 1.5. Near the Rockies, yes. 7,000 feet. You're in the area where like Olympic athletes go to train so that when they come back to normal altitudes, their body is like, this is easy. Tinkered with our cake recipe for years to finally get them just right. I believe it. Yeah, I am grateful that I do not have to try to figure out how to bake at elevation. Feels like walking around in pea soup whenever we go down. Yeah, I'm sure it does. 1.5. In it goes. Now, brown sugar's a little different. You can't just easily pour it. So we will actually need the scoop, and I'm just gonna do 3 half cups because again, less dishes. I need a spoon. Yeah, I'll start with what's already open. Dark brown, light brown, doesn't matter. Pick a brown. 338 foot above sea level, so just bare. Wow. Over Loveland Pass, the top of the pass has a sign at the 10,000 foot oh my goodness. Yeah, we didn't even get close to that, did we, Seamus, when we decided to go up Whiteface? That was like, what, 4,700 feet? Something like that? In the Adirondacks? So when you do brown sugar, and it's like this, you pack it. Almost 5,000. Okay. You go down 2,000 feet just to go. Yeah. So I think it depends on where the moon is, but I want to say Seamus and I are somewhere in the like 400 to 700 foot range. But where I grew up, which is not far from here, it was around 1,000. We just happen to live near a river, so we're a little closer to sea level. So there's 1 of 3. Kathunk is Whistler Mountain in Vancouver, which is around 2,200. We're half that. Whiteface Summit is 4,867. 5th highest in New York. I would like to go back to Whiteface one of these days, by the way, Seamus. I, like, as terrified as I was being up on the top of that mountain and looking off of it because fear of heights is extreme, I had a lot of fun that day. That's the kind of adventuring I want to go back to doing. We got to get our shit together. And I especially want our out-of-state friends to come into state and you know, let us take them to do shit like that. We haven't been to Ticonderoga in forever. That's another fun location if you like history. One of the old forts. I used to be a friend of the fort because I would go so much. I didn't care that it took 2 hours one way to get there. I was there like once a month, if not twice a month, during the summer when it was running. Going to places with higher elevation than normal, especially in my area, you gotta say heck. Oh, I believe it. There's 2. Kathunk. 1 more. Come over to our area and get some nasty altitude sickness. I forgot that altitude sickness is a thing. You want to come to New York and experience the things collect? Like, let's go. We're ready. We're ready for you and Sir Full Speed. Come hang out with us. Take you to all the places. We got lots of them. Seamus and I, like, we're in the Capital District of New York State, which is kind of like dead center of the state. And I think it is the best area to be in because we don't have to go very far to get to any of the cool stuff. It's essentially 3 to 4 hours for us to any one border of the state, whether it be north, south, east, or west. It's a great location. And even when we move back to the area that I grew up in, we'll still be 3 to 4 hours from the edge of the state. Most exciting place will be the bedroom. Okay. Here's 1.5 cups of the brown sugar. Let's just clean up this little excess that fluffed out because it's inevitable. We packed that brown sugar in real good. Garbage. Wanted to at least see New York once, just once. You hate being in city due to your cruddy health. Oh, yeah, cruddy health sucks. Here's a funny story. I had a friend. I still have a friend. We just don't talk as much anymore because life. Who came into town because his sister was going to college up in this area. He and her originally from California. And before coming up here, he planned for an extra 2 or 3 days to explore New York City. Like myself, very into photography. And he got to New York City, hung out for about 24 hours with his friend down there and had enough of it. And he's like, I'm coming up by train. I'll see you tomorrow. And I was like, bet. The city, I've been exactly once. It's very cool. It's very interesting. You can go shopping at like a ton of places there. But that's about it. You need about 24 hours to really explore New York City and then you've seen it all. That'll probably be you. Yeah. Yeah. Upstate, in my opinion, is far more interesting. And there's so much here that you can pick from. Because if you go to Western New York, you can visit the Finger Lakes. Even I've never been to the Finger Lakes. They're on my to-do list. If you go to like Eastern New York, in my area, we have like a lot of artistic towns and rural areas. I am close enough to the Saratoga battlefield to visit that regularly if I wanted to. I'm trying not to dox myself too bad. So like there's a lot of history here. If you go really far north towards the Canadian border, you have a lot of the big lakes. I think there's like 9 of them, and there's tons of like camping locations. Fort Ticonderoga's up there. If you want something a little more commercial, you can stop in like Lake George and go to Fort William Henry. Lake George has a ton of cool shit in it. Busy as fuck, but a ton of cool shit. Like there's so much to do in upstate. If you go northwest, you can go out to Niagara Falls. Like tons of stuff. This city pales in comparison. Pales. Yeah, we have a lot of Revolutionary War stuff. You have been to Vegas, but you were glad you weren't alone because you needed a buddy for those crowds. Yeah, Vegas is so cool. Vegas is so cool. But you want to get off the strip to really enjoy Vegas, in my opinion. You have a service dog and you have no idea. Oh, yeah, you would want to make sure she's crowd trained. So if you're coming for the history, skip New York City. Just skip it, honestly. They've got, so history-wise in New York City, they've got the Intrepid, which is, I think it's a submarine tour. They've got, of course, the Statue of Liberty. And I think there's a little bit of history in like Times Square, and they probably have museums, but like, fuck that. Honestly, fuck that. Fort Ticonderoga, great for history. Saratoga Battlefield, great for history. The USS Slater, great for history. Trying to think what else we've got out here. Fort William Henry, even though it's not in the original location and it's very commercialized, great for history. If you want to really travel, there's Frontier Town, which is an abandoned like mining village. I don't know how much of it is still left, but it's there. There's a website where you can look up like the Revolutionary War stuff and you can pick like routes, and a lot of them are in New York to just travel, like Route 9, Route 32 I think is one of them, and just all the historical stops. Like there's so much more in upstate New York for history than New York City. We also have the New York State Museum of History. We have the New York State Military Museum up here. And if you are a Star Trek fan and you go to Ticonderoga, that is where the official Star Trek original set tour is. So I know we're supposed to be baking. I'm getting sidetracked, but let me tell you this. There's a guy who is an Elvis impersonator and he adored Star Trek, the original series. He spent over $100,000 of his own money to completely rebuild the original series sets. There's like a whole group of them that did it. My bestie was one of them. I've been to them for like a personal tour. They were making like their own spin-off. Phase 2 is what they called it. And then drama happened and basically, I think it was CBS said, no, you can't do this anymore. He contracted with CBS and they are officially licensed as the official set tours. They do Ticonderoga once a year, usually like end of June, I think it is. They constantly have like William Shatner comes to visit, George Takei comes to visit. They've had like tons of the staff, tons of the original actors and cast and whatnot come, and you can like have lunch and shit with them. It is a whole thing, and it's in this tiny little sleepy town of Ticonderoga, New York. Like population not enough for a hospital, but they've got the original sets tours. Like amazing. Sorry, I had to go on that tangent. Intrepid is a carrier. Okay. New York is freaking huge. Oh, I forgot about the World Trade Center Memorial. You would think I would remember that. You would think I would remember that. Your sis would die happy seeing all that. She has a degree in history and is particularly interested in... Yeah, we're a good spot for that. Imagine replacing that with a campground. Oh, Frontier Town got replaced with a campground. Gotcha. When we could be nerding out, I nerd out and bake at the same time. Not enough for a hospital. Laughs in local town having exactly four. I feel you, Siger. I feel you. I grew up in the same. Yeah, they built the original Enterprise Bridge. He does. William Shatner comes every friggin' year. Every year. Where was I on this recipe list? We put in the sugars, vanilla and water. See, sidetracked, but for good reason, for nerding out. Like, I can't recommend it enough. Come to upstate New York. It is fucking amazing. Do not fly into New York City, fly into Albany, and just visit upstate New York. Like, you cannot go wrong. You literally cannot go wrong. There is something for everybody up here, even if you have to drive a little bit to get to it. 2 teaspoons of vanilla. 1, 2.
What the hell?
What the hell, Seamus? Yeah, definitely. Definitely pester me for advice if you're coming to New York. I'm happy to talk to you about it and offer good solutions. Stupid health issues under control. Maybe you can plan a trip. There you go. Yeah, health issues, they make everything a problem. And we need a teaspoon of water. I feel that because I went through 2 years with my Hashimoto's of being too sick to do anything. And now that I've had it confirmed that there's nothing else, it's just the Hashimoto's, I'm basically telling my body to fuck off and I'm gonna do what I wanna do. All right, so we're gonna cream this and then we'll beat the eggs in. Twitch, I already did this. Twitch likes to unfollow people. That is a Twitch being Twitch thing. So thank you for refollowing. Yeah, from a streamer you sub to. Twitch does dumb shit. I'm basically just making sure the sugar doesn't fly out until it gets mixed in with the butter. For the streamers you enjoy, yeah. Yep, that's the struggle. Yeah, you mix it good. Okay. There we go. That creams it for the most part. Yeah. And I know Kick was looking like it was going to be a hot competitor of Twitch for a moment. And then Kick literally kicked themselves in the nuts. Because they were basically trying to snag the Twitch streamers while promoting like massive freedom of speech and stuff during all of that. Which that's fine, whatever, be whatever marketing you want to be. But then they kicked themselves right in the nuts when people were bringing up valid concerns of bullying, like actual internet bullying, not just somebody saying something that somebody else just got offended by, right? This was like literally people coming in to just harass a streamer that's a little bit overweight and tell them that they're like fat and, you know, they could go end their life and shit like that. And they would bring it up and Kick was like, freedom of speech. And everybody was like, if that's the stance you're gonna take, bye. Yeah, it makes that good. You want to bake something so bad, your gut's going heck no. Upon standing though, ooh, yeah. That's why you never went over there. I have the account collect because I was modding for somebody over there at one point. But that's about it. The account will sit there so that nobody can claim my name either. So, you know, no impersonations. But yeah, I don't go there. I know Noise was trying to like really bolster themselves up. But nobody really knows about Noise, and Noise has pigeonholed itself as like DBD and Fortnite. Freedom of speech is very important while also moderating. Yeah. Yep. And it's not even a matter of freedom of speech at that point. It's called common decency. Like, we have rules all over the place for common decency. That's all people are asking for. We need 4 eggs. So, yeah, if Twitch is gonna if Kick is gonna be a platform that's like, meh, we don't care that people are telling other people to end their life, like, that goes a little above and beyond from the consequences of dumb speech. Exactly, yeah. One friend who has done well in Noise, but he's like right, Collect? And I know Allie has streamed on it, but she really doesn't get the viewership that she gets on Twitch. She really doesn't. On top of that, I found it very laughable. So I am a little bit of a Reddit addict. And I found it laughable that there was a person who is clearly on the marketing team for Noise on Reddit trying to convince streamers to basically, you know, consider your options. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, blah, 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 blah. Come, you know, Noise is another great option. I just wrote an article, etc., etc. And I finally called them out on it. And I was like, listen, I appreciate that Noise is another streaming platform, but you don't get the traffic that Twitch gets. You're very limited on what games you have, and your interface is totally different. I'm like, I literally watch streamers that stream on both and not even get hardly any traction on your platform versus Twitch, and your entire premise for wanting people to come over there is more discoverability because less streamers. I'm like, well, yeah, it's less streamers, it's also less viewers. I haven't seen a post from them since. And it's either because I'm just not browsing that channel as frequently, or they didn't like being called out. One of the two. All of the Noise followers are under 18 because it's so big with Fortnite. Yeah. Yup. And for a lot of us, that don't work. We're very 18 plus. Also free to be stupid, but bullying like that is not okay. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. Freedom of speech means that the government can't tell you not to say it. Freedom of speech does not mean that a private business cannot say, we don't allow that. And Kick is not the government. Mixing them eggs in. So Kik was absolutely allowed to squash it, and they wanted like a second chance, and then their own moderation team, like the actual Kik moderators, started saying stupid shit similarly to that, where they were just making like inappropriate comments on people's weight, the styles that they would pick, their manner of speech, and it was just not okay. Okay. Everything's creamed in. I know it looks chunky right now because the butter and everything. I promise you, it will look much better when we get the flour in. It will smooth out. So we're gonna whack this off.
Whack it off.
Government can't tell you not to call my mother a bad name, but I also have the right to yes, you have the right to respond accordingly. Facts. That's exactly it, Collect. Whack it off. That's what Seamus came in here to say as he was walking back from the bathroom. Having a balance, rules that are necessary for proper conduct, but no more than that. Let the individual yeah. Yep. And that's how we do it. That's why I'm one of the few streams, if you've noticed, like I've updated the rules a little bit. I allow talk about religion because I think it's a very beautiful thing to be able to come in to somebody's stream and be like, I just got back from church and you're the same vibes that I really want because like you're chill and you're friendly. Or for somebody to come in and let me know that they just finished, you know, celebrating Beltane, which is coming up on May 1st, by the way. Or, you know, any other manner of thing that they're coming in after they lit the candle for Hanukkah. Like there's so many beautiful practices that do not proselytize, which is preaching and trying to convert, or just like damn anybody else. And I think it's beautiful to be able to talk about that and to share that, because you can share it without proselytizing, right? And you can share without disparaging. Most places are just like, I don't want to touch the religious topic, and that's fine too. That's fine too. We talk sometimes about slightly political things, but we never go too far into it because we are not a political stream. And in that way, we do self-police. We do. Flour. We need 4.5 cups of sifted flour. So I'm going to measure out 4, and then I will use my half cup to put the last in, because that's how it works. Get out my bag. Yeah. I'm a big fan of open communication breeds open understanding, because you cannot begin to even try to understand and compromise, really, if you won't talk to somebody. I think that's the thing that makes me the saddest about the current political spectrum is and I'm trying not to be super political here in saying this, we've polarized it to such an extent that it is very hard to just have open and honest conversation where we don't judge each other and we just try to discuss ideas and come to compromises. Because I think most of us are moderates, right? We're not extreme one side or the other, and we want the same thing. We just have different ideas how to get to it. But with the way we've been polarized against each other, we don't discuss it. And I find that very, very sad. There, that's my hot political take for the day. Bussin' with a balloon sword. Hi, Mari. Same wavelength. I tend to be open about my faith if people ask, but I tend to only talk about it in private. Yeah. Hard, feathered, and hated. It's maddening and anxiety inducing. I feel that. How are you doing, Mari? I love that I'm seeing you around more often. 4.5 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking soda. I need to wipe out the teaspoon because we're putting all of our dry ingredients in here, and then we'll use our sifter to sift it into the bowl. And like this, excuse me, we don't waste an extra bowl that we then have to wash. Because fuck that nonsense. You're at work? You do, apparently, Collect. You do. Twice today. I really need to remember to set you up for an auto shout out, Mari. I don't know how much you're streaming right now, but I need to remember to do that. 2 teaspoons baking soda. Uno. Dos. That's about the extent of my Spanish. Two teaspoons of salt. It would be more if your laptop would work. Ugh. Combine the wets, then add the dry. Yeah, exactly. And I'm actually not going to do the full 2 teaspoons, and here's why. I'm using salted butter. So we're gonna do like 1.5 because I don't want these to be overly salty cookies. Oh my, Mari. I will do some wonderful things with you then. Tee-hee, ooh-woo. I retain nothing from high school. Congested with updates and at 6 years old? Oof. All right. We got the baking soda, we got the salt, we got the flour, obviously. Yep, that's it. Here we go. Let's get sifting. And like I said with the Snickerdoodles, it's fine if it falls over the edge a little bit. Commercial flour is so well pre-sifted, especially King Arthur, which is what I use. It's not going to make that much of a difference. There really are not lumps in it anymore. I will say not all flour is created equal. Some are lumpier than others, but for the most part. Choo, 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 choo. In you go. Tap, tap, tap. All of it's out. Perfect. Ugh. And I am the weird one, I will say. I prefer my little crank handle sifter. I know a lot of people have moved to just using the sieve that you swish and smack. I prefer my crank handle. All right, pre-mixing so that we don't end up with flour in the face. That is not the facial I am looking for. Thank you. Neither is your facial, Seamus. Okay? I see you. I friggin' see you. Wrong facial. The facial I want is at a spa. Thank you very much. Before anybody takes that the wrong way. Because I know my baking is spicy, but it's not that spicy. Not quite that spicy. All right, that should be good. Yep. I get a little bit of puffs, but not a lot of bit of puffs. Running behind you, right? You'll beat his ass, exactly. Because you get facials every time. Yeah, just pre-mix it. Pre-built PC or the money to buy one. You know what? That's not a bad thing. With the crank handle, it's your old friend. I need to get... You can still buy them, Collect. You can still buy them. You've never been to a spa either. Oh, they're so nice. They're so nice. I highly recommend. Okay, this one is full enough. I'm going to scrape down the sides, scrape off the bottom so that I, like, even though it's got, whoop, it's got the attachment here to scrape the side, I'm still going to scrape the sides. And this is because I know from experience that there is still some unmixed flour in the very bottom and some uncombined butter. We've been to this rodeo a few times. So I just want to scrape this down real good. But yeah, Collect, all I do is I hold at the shaft and I pre-mix it until everything's like at least damp. And then I let the mixer do the rest of the work. Saves me every time. Every time. Highly recommend. So we're gonna get double the amount of whacking it off. Ugh. We also, because KitchenAid no longer, you may notice I have resistance from a spring. KitchenAid no longer makes that spring for their models. Miri, I was complaining about this on stream one day, and Miri went and just, it popped up for her and shared in my Discord. If you scroll back in, I think it's in the Baking Food Noms channel, you can get them aftermarket, and Seamus bought it. They're not expensive. They're like $5 for a set of 2. And he installed it because it saves your motor by not having this wobble around. So I also highly recommend that. You need a pair of pliers and a little bit of force from your fingers. That's it. Ugh. Scrape the bottom, flip it up. There we go. Get the giant wads of cookie dough off of the spatula. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Just really get it all to the center. I know ads are about to start if they haven't already. Oh, they're in progress. So I'm gonna real quick scroll up. Struggling with that cinnamon roll dough and the dough hook, you had to hold her in place. Yeah. Get the little spring. Laptops are definitely easier. Damp. You've used a few of the crank sifters? Yeah. Still trying to get it going again? Yeah. Laptops are delicate creatures. Painfully delicate. Get all that off my fingers. Lock it. Spin it. Yeah. Yeah, you get that cookie dough. Okay, that's as fast as it's gonna go with the dough load. Okay, it's well mixed. Last step. First of all, knock it out of the paddle attachment. Oh, I actually heard that one. Somebody came in from a team.
And it has a name. Its name is
Who we
Eric.
got? Eric! Eric, oh my god! Yay, cookies! Yay, Eric! Hi, Eric, how are you? She still works. You know, I feel that, Collect. I feel that. How are you doing, Eric? How are you feeling? Are you over the Rona? Are you over the COVID? Because the last time I saw you around, you were battling with that because you got sick on vacation, which sucks balls, and not in the fun way. All right, we need 24 ounces of chocolate chips for this. You're all better, thank goodness. Excellent. Venus, Seamus. Very busy moving, but you're taking a short break. I am so excited for you. Are you staying in the same-ish area, or are you moving cities? All right. So these are chocolate chips that I had left over. This was originally, I'll find it. Oh, it was originally 36 ounces. Well, we're going to have extra chocolate chips, and I don't think anybody's going to give a fuck. Because I need more than what's in here, but maybe not everything that's in here, and we're putting it all in. Have you ever gotten a chocolate chip cookie and been like, I think there's too many chocolate chips in here? No. No, you have not. And if you tell me you have, you're lying to me. All the chocolate, exactly, Catherine. You're still in Minneapolis. Okay, only moving 8 minutes away. Okay, so it's really close. I'm so excited for you. When I heard you had bought a house, I was like, that is the literal happiest thing I think I have heard in so long. Okay, I had to make sure the whole pile of chocolate chips did not just like come flying out. We're just gonna carefully worm that way back down in. Oop, speaking of, it's coming out the other side. Get in there, chocolate chips. Get in there. I know you want to. This dough is stickier than I remember it being. Come on. Down you go. Get in there. There we go. That's better. I'm a little bit of a mess, but that's better. No chalkies escaping. It's a long journey, but you're looking for... Yes, absolutely. And then you're going to have to at least give us all a virtual house tour because I must see how you decorate this place. Kate's place was fabulous, but I can only imagine what you're gonna do, Eric. I can only imagine. May, hi, welcome in. Yes, indeed, yes. Yes, I must see how much of what was in Kate's actually belongs to you, art-wise. For those who are unaware, the place where Eric lived prior had so many erotic images everywhere. We're talking like penis tessellated fabrics for cushions and just like really hot and steamy imagery on the walls. It was amazing. Amazing. You can't ask for better. It was such an experience to just walk through that house. I loved every second of it. And Eric and Kate, phenomenal hosts. So gracious to let us literally party there for like 3 days straight. What a good time. And we all got to try like a variety of Minnesota hot dish, which to this day, that chicken and wild rice one, we still make. All the penises are yours. Fuck yes. It was a marathon of a trip. Yeah, that dish is in our regular rotation, Eric. It's so good. It is so good. We make it like at least once every 2 to 3 months. And then we eat it for a few days because obviously it makes a lot. And it's so good as a leftover. Like, what is it about hot dishes and the fact that they're just better the day after? Like, let them sit for 24 hours. They're so much better. I love it so much. And I'm thinking about seeing if I can't adapt some of the other ones that had like a lot of the garlic or stuff in them to have less or no garlic and see about trying them out. Cause like the tater tot one sounded spectacular as well. It's very easy for me to omit mushrooms, but cutting back on garlic sometimes really changes the taste of things. But I need more hot dish in my life because I really like just making one casserole dish and eating it for 3 days. They get to mingle. Exactly. They're the best leftovers. So the dish is, hot dish is casseroles. It's a specific term for casserole in like the Midwest Minnesota area. And it's chicken and wild rice. And I have the link. If you send me a message on Discord, Catherine, I will remember after stream to send you a link to it. I don't even know how to really describe it. It's got chicken in it that you've cut up and cubed and cooked in like a roux with cream and flour, and you make wild rice. I like a mix because it's easier to get my hands on. And you pour that in with it, and there's pimentos and onions, and it's just, oh, it's so good. It's so good. My hands are messy again. You love trying new recipes? Me too. Me too. I have to be careful because I have IBS and my guts don't like new recipes sometimes, but I like new recipes. Okay, we got to get this shit out of the way. So again, the sifter's just going over here because it gets it out of the way. This has to be cleaned. This is clean, so we're gonna put it back on the spoon holders. One of these days, Eric, I will get to bake for you. I think that's the only thing I didn't get to do in Minnesota that I would have liked to have been able to do, but I don't regret not attempting it, was bring the ingredients to bake something for everybody. Yes, your recipe list is so long at this point. Honestly, it means variety, and variety is the spice of life. Variety is the spice of life. Those can go over there. This messy thing can go over there. My desire to lick my fingers is so strong. But that is not good baking etiquette. I did use this, but just for sugar. It's not dirty. Not dirty enough to matter. All right, that gets everything spread out. Yeah. Actually, Eric, when you get settled in, if you want to send me your address, I will make you a batch of housewarming. There's the words, housewarming cookies, and I'll send them to you. Because cookies are shippable. Just cleaning up spilled stuff. Deal. Send you the herbal teas. I love herbal teas. Fuck yes. That is the best deal of my life. Tray number 1. I'm sorry if that was loud. I just kind of dropped it. I need to set the oven to 375 for baking. So let me get that started preheating now. It's somewhere between 175 and 200 degrees Celsius. I don't have that one memorized. My apologies. 375 is a little bit of an unusual amount. So, and same cookie scoop, but now I just have to scoop them out. I don't have to roll them in anything. Kind of pinch the sides together a little bit. Oh, there's so many chocolate chips in this. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Which is why these are going to go so much faster. Not having to roll the cookies in something speeds you up immensely. These will not spread as much as the Snickerdoodles, but I'm still only going to do a dozen per tray because it's just easier. Give them at least a little bit of space. My brother, on the other hand, would prefer it if okay, I lied. There's one person in the world who is not gonna like that I dumped all of the chocolate chips in here, and it's my brother, because he is a weirdo who actually prefers the chocolate chip cookie dough without the chocolate chips. He just likes the dough. And I'm like, that's odd, but okay. So he will literally make the dough, skip the chocolate chips, and just bake it. I'm making more after this. So this is cookie 2 of 3. After chocolate chip, we will be making oatmeal raisin, which I think is it's memeified to being the most deceptive cookie out there because you pick it up expecting chocolate chips and it's raisins. It's not chocolate chip, exactly. Yeah, pepperoni is weird in general. Call chocolate chip cookies without the chocolate. That's exactly what we call them, chocolate chip cookies without the chocolate chips. It's a very long name. It's a very, very long name. Wow. Yeah, when we went out to Minneapolis for the mini meet, I wanted to bring out the stuff to make a hot water chocolate cake with old-fashioned pudding sauce for everybody. And if things had not been as hectic as they were, I absolutely would have had the time and the ability to make it because I can whip that cake out like nobody's business. But oh my God, we spent so much time at like the Mall of America because what an amazing place, honestly. I do not regret not bringing the ingredients and making that cake because I got to spend more time hanging out with people and visiting places because of it. And enjoying the pool, which admittedly was one of my favorite parts because I love the pool. Scoop. Cookie, that's all it is. Oatmeal raisin are your favorite? Yes. Vanilla biscuits? I mean, maybe. I guess they would have like a distinctly vanilla flavor, but not as vanilla as I would expect if I were calling something a vanilla cookie. If that makes sense. Kind of like how I followed a recipe once. If you were here for the Rude cookies, you remember this, for butterscotch shortbread. And at the end, when we sampled it, I was like, they really don't have a butterscotch flavor. And then we Googled what makes butterscotch, and it's a specific process of cooking together brown sugar and butter. And this recipe probably originally called for butter, but because it was released in the book during the era, and I have the book right here. It's in the Betty Crocker cookie book. Highly recommend this book if you like older recipes. In the era of everything will be Crisco, and they swapped it for Crisco. And in this case, I think they actually screwed up the flavor of the cookie. I mean, don't get me wrong, still a good cookie, but I bet if they had used butter, you would have gotten the butterscotch flavor. I think you actually really needed the butter in that case. So there's already vanilla extract in it, even with the chocolate chip cookies. That's why I don't think it has a distinct enough vanilla flavor to really say that it would be a vanilla one. Someone suggested dough cookies. Dough cookies! Boneless cookies. Oh my God, boneless. That's it. That's what they're called. They're officially boneless cookies. I'm gonna tell my brother. I didn't make you boneless cookies, boy. Enjoy your chocolate chips. He will absolutely give me the middle finger if I tell him that, and it will be hilarious. I just want you to know. I enjoy a very antagonistic relationship with my siblings, and I wouldn't change it for the world. We come from that kind of a family where the banter runs hot. Always has, always will. And it kind of tested the mettle of some of my exes. Oop, there's the oven, all set. On whether or not they were going to actually survive the family. My dad's side, not so much as my mom's side. My mom's side it's sink or swim. Either you can join in with the banter, or you're not gonna want to hang out with them. They're not mean, but it definitely it's a spicier kind of relationship than I think a lot of people, especially currently, are used to. People of older generations, I think, will understand a little bit more what I'm trying to portray. Maybe this will help to give you guys a better idea. When Seamus and I first got together, he was in a motorcycle club, and when I was meeting the bikers, as it were, he warned them that they had to behave around me because I was a good girl. So they were like on their best behavior, being super polite and everything. And then I would just drop these quips here and there, and they didn't know what to do, and Seamus didn't really know what to do. Well, we finally get to the point where it's time for like Christmas time and going to visit family. And as we're going to visit my mom's side of the family, because Seamus wears hearing aids from hearing loss in the military, I told him, I was like, I have to warn you. They are really loud. And he's like, we hang out with bikers. We go to bike club parties that have like 30 loud, drunk individuals at them. I'll be fine. And I was like, no, I'm telling you, they're really loud. So he's just like, no. He's poo-pooing it, right? We get there, we walk in, we're enjoying things, and he's slowly realizing that I'm not this good girl he thought I was, as we're telling each other to like fuck off at cards, telling each other like where they can stick it, because we are a card playing family. I have been gambling in cards since I was old enough to understand how to play. We play Screw Your Neighbor. That is the literal name of the game. And he eventually had to take his hearing aids out because the noise canceling filters wouldn't stop activating. My mom's side of the family was too loud for his hearing aids to handle. The hearing aids were like, this is an unsafe level of noise, and became earplugs. So we left, and he was like, first of all, you lied to me. I didn't have to warn the bikers about anything. And second of all, your family's loud. And I was like, I told you. I told you. He takes his hearing aids out when we arrive now. Because he might need them later on in the evening after most of the people have left on Christmas. But when the bulk of the people are there, he just takes his hearing aids out. It's not worth it. There's like normal people volume, and then there's their volume. And I do get that volume when I get drunk. Whoop, go back in the bowl. Yeah. So that's, when I say we have an antagonistic relationship, that's kind of what I'm talking about. But not everybody can handle it. Oh, not everybody can handle it. And it's not just my exes. There have been numerous people who've dated other members of the family that have not survived meeting the family. And they come from a generation where they will always be polite, but you know where you stand. Which is actually kind of a lost art, if you think about it. Because we've grown up as a generation of people pleasers. At least I know I have. It's one of my toxic traits that I have to work on. I don't have to people please everybody. Okay, 4 trays together. That's 4 dozen cookies ready to go. Which is, in theory, about half of the dough, but I'll be honest with you, I think we have a little more than 10 dozen for the chocolate chip. All right, so first tray is going in. It'll be 10 minutes in the oven. Yep, the oven is at, according to the oven thermometer, it's not even up to 350. I think the oven thermometer has bit the dust because there's no fucking way. There's no way it's not up to where it needs to be. I'm gonna scrape this down. Now, the nice thing about this dough, and like most doughs, is that over the course of us working on these cookies, its stickiness level will go down because some of the moisture will be lost to the air. And these cookies, if you were here at all for any of the Christmas cookie baking, are not nearly as bad as the chocolate crinkles. As far as stickiness goes, fuck those cookies. Thank you, silicone cookie scoop, for making my life exponentially easier with them. But also, fuck those cookies. And damn my family and friends for loving them. I was able to get rid of the eggnog crinkles because people really didn't care for them. Like, they didn't dislike them, but they weren't a fan favorite. The chocolate crinkles are a fan favorite. There is no getting rid of them. They will be there on that tray or in that box until I no longer am making Christmas cookies, which will be a very long time from now. Oh, speaking of Christmas cookies, I've told you guys before that I started the tradition because of my late grandmother on my dad's side. And I make most of the recipes that she did. And in fact, most of the recipes that she made, again, came out of this book. This is the Betty Crocker cookie book. It was originally published in 1963, so there's no recipe in here newer than 1960 probably, once you get through like editing and publishing and everything. My copy is... doesn't this usually tell you the version? Yeah, my edition is from 2002. I don't know how many editions they've put out, but my edition is from 2002. Amazing book, highly recommend. The only recipe of my grandmother's that I did not know how to do was the Iwans. And these have like 1,000 names, I feel like, depending on what region of Italy you're in. And I still don't know her complete recipe because Marie, who I went to learn from on Thursday, has a different variation of the recipe, and they only make what's considered the light Iwans. And we did a half a batch, okay? I need you to keep that in mind. We did half a batch. They are airing out because you have to let the grease air out. This is half a batch of Iwans. Seamus has eaten a good chunk of them. This is half a batch. That's a lot of fucking cookies. My grandma would make them light and hard, so the hard ones are more of like a pretzel-y consistency. They're delicious. You put powdered sugar all over them once they're dry enough. That's half a batch. They are a deep fried cookie. They are delicious. You cannot make them solo, so I will have to enlist help in order to make them in the future. But now I know almost all of my grandmother's secrets. I have to talk to my Aunt Kathy and see if, now that I understand how to make the light ones, if she can show me how to make the hard ones. And we may have to enlist Marie to come over to help figure out which recipe is which, because you use a different recipe to make the hard ones than the light ones, and my grandmother didn't label them. She just kind of jotted notes down on a little index card and called it a recipe, so it is what it is. Yeah, that's half a batch. It's a lot collect. They're so good though. The closest approximation, Seamus brought it to my attention, the closest approximation are those Chinese noodles that you get, like the egg noodles that you can eat as a snack by just like dipping them into the duck sauce or whatever. That's the closest approximation. Imagine a sweet version of that. Sweet-ish because they're not super sweet, you know, being deep fried and everything. I'm gonna put this cinnamon away before I forget about it, because we don't need it. It's just banging around. We have got 5 minutes on the timer. So I am gonna get water into this. That'll make getting all the cookie dough easier off of it easier. I'm getting my words backwards. That's my form of dyslexia, basically. Okay, water's in. Beauteous. Oh my gosh! Opal, Latino Zeus, thank you so much for the raids. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And today, we're in my kitchen. We are baking cookies. But sometimes, instead of baking, we might paint our nails, play some horror games, puzzle games, or whatever floats our boat. What were you guys up to today? How was your streams? Lethal Company, let's go! Actually, I think I'm lurking myself now because I was actually lurking you, Opal. I was lurking you. Welcome in, you guys. Opalescent Raid! We're bringing a fiesta. I love fiestas. Hello, Opal. Hello, Latino Zeus. Hello, Kiki Nick. Oh my gosh, and Mr. Morg, thank you for the raid as well. Were you three playing together? Dingus Demon Raid? Hello, Mr. Morg. Again, Kiki Nick. You had to have been playing. You were all playing Lethal Company together. Hell yes. Hell yes. I will repeat this once more for the raid that came in on the heels of the first two raids. Welcome in. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And today we're in the kitchen. We are baking cookies. But when I'm not baking, sometimes we paint our nails, play horror games, cozy games, puzzle games, whatever suits the mood. How were your streams? How did it go? I love that the three of you were clearly playing together. I hope you had an absolutely chaotic blast. I'm sure you did. Koraki Queen, welcome in. Hello. Smurfberry Barbecue. What a name. What a name. I love that. I love that. I'm guessing Opal suggested you guys because I know Opal. And the rest of you are new names for me, so welcome in. I appreciate you coming in with the raids, for agreeing to Opal's suggestion. I hope that you enjoy chaotic, sometimes spicy baking. This is 18 plus for a reason, because A, I can't control my mouth, and B, we say things like whack it off when we're talking about knocking the ingredients out of our whisk. So these things happen here. And of course, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, if you've got to use the bathroom, take an animal out for a walk, have dinner, whatever you need to do, I totally understand if you need to raid and run, if you want to raid and lurk, if you want to sit and chill, like however you want to do this, I appreciate you for it, because you could have gone anywhere on your raid, you could have picked any live channel, and you came and chose me. And that's amazing. And of course, you guys, if you're not following Opal, definitely do. We know Opal, we love Opal. Opal is good people, and if Opal is good people and she came in and was playing with Latino Zeus and Mr. Morg, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I don't think I'm wrong for saying this, and say that they are also good people and you should check them out as well. I know I will be after stream because they are new streamers to me and I don't know them. And you never know. You never know where you're going to find your latest stream entertainment, but it usually comes from recommendations from friends, and Opal is a friend. Yes, yes. Yes, you're 18 plus for the same reason. Exactly. Exactly. Ophelia, hi. Morg does a lot of art. I love art streams. Art streams are some of my favorite streams to just like silently lurk in. I don't announce my presence or anything. I just open them up and I get to enjoy somebody else being productive, which helps make me be productive. They are fabulous for that. After not eating all day, Well, why aren't you eating something, Ophelia? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. We've got 10 seconds on the clock, which means we have to switch the cookies. One's coming out, one's going in. And Seamus is waving. Come hither. One comes out. We set it down on our handy dandy little tray holder thing. One goes in. And around the 6-minute mark, we'll put the cookies on the current baking rack onto the cooling racks. But until then, we get to just chill. We get to just chill. It's productive. I mean, it has to be more productive than me, who will just sit and stare at my computer screen wondering what I should do. Unless somebody else is doing something and then I'm like, hey, I can vibe with this. And since they're like doing art, I want to do art, and then I, do art. Also, welcome in Vorpal Bunny. Hi, Patrick. I'm having a very lovely evening in the stream. I hope you are having a wonderful day. With a Corolla for way less than you would think. Let's go, Ophelia. A Monty Python reference? That's just going to make Seamus even happier. Not so much for you. I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. That sucks. You gotta stay hydrated when you're baking. This is 40 ounces of really cold water, by the way. And it is not a Stanley. This is Simply Modern. You can get it on Amazon. It has like this cute little seal around the straw. So this seal does not leak. It really holds ice cold for like 24 to 48 hours, which is amazing if you're like me and you need ice cold water. This is not sponsored. I just highly recommend Epic Tight Pants, aka Mel, put me onto it. And now myself, Moon Bunny, and Make It Rain have all bought one and love them. You had to name her Carlac? Listen, you can always get like a car wrap or have it repainted in the future if you really want it to be red. But remember that red cars look like they're going faster than any other color of car, so you're more likely to get pulled over by the cops if you're driving a red car. Fun fact. With Vorpal bunnies as supporting characters. Oh. You still think Nadja is a better name, or would it be Nadia? I'm trying to decide if that would be like the Slavic pronunciation of a J or the English pronunciation of a J. ER for, ooh, UTIs are no fun. I hope you feel better soon, Patrick. Rude. Hard J, okay, Nadja. Got it. Yeah, we'll de-tray the cookies next to me, and then we'll immediately be able to start putting more cookies onto them. Chocolate chip cookies go like really fast, and then when the chocolate chips are done, we will be making oatmeal raisin. So if you've never had oatmeal raisin cookies, which if you haven't, I don't know how you haven't, but definitely this is a good recipe for them. This is a very good recipe for them. I'm wondering if I still need any of these ingredients. I think I do. I think I still need all of them. I don't think I can put anything away yet. Sad. I like cleaning up as I go. It makes it so much easier. But it's time to take these off the tray. So spinny spin, so that you can see what I'm doing. Delicious chocolate chip cookies. Ugh. Ever so slightly gold at the edges. They will still be nice and chewy in the center, because me personally, now I know everybody has a preference on how they like their cookie. You know, whether they want it to have a firm bite, be crunchy, be like extra soft and gooey. I like it somewhere in the middle. I want them to be like firm. They're not gonna flop around and fall like if you hold them up, they're not gonna slowly bend in half, right? But I still like them to have a good chew. I don't really like crunchy cookies for the most part. Some cookies are an exception. Some cookies wouldn't work if they're not crunchy. So these are like my ideal style of cookies because they're firm, they don't crunch, but they don't flop. No floppy cookies. Just gonna scrape up some of this little excess. It can go on the table to be cleaned up later. We've got a tray back. So we can start plopping more cookies on. Bloop. This is the only time you like raisins. That's fair, Opal. That's fair. Absolutely melt in your mouth. Yes, exactly, Patrick. Yes. Yep. Trying to get away to that's the best place. Oh man, I wish you luck. I wish you luck with that because you definitely want to be at a place where you feel like you're getting the best treatment when you're dealing with serious stuff. So this will be dozen number 5, which is in theory the halfway point for this batch of cookies because it's a double batch. For anybody who wasn't here to hear that we are making a double batch. We already have about 10 dozen cookies made of Snickerdoodles. We're going for a total of 25 dozen today. Just a casual 25 dozen cookies. You know, it's no big deal. It's no biggie. I have been nicknamed at one point the one-woman Girl Scout Cookies of America because I just crank cookies out like a machine. Usually at Christmas time, but also at times like this. My mother loved to bake, and I just inherited her love for it. And apparently her touch. Because as I've learned from watching others, sometimes you can hand the same recipe to 7 different people and you will get 7 different cookies. And not all of them good. Some of it depends on the level of care they take with measuring ingredients. Some of it takes consideration to the quality to which they mixed them, like how you can hand mix to this level. I just want to say it takes patience. It takes a little bit of arm strength. You can do it. Not everybody has one or both that don't have an electric mixer of some sort. It can deal with what you're substituting. Some people, for example, are like vegan and they don't do eggs. And so they will substitute the eggs with applesauce. That is absolutely going to change the consistency and the taste of the cookies, right? So you can literally hand this recipe to 7 different people and get 7 different cookies. Thank you for getting your self-care check-in. I'm going to do the self-care thing. Yes, go do the self-care things, Opal. I will potentially still be on. I appreciate the lurk. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. And this is still a little too hot for me to just handle with my bare hands. Up it goes. And this tray, I think, has like deformed itself. And it might have actually been warped in shipping and I just didn't notice, to be totally honest. We got a minute and a half on the timer. I'm gonna drag my chair out so that I can sit while we wait. You can still see me. I can just read chat thanks to my 4K vision that was laser corrected. Props to LASIK surgery, honestly. Get a little chapstick on my lips because they be dry. They be dry. How am I doing on my step count? Oh, you know, only 2,600. But that's good because I aim for 4,000 a day. 4,000 is the minimum you need, as far as I'm aware, to make a difference in your health and your weight. So I know a lot of people aim for 10,000 steps. That's like the magic number. 4,000. 4,000 is actually the real number you're looking at. 10,000 just really guarantees it. So if 10,000 seems impossible, go for 4,000. I have a Garmin watch, and I don't know if you can see it very easily, but I have a Garmin watch and I have my goal literally set to 4,000, and that's what I aim for. And I haven't been very good at it recently, so going on the walks has really helped. Being up and moving and active in the house is really helping. My feet are like, what the fuck are you doing? But you know, it's gotta be done. All right, it's cookie transfer time. Bloop. We're gonna make a swap. Hi, Shmoo. You get a free cat. Ooh. Come on, grip. Thank you. Always close your oven door. It may not seem like a lot to move from, I'm just making sure I don't have this off alignment so it doesn't slide and go where I don't want it to go. It may not seem like you're gonna lose a lot of heat leaving it open briefly, but you lose enough. Close your oven door. Unless I had like brought the cookies right there to have them at the ready, close your oven door. Okay, 4 minutes to let the, and I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna wash dishes and I'm not gonna put words on stream up. 4 minutes until we take those off. I should be able to get a good chunk of dishes done in that time. Because that way they're ready to go, minus the little bit that I'm using for the oatmeal raisin. Because we will not be making another batch of the chocolate chips, so I can just go ahead and wash these. And I forgot to mention this, but we are once again using the number 70 cookie scoop for this. I don't know what that comes out to in like a rough amount. I think it's like a tablespoon, but we're using a number 70. I did that research at one point and then I promptly forgot that research. I know I can't look at chat during this, and I definitely cannot hear alerts during this, but this is important to deal with. I'm actually gonna let that really get in there. We'll get the whisk cleaned up first. Yeah, if I can figure out my kitchen enough, by the way, you guys, I'm gonna have like guests come on and bake with me at one of these points, because my sister is very interested in baking at this point, and I have a friend who went to pastry school basically, and he's interested in just like, he just wants to bake together, but he's specifically also interested in showing me techniques that I don't really know how to do, like tempering chocolate. And I thought that that could be really cool to share with all of you guys. I just have to figure out how I would fit another human being in here and also get them on camera. And I think it's going to come down to figuring out like another little island that I can spin to be perpendicular so that we can face you. Something that like is folding table style so we can set it up and tear it down, because it's obviously not going to live in the kitchen like the island. And then like scooch the table out of the way. That's my guess on how it's gonna work. A little bit more soap. Scrub this out. And then someday, when Seamus and I do not live in this tiny apartment anymore, I will have a kitchen that I can have the space to really, like, show you what I'm doing in. And that just will tickle me. That'll tickle me good. Wipe out the bottom, scrub off the sponge itself by rubbing it on itself. You heard me. You heard me. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Ta-da! And those dishes can now sit and dry. Easy squeezy. Easy squeezy. And if you're wondering, I take my watch off because I don't like the feeling of wet under it. So even though it's water resistant, I take it off. And hey, we're a little over the 4-minute mark, but it's time to detray. Thank you for the follow, you guys. I appreciate it. Let's all take a moment of silence for your waistline. And you can use your kitchen. You know, collect. It could happen someday. But I think Full Speed has ulterior motives here. I think Full Speed should just suck it up and come to New York to eat the delicious goodies. Can be a vacation for the two of you. 3 if DH wants to join. But I know, like, we could put you and Full Speed up in the apartment. We would not be able to fit 3 people here. And then we could take and day trip out to Clover and Crazy Guy. Because they are literally maybe 3 hours from here. Get some of the extras off. So, like, goals. Goals. East Coast Fun Time goals. In a hot second. I do not want to live in Texas. I'm just saying, like, no. Frank and Allie too, in a different direction. Yeah. They are. They're about 4 hours in the opposite direction, essentially. Let's get the 6th dozen on the tray. Yeah, I do eventually, like how we did the mini meetup, I would like to organize more of an East Coast meetup and have people come out this way. And just do fun shit and treat everybody to baked goods and so on and so forth. It definitely wouldn't be the same vibe as Minneapolis because not a big city, but like we were talking about earlier with all the history and stuff, there are things to do. There are lots of things to do. We would have a good time. We would have a very good time. Ugh. Scrapity, scrapity. I made these cookies, these exact cookies, Snickerdoodles, chocolate chip, and oatmeal raisin once for a potluck when I was in school for massage therapy. And my classmates came over and they were like, what did you make these with? Love? These are the best cookies I've ever tasted. They're like, I didn't know cookies could taste like this. And I was like, I don't know how you've been having subpar cookies all your life. Because I don't think mine are that good, but okay. Like, I don't know. They liked my touch on them, I guess. Oh, we got ads coming up, friends. My apologies. 3 minutes of ads every hour keeps the pre-rolls off for the newcomers. So like our raiders that just came in, no pre-rolls because we run those ads. I might actually need to let these trays cool a little bit before I reuse them. Well, today I learned. We got 50 seconds on the clock. 50 seconds. And we've just put tray number 6 together. And we are getting down there in dough-ish. It's going to be just like the Snickerdoodles. It's going to go from, I have so much dough to get through, to, holy shit, there's like nothing left. All at once. I'd say we're roughly halfway. Roughly. And we're only doing one batch of the oatmeal raisins, so again, those are going to go quick. Quick as lightning. Yeah. Yep, I hear you. I hear ya. Dismiss. Spin. Hi, Smeagol. You're waiting for your dinner, aren't you, buddy? Okay. Put those down. Next one comes out. All right, we're gonna set our timer for 10 minutes. And I'm actually gonna slide some stuff. This always happens at least once during a longer baking stream. You get cat visual time. So we're gonna super spin and super tilt. Yeah, so chairs that are normally in front of my my table are slid over here. That is their dinner time, like wet foods mat. And he's about to lose his freaking mind because he knows it's dinner time. He knows it's past dinner time by like 45 minutes. Oh boy, Smeagol. Oh boy. And I put a little in here. Hera is not as big a fan of wet food, but she likes it when it's dried a little bit. And he doesn't really like that bowl style, so he'll leave that for her, essentially. He'll lick it, he'll lick like the gravy off of it. And then that's hers. And she'll eat it later when it's dried a little. So yes, you get some Smeagol time, because he does love his wets. Oh, baby boy. It's his favorite time of the night. Yes. Hi, welcome back, Tommy D. It's Smeagol time. I'll even zoom in on him for you guys. Where is that control? Plus, 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 plus. Kitty time. Because I got a little bit longer before I take the cookies off of the tray. So you can enjoy him pigging out, enjoying himself. Yes. You love it, huh, Smeagol? And Hera couldn't be asked to come out and enjoy. I think she's laying in on a cat tree in the bedroom. She's probably passed the fuck out. She has been zooming everywhere. So, that's the thing. She gets the zoomies quite frequently and quite ferociously. Part of why we figure she's closer to the 3 years of age versus the, yep, words, 5 versus the 5 years of age. Kiki has been chilling with Dad. Yes. I'm so excited for you guys to have Kiki, by the way. I'm also realizing I'm consistently hitting the red zone. So I'm just dropping the lapel mic a little bit in volume. Will you enjoy some Smeagol booty? Oh. Well, that'll work. That'll work. I'm glad that you guys are happy she joined the family. Pets are wonderful. Yeah, you getting it? You getting all of it, Smeagol? Okay. Zoom out. Zooming out. We're gonna tilt up. And we're gonna swing a little. Because it's time to detray some cookies. I know ads have just started for some of you. Oh, now the apartment really smells good. I haven't made chocolate chip cookies in forever either. They're so good. I love chocolate chip. I love Snickerdoodles. I even like Oatmeal Raisin, but if you give me the option, I'm gonna pick chocolate chip or Snickerdoodles. Because I really like sweet. I have a sugar addiction. Sugar is like my vice. Pop that off. Some of the excess up. Just push it on the table because we can. All right, set this down over here. I'm gonna give it a moment. Because yeah, these are they're melting on the trays a little. So I definitely want to give the tray a moment. Boop. And this is tilted. Go get that McDonald's collect. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Lurks are always appreciated. If you can do nothing else for a streamer, lurking them is big time helpful. Just know that Twitch only counts your lurks in 2 tabs. I guess there's a program that you can use to get it to count in more places, but generally speaking, if you're using a web browser, you get 2 tabs. That's it. You want some too, Tommy E.T.? Right? Right? Yeah, I'll probably wait till the next tray comes out because I still have a... no, this one's losing its heat pretty good. I wound up with the Marines anyways. Oh! I missed something up above. Not doing it because I can't... Oh. You almost joined the Marines. You did ROTC and all the tests and stuff. I think I remember that, Tommy E.T. I think I remember you talking about that. 3 cousins of yours are in the Air Force right now? You mean the Chair Force? I know the lingo. Seamus has told me about the lingo. I am aware of the lingo. We have to try one, right? Here it is. Beautiful chocolate chip cookie. Look at that. Look at all those chocolate chips. Pulls apart easily. Crispy outside, chewy inside, just the way you need them. I bet it pays a lot. You want? These are so good. I love cookies so much. No cooking or baking for you? That's fair. You gotta take care of your body. Okay, this is cool enough. Got about 2 minutes on the clock. This is tray number 7. I think. Yeah, tray number 7. So this is dozen number 7. And the last recipe we do will also be the only new recipe to the stream, which I think is kind of funny. We're saving, it's like a surprise. But I'm also glad that people enjoy baking enough that I don't have to try to always do a brand new recipe. And y'all still come out to support, and I really appreciate that. Because sometimes I really just want to bake the tried and true with you guys, right? Like, come Thanksgiving time, we'll do pumpkin and chocolate cream pies again and pumpkin bread. And Christmas time, it's always going to be basically the same freaking cookies. Because that's how it goes. Oop, we got 7 seconds. BRB, no worries. Spin. Grab this tray of cookies. Ooh. I slid and stuck my thumb in one. It's a little misshapen now. We will survive. Nobody's gonna care. Seamus will eat that one. Next tray goes in. Start the timer. Spin y'all back this way. I'm like trying to do this in the mirror and it's not working. Just tighten the arm back down here. Got 2 more to scoop out onto this. And then we can have a little sit for a moment and get off of our feet, which is also important. If you were really lucky, Hera would come and ask for lap time. Which I know you shouldn't do when you're wearing your apron and stuff, but like, she's kind of cute. And by kinda, I mean she's real cute. Oh, off the feet. Huzzah. Have some water. Rub my itchy hairline. Because it be that way. Dry skin problems. Stretch my back. Actually, stretching sounds really good right now. Oh, there's a pop. Even with a fatigue mat, even wearing cushy slippers, like, it would be far worse if I didn't have these 2 things. But you still get sore. So we'll just do some basic spine twists, stretch things out. take the weight off of the feet. That helps so much. Honestly, never underestimate the amount of like help it is to just take the weight off of your feet. Seriously. We're up to 2,700 steps. Yeah. My goal, I think I mentioned this last night, by the way, you guys. Like, I'm obsessing right now over getting my steps in and doing a little bit more exercise because I'm finally motivated enough. Like, the shit fairies have left the brain enough to allow for this motivation. I do not want to have to buy a new bathing suit for our vacation this year when we go camping. I want to fit into the bathing suits I already own, which means minimum, I have to drop about 20 to 25 pounds. Which sounds easy enough, but when you've got Hashimoto's working against you, it's not quite that easy. But I also have allowed myself to really, like, slack on the take care of myself portion of life. So in theory, and theory is all well and good, in theory, just doing these like daily walks, hitting my daily step goal consistently, trying to get more exercise in, and being a lot more cognizant of what I'm eating should help immensely. And the Anna bars, by the way, so Collect sent me a list of her 3 favorite protein bars, and the Anna bars were the first one I tried, and I love them. I have the monster cookie ones, I think. It tastes like a candy bar, but it's 20 grams of protein, and I know the sugar's not great for you, but it's 20 grams of protein. Spooky Time Pizza, hi! You want cookies? I got a lot of cookies. We're up to 14 dozen and counting. Dozen number 15 is in the oven right now. And we've got 2 dozen trade and set and ready to go. I'm just like getting off my feet when I can, cause I gotta. It smells amazing in here. It smells amazing. I really have to pay attention to when you're streaming, by the way, so that I can catch one of your streams. I have been so bad at twitching lately. Like, so bad. I see all your stuff on the tickety talks and whatnot, and it's hilarious. And I'm like, I've really got to remember to get in there. How are you liking the Phasmo Easter event, by the way? Have you gotten all 3 levels of the trophy, or are you still grinding? Because I just realized today, thanks to another streamer, that you can get all 3 levels of the trophy, and I'm like, fuck. Now I've got to grind. I hate grinding. But I don't want to wait till next year, because in theory, they'll have something else next year, and I don't want to have it, like, compound. Scrape that stuff off. Let it just be on the table because we can. Slide that in. Let it cool a little bit longer. Put this one down here. Actually, I should put that one on the island because it'll dispel the heat faster. Because the island itself remains cool. It's an actual stone top. And I know you get like giant close-ups of my head as I do this. Bloop. Come back over here. Don't sweat it. I love the DJI mic. I love this mic. I started with like a cheapie on Amazon, and this one is so much better. You're a late night boy. The grind is too much. Yeah, I will be doing it off stream as well. I don't like grinding either. I fully expect that I'm gonna be like sitting in a Discord VC with a bunch of other people just shooting the shit and, you know, just plop it on professional, and my only goal will be get the ghost right and trigger the bunnies. And if I happen to get optional objectives, cool. I'm not gonna worry about perfect games. I'm not gonna worry about like stressing getting a ghost photo or something. If it's an easy optional objective, like get the ghost to walk through a motion sensor, awesome. If it's a tricky one where you have to make sure you get an event or something, don't care. Because I know they give you extra points, but speed. I'm gonna need speed. Yeah, and it's a conundrum, right? I don't know about you. I was extremely happy that they brought personal goals back because I really wasn't playing when it was just all community. But I feel like they went too hard in the opposite direction. And they made the personal goals like way too much. Again, I get that you can continue it next year, but you know they're going to have something else next year. You know they're going to have something else because anybody who completes it this year, if they don't bring something else into it next year, will have nothing to do. So they're going to have to bring something else. I love Phasmo, but I'm a little critical of what the devs have been doing lately. And by a little, I mean a lot. I miss hunting for Easter eggs and shooting snowmen and solving puzzles across maps with clue cards to go find the items. Like, those were really cool events. Phasmo can do really cool events, and these just are not it. Kind of blah after a few days, yeah. And that was the thing, right? It was nice with the events in the past because you went through, you shot all the snowmen, you spent like 2 hours on the event, you were done with the event, you got the trophy. Sure, the eggs still existed on the maps, you could still find the clues, you could light the jack-o'-lanterns, you could shoot the snowman, but you didn't have to. They were just like waving at you and you could go back to playing Phasmo. You had your stuff, you were good to go. The slog, the constant slog is frustrating. And I mean, how many maps can you really do in a couple of hours, especially some of the bigger ones? I'm glad that the maps are rotating. That is a huge help, so you don't have to play just the same 4. But there's only like, what, 11 maps in the game? And of them, you get 8 of them you can swap between, and it gets boring. Like, Phaz is not the I want to play this game for 10 hours a day, every day kind of game, right? We gotta pull the cookies out of the oven. One goes out, one goes in. Ugh. Come hither. Come hither, cookies. Set that there. These can come off because this tray is nice and cold. And one goes in. Timer gets started and we swing back around. Yeah, I think I sincerely hope that Phaz takes a little more time to listen to the community as a whole about this event. And I mean, maybe there are a lot of people that are enjoying the way the events are, but I don't know, I don't feel like there could be. I also know, and I don't know if you're among them, I'm not 100% sure if you're variety horror or if you are a Phaz main, but I know a lot of Phaz mains have kind of gotten bored. And they're starting to become more of like a variety horror streamer to bring joy back to their streams, because when you get bored with the game, obviously the joy goes down, right? And unfortunately, again, Faz has been a little lackluster on the updates. Bleasdale is gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. Bleasdale is absolutely gorgeous. But it's one map. After how long? Faz main, but you didn't become a Faz main until like November, December, so you're not burnt out right now. You are so lucky. You are so lucky. I tried to be a Faz main when I started 3 years ago, and I was good about it for a while because I had a Faz partner and we played so much together. I would say we put in like 400 hours together. Phenomenal. Had a great time. And then I went through like a mental health funk. He went through his own stuff. We kind of drifted apart. We don't play together as much anymore. And they changed to the prestige system. And that grind is something else too. And I went through one circuit of all of the weekly challenges, and it was as I neared the end of them that I was just cooked. I was like, I am so done. Playing Repo and Schedule 1, yeah. And isn't it funny how they've moved to literally Repo and Schedule 1? It's those two games specifically. Also, I realize I am like super bright on this camera, and I apologize, but I'm pasty white. I'm pasty white, and the light is like right here so that I can see what I'm doing down here. And I just reflect things. I would make a good like traffic cone because I reflect all light. My ginger hair is natural. So before Faz, what were you playing a lot of? Because it had to be something good. Were you one of the DBD mains that switched to Faz? Because I know that has happened frequently too. How do I know? I played a lot of DBD. I was in those crowds. All variety, let's go! What was your favorite game outside of Faz? You were never any good? Listen, nobody's good at DBD. That's my honest conclusion. That's my honest conclusion because the people who are good at DBD sweat DBD. Again, I don't have time for that. I also suck at DBD though, so I feel ya. Cookies for days. I might have to make room. I don't know if I can fit this whole tray on what remains of my cooling rack space. Can I? I think I can only really get one more cookie on. Oh, I have a spot where I ate one. I heard a thing. Seamus, come get a cookie. I'll give Seamus a cookie and then I have a spot for the last one. That's how it works. That's how it works, you guys. Yeah, that's the top one because that one's in there. Okay, let me go give this to Seamus real fast. There, he can have the cookie. Who popped in? Phantom Unicorn, hello! Yeah, you couldn't really have fun with it. Yeah, that's fair. Please ship to... Usually played something different every day. That's fun, though. That's fun. I know a lot of people would like cookies. I am going to get them into ye old bin, though, some of these, because my cooling rack be full. And I think I have enough room to fit these cookies in here with the Snickerdoodles. And if not, I already have another bin set out for them. I'm just trying to not have to use said bin if I can help it. I don't know if stacking them is the right thing to do either. Honestly, I don't think these are gonna stack very well, so we're gonna knock them down. YOLO. But the next ones are gonna come out and I'm not gonna have space for them, so. How are you doing, Phantom Unicorn? Welcome, Ian. I will check all of the chat messages when I come back over by where I can read them. That's the only struggle with doing these kinds of streams. I feel like I miss so much more because I do have to step away to put cookies away and stuff. I may also just like stack these in here and call it good, because the other side of the coin is I am sending some of these out to people, and I'm also going to be bringing some with me specifically to, these are basically what I just took off, to my bowling banquet tomorrow, the league banquet. So I'm not going to have them in there for very long. 2.5 minutes left on the timer. Send at least half to you for quality assurance. So I can hear chat as I cook. So I've thought about it, but here's the problem. And this is a very unique problem. Ooh, that's still a little warm. I can't actually hear most stuff that is happening on stream. The way I do my cooking streams, my baking streams, is I set everything up on my main desktop so that I don't have to constantly, like anytime I make a change, I don't have to send files over to my laptop. And then I take my laptop and I access my desktop with a remote connection. And the camera that I'm using is actually a tablet set up to be a webcam through my router. So I don't even have to like reroute cameras or anything. I've got a lapel mic that is connected to the desktop via USB Bluetooth connection type thing. And it used to be that Chrome Remote Desktop put the sound through on my laptop so I could hear what was going on via my laptop. And that just doesn't happen anymore. And I spent an hour today trying to figure out why it all of a sudden doesn't route my sound back through my laptop, and I cannot. So I actually am trying to hear everything from my desktop in the other room, and most of the time I can't actually hear what's going on. It's Chrome Remote Desktop. It's free. That's the important part. It's free. I thought I could use Windows, but I don't actually have like the professional version of Windows 10 or something. So I just went with Chrome Remote Desktop because it's free and I can trust Google to not completely screw me over with like malware or something. Hi, Hera. So I don't know why it suddenly isn't putting sound through. I'm not the first person to have this issue. I tried forcing the allowing of sound. I tried uninstalling and reinstalling. I tried toggling sound things on both computers and just no dice. No dice whatsoever. So even if I got a program that would read the messages out to me, I wouldn't hear them. Ugh, come hither. This one comes off, or out, I guess. I think this is the latest one that we put together down at the bottom. It's gonna be the one that goes in. YOLO, fuck it, whatever. And we'll do the other dark colored one next. Timer start. Swing around. Oh, wrong one. Don't do that. I'm not saying I just grabbed the pan that I took fresh out of the oven with my bare hand, but I'm gonna go run it under cold water. Because I forgot which one. Like a doofus. That should be better. I caught, like, it was a quick enough reaction. It doesn't look like I actually damaged the skin outside of reddening it. That's my bad. This is not the tray I meant to grab. I meant to grab the one above it. This one is safe to touch. Don't do what I did. Practice smarter decision making. This is tray number 9. I think we're gonna get more than 10 dozen, you guys. And by I think, I mean I know we're getting more than 10 dozen. Gonna have a lot of chocolate chip cookies. Oh no, what a shame. Extra chocolate chip cookies, the horror. The humanity. But yeah, as I was saying, a lot of people seem to have, like, this problem occurs. Those were the solutions. And they don't work for everybody, myself included. I tried to contact Google, and they have, like, that AI chatbot assistant, and basically it popped up help articles that were not helpful. And then when I said, these do not help me, it was like, well, would you like to ask our community? And I was like, no, actually, I would like to talk to a representative to fucking walk me through this. Because the struggle, right, with asking the community is that you're then going to get in contact with somebody briefly who's going to propose a solution over a forum, which I can do that through Reddit if I really want to. And then you're going to try it whenever you see it, which could be hours later. They're no longer there. It may or may not work. And if it doesn't work, you're going to come back and say it didn't work. And now you've just got like this days long back and forth probably of trying to troubleshoot, when if you could just talk to somebody at the company that built the program, you could walk through it much faster. You know, I'm just saying. Customer service like that would be great. Okay, tray's ready. Yeah, that could be worse. Still a little spicy. Still feels a little spicy. I definitely made a fuck up. I don't know how well you'll be able to see this. I'm going to try to shield from the top. Can I even get this? Yeah, you can see like it's just a little red on the side where I grabbed that pan real good. Oops, my bad. All right, let's take some more off the tray with an oven mitt, mind you, with an oven mitt. I think that is the first time I've ever actually burnt myself on a cookie sheet, actually. In fact, I know it's the first time I've done that. Plenty of times I have smacked my hand on the inside of the oven I've grabbed pot handles that I thought were cool enough to grab and they were not. It was usually the cast iron skillet at home. And when I say home, I mean like my parents' house. So, I mean, I have grabbed hot things. Just, this is the first time it's been a cookie sheet. Scrape off some of the extra and then set this on the island so it can cool some more. And then we'll do the spinny spin. And I'm gonna do the city sit for a moment. Let my feet relax while I wait for this to cool down and the oven to finish. Hi, Hera. Come here. Want up? Would you like uppies for a minute? Come here. Come here, little girl. Hera. Here, let me help you out. Ooh. There we go. You can have a little lap time because I can flip my apron up to allow for it. Hi, baby. Oh, yes. 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 Hi, Hera. No, I know you love to rub your face on mine. Whoop. Yes. You're so beautiful. You're such a cuddle bug when I get you up here. Yeah. Aw. Yes. Hi. Oh, you're gonna climb up over the mic. Okay. You want that shoulder? Okay. Awesome. Just show your butthole on stream. That's good. Hera thinks she's a parrot sometimes. This is her favorite spot to just like get on your shoulder. Hi, yes, I can get your head. I'll have to rinse my hands after, but I can get your head. Yes. Yeah. Oh, where are you going? Coming back down that way? Okay. Is it interesting? Is it interesting, little girl? Yeah. Yes. Do we love this? She just likes being with people. Huh. Oh, hi. No. We're going back up on the shoulder? Yeah. Fully on the shoulder? Yeah. Yeah. Oop. You almost slid off the shoulder there, little girl. Yes. You almost slid off the shoulder. Yes, you did. Oh, is your daddy getting up? Is he standing up? Yeah, you need the other hand now. You need the other hand now? Okay. Coming back over here. Yes. Okay, I gotta get up and rinse my hands off. And wipe my face down from your fur. I do. I do. Down you go. Away she goes. I've got cat fur all over my face. Shocker. Just gonna dampen a paper towel here. At least get it off of my face before I have to go take cookies out of the oven. I'm literally using the moisture of the paper towel to stick to the cat fur. Okay. We've got 13 seconds on the clock. So I'm gonna spin, turn the timer off because it's gonna take me at least that amount of time to get over there to take them out of the oven. Ugh. One comes out. think this one goes in. I honestly don't know anymore. I've literally lost track. Start the timer. A little marker there because we had some Hera Time. Oh, let me rinse my hands off. I had them in gloves for pulling them out, but we don't want cat fur off of my hands into cookies. And I do touch the dough a little. So let me rinse off the cat. Much better. Now we can go. Now we can scoop more cookies. I think this is dozen number 10? Question mark? I have literally lost track. I got my trays out of sync and now I don't know where I'm at. But I think this is tray number 10. It has to be. It has to be. I need to just trust myself. This is tray number 10, so this is the 10th dozen. I think we're gonna come close to 12 dozen on this one. And again, just like with the Snickerdoodles, if you use a bigger scoop than this, you will get bigger cookies, and thus you will have less cookies. I don't know that I would make cookies any smaller than this, because these are like a 2-biter, right? And for a kid, they're a big cookie. It is a number 70 scoop. For those who are curious about the cookie scoop size. Bless you, Seamus. I don't know if you guys can hear it when he sneezes. He is a loud sneezer. But I may have finally got this mic dialed in enough that you can't just hear him in the background for the most part. And if you're wondering how I figured out to dial this mic in, I want you to go on to YouTube and I want you to Google Content Delta best mic settings. That is Mathman EU here on Twitch. He is a partnered Twitch streamer and he runs Content Delta as a second Twitch channel and also his YouTube channel and a website to help streamers succeed, basically. And that is a tutorial I followed to key in both my lapel mic and my desktop mic. And it worked phenomenally. Like, highly recommend. Highly, highly recommend. Right, they're the perfect size cookie. They're not too big. They're not too small. And I mean, I held one up before, but I'll hold one up again. Just because it's going to go in the container anyways. Like, this is my hand. There's the cookie. It basically fits in the palm of my hand. And I don't think you really need a cookie much bigger than that. I understand why bakeries make them as big as they do. I'm just swinging you because we're gonna take them off of a tray and we're also gonna put some more in the bin. Because they're selling them commercially, but for the average everyday person, this is a big enough cookie. There. Just gotta keep it moving. Gotta keep it moving. I probably could take these off of the tray a little sooner than I am, but it works. Some of them don't spread as much, and I think it's just the quantity of chocolate chips in some of them. there's more chocolate chip than there is cookie dough. But again, aside from my brother, nobody's really gonna complain about that. You know what? I know of somebody else who might complain about that, and that's Nikki Boo. Nikki Boo doesn't like chocolate, though. She's not allergic to chocolate. She just doesn't like chocolate. She is an anomaly among us. I love her dearly, but she is an anomaly. Speaking of chocolate chips, that's what I'm scraping off of this, is just basically excess chocolate. Where it's just hooked itself on. Set that over there. Take the glove off. Spin y'all back. There's a lot of spinning. There's a lot of spinning. Let that cool off a little more. We're almost there. 2, maybe 3 more trays. Maybe. So this will be 11, the 11th dozen that we're gonna put together. I think. No, the 12th. This will be the 12th dozen. That's gonna go on this tray here. I think, no, yes, no, wait. No. This is the 11th. I've gotten my trays out of order. I do have them out of order. And that's very easily solved by moving this one down one. This is the 11th dozen. But we're down to, oh, if I can unhook this bowl here. There it goes. There's what we got left. And this bowl was like to the top. So we're almost there. And then it will be break time to clean, use the bathroom, etc., etc. I will put words on stream up again. Okay, we're good to go. 3 minutes on the clock before the next tray comes out. And then we're just doing a single batch of the oatmeal raisin, so no more double batches. No more double batches. Because I am definitely not getting that overzealous with oatmeal raisin. I highly suspect that they will not be as popular as the chocolate chip or the Snickerdoodles tomorrow, which is why I'm baking the way I am. And it's only 8 o'clock. I was estimating I would be done by 9. I'm thinking I'm going to be closer to 10. But I also was estimating I'd be done by like 8, 9 o'clock when I was starting at 2, and my emergency grocery run set me back till almost 3:15 to get started, so finishing between 9 and 10 is not going to be outside of the range of possibilities that I was expecting. I think the only sad thing is the weather actually like cleared up enough I could have gone for a walk tonight. But it was originally supposed to rain all day, and I need to do the baking anyways to hold up the promise that I made of providing the dessert. So the baking was going to happen regardless. And what do I mean by providing the dessert? So last year at the bowling league banquet, because the alley house itself hosts the banquet for us because they have a full kitchen, they have a full bar. They make us prime rib. Like we do pay for it. It's part of our bowling dues. But like they make us prime rib and stuff. They do not provide dessert. And I commented on it last year. I was like, where's my dessert? Like, dinner's great. Where's dessert? And they were like, if you want dessert, you're gonna have to bring it yourself. And I was like, well, the alley says don't bring in outside food. And the alley owner was right there. And he's like, if you want to bring dessert, I don't care. Bring it. And I was like, oh, bet. You got it. I will absolutely bring it. Okay, I've got to get the other dark tray in there to get caught back up. There's one out. This one goes in because this will be number... I think I got it backwards, but anyways, I'm going to be on tray number 12. I have to be. I have to be. Start. Hi, Viper. It's going good. It's going good. Yes, this is definitely different from last night's stream. So that's tray number 11 ready to go. We'll be getting another tray out of this. At least we're cutting into like the end of the chocolate chips and moving into the oatmeal raisin. This is why I market myself as a variety streamer, Viper, because sometimes we're in the kitchen. How is your day going? Welcome in. Yeah, I don't think I have more than one tray left. And if I do, I probably won't make it. I'll probably just toss whatever's left or eat it raw. Try to scrape all of this together off of the spatula and whack it on into the rest of the dough. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've only got a dozen cookies left of dough, maybe. I'm surprised at how sticky the dough still is. That's not a bad thing. It's just normally it firms up a little bit more from the surrounding air. All right, I'm gonna do like I said, and I'm gonna take those cookies off a little sooner than I had been, because they actually look like they're ready to come off the tray. I know they're still very malleable, but they will firm up as they cool down. Which, just like pies, is the opposite of what males do. Males firm up when they heat up. Cookies when they cool off. I'm full of good information like this. I hope that's what you guys are here for. Hope that's what you're here for. Scrapity, scrapity, scrape. Ah, voila. We're going to set this over here to finish cooling off. So that's what we need to do. We got 7 minutes on the timer. It was a long, busy shift, but yeah. So that's the trade-off, right? It sucks to be like flat out busy at work, right? I totally feel that. But at the same time, the busier you are, the less of a slog it feels like it is. And I'm actually, for the moment, I'll tilt down and I'll tilt this way. And then I'm gonna tilt this so that I can read, because laptops are funny that way. Let's not brush our arm against the hot tray. We've already burnt ourselves once. We don't need to do it twice. Ice cold water, so delicious. So we're gonna have at least 3 more trays to get through. So that's at least, it's at least 30 minutes, but, I will, when I get the last tray put together and this is empty, I will put you guys on Words on Stream for a minute, and I'm gonna do my let the mic charge for a moment thing where I'm not talking to you, and I will work on the cookies and washing the dishes, and we'll take a little sip break, and it'll be very good and wonderful and nice. Wow, we've been going a long time because there's ads again. How long have I been going? 5 hours. I've been going for 5 hours. So yeah, that tracks. That tracks that it's ad time again. I feel like I just had ads. Yeah, Hera? Yeah, are we doing some more lap time? You coming up? No, you're gonna go over there? Okay. You can go over there. She's just behind the laptop. Oh, that's right. That window's still cracked. I closed the bedroom window because it got a little cold, but you can smell the outside air from there. Yeah, it was a little cold in the bedroom because the bedroom's like isolated from the heat of the kitchen, but one of the kitchen windows is open. The living room window is cracked, and we have the porch door open because the weather's been nice, just, you know, it rained, so now it's colder. Yeah. Huh, Polydactyl Princess. You gonna lounge there? Okay. You can lounge back there. I don't think you can just see her. You can just see her right down there. Just a little bit. Wow. Still very hot. Welcome back, Collect. Did you already eat, or are you just back from picking up the McDonald's and now you're gonna munch on it? Also, I love having the unlurk command. I feel like it's super handy. Yeah, to go through 12 trays is 2 hours, I just realized, in and of itself, to bake these cookies. And this is where my mom's double ovens came in just beautifully, because you would have that time. Oop. The ad thingy is blocking me reading what you posted. I got nuggets and fries. He got the new chicken tenders, or the returned tenders, I guess, and fries. Oh! Did they like completely take away their chicken tenders and now they're back, or are they doing something different with the tenders? I didn't know McDonald's had strawberry pies, I'll be honest. I knew, at least I think it's McDonald's that had the Hershey pie, I think it was, and it had like an Oreo crumb base and then like a chocolate mousse and then like Hershey chocolate drizzle or something. I just remember it was overwhelmingly Hershey's chocolate syrup and I hated it. And it was Arby's, I thought, that had like the apple and the cherry turnovers. And Wendy's does the Frosties, which let's all admit right now, Wendy's Frosties are superior to everything because it's basically soft ice cream. And soft ice cream is wonderful. They had them like 5 years ago and apparently they were Full Speed's favorite. He's walking around nutting. Oh my God. Tell him he better be prepared to clean up after himself. If he wants to nut everywhere, he has to clean up after himself. Still pretty warm. I can give it a moment. I can give it a moment more. Because yeah, I think this will be the last tray I put together, and then even if there's more dough in the bowl, we're done. 12 dozen is enough. I'm pretty sure this is going to be dozen number 12. I would literally have to go back on stream and count the trays. I'm pretty sure this is 12 dozen. Oh, I lost track, you guys. I lost track. It happens. It happens. Wah. Gotta stretch my poor feetses out. We got 44 seconds on the clock, thereabouts. Slide this here because I'm gonna be washing dishes in a moment. 30 seconds. Twenty seconds. All right. Well, I might as well. We'll tilt. We'll spin. Do that because we're gonna make the trade. And it's worth having the windows open because it's still 77 degrees in here because the oven is going. And the door. At least I'm pretty sure the door is still open. I gotta actually turn on that light down in the hallway. I'll do that when I go to the bathroom. Set that down. Next tray goes in. We'll start the timer. We'll do the spin. Yeah, that's much better temperature. All right, let's scoop what will be ultimately, no matter what, the last tray. We've got more than enough chocolate chip cookies. More than enough. And there. All right, put one there. Like so. And that's got to actually come more towards the center. Now, if I didn't want extras for myself and to send to some people, I would have done a single batch of each and we would be done by now, but I wanted extras for myself and some to give away. Not just for the bowling banquet. One. Two. And this is gonna be ye old final cookie. 12 dozen. A gross dozen. There's a chocolate chip in the bottom here. Now it's mine. I'm gonna be washing this spatula anyway, so I get to eat the little bits. That's what I've decided. This leftover cookie dough is going in my mouth. Perfect. I could scrape more off the sides, but there's no reason to. Fantastic. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Let's take some cookies off of a tray. By the way, Collect, I don't know if I told you this, but the Anna bars, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Top tier protein bar. I appreciate the recommendation. Like, those have been super good. Set this down to go in. Yeah, they're so good. Even Seamus likes them. We don't have the kinds of stores around here, as far as I know, that like just carry stuff like that. So for us to try to figure out which ones are good and which ones aren't, we would have to be ordering them off of Amazon. It would be so much more difficult. So you having gone through and sampled them and having the same constraints I have with artificial sugars and shit made life really easy, and I really appreciate that. All right, everything's together. Everything's in where it belongs. Ads are done. So it is that time. It was very helpful. Grocery store or Walmart, fortunately. Yeah, we don't. I looked to see if they were in store nearby, and they are not. They literally are not. So I appreciate it. It is words on stream time. I am going to be working my way through the last of the cookies. So this is probably going to be like a 20-ish minute words on stream-ish. I'm going to be cleaning my bowls and stuff. I'm going to get off of my feet for a little bit during that because I need to. Hi, Nivex. So I'm going to let you guys play words on stream. I think we left off. You were heading to like level 15 or something. Let me look. It reset on us. No. Why did it go back to not the words on stream part? Does it time out? Will it remember where we were? No. You guys were really far along too. So it must time out. Well, that's a shame. But I'm going to put words on stream up. It's cleaning time. It's like mini break time. I'm going to take this mic off for a little bit of it. I'm going to put it back in its little charging station so that it can get a boost on its charge. I will meet you guys back here in roughly 20 to 25 minutes-ish. I'll probably put the mic back on before that and I'll play with you with words on stream, but I need to take the time to clean. Very important part of baking. And I still have 2 trays of chocolate chip to go. So I'll meet you guys back here in a little bit. Let's do the cleaning time. Easy squeezy stuff. Let me put it on autopilot for you because you're gonna need that. Good luck. I know you're smarty pants. We'll meet back here. We'll meet back here in a second. You know what? Charging base, turn it back on. All right, let's turn this mic back on. You guys are doing phenomenal. He was represented. We're almost there. We're almost there. I've got like 1 minute left on the last cookie tray. And then I just need to wipe them down. So we'll go through one more round of this and then we can, you know, bring things back. Gazelle, what a great word. What a great word. Okay. I have to stand back up. It has been nice sitting for a moment. I needed that. Yes, Hera, I'm clunking things around as I move stuff here. All right, let me pull the stuff out of the oven. These need a moment on the tray. I'm gonna turn off the oven. Let that sit. I don't know if there was just like more chocolate chips or what in the bottom, but the cookies definitely like, they changed texture as we got through them. But that's okay. They will be just as tasty. And these weirder texture ones might just have to stay home with Seamus and I. I do not quite understand what happened. I've never had chocolate chip cookies just suddenly do that in the middle of a batch, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Nicely done, you guys. Let me see if I can catch it. I can. Turn off autopilot. I'm gonna bring you back over to where you can see me. Huzzah! Hi, Bubbly. You want chocolate chip cookies? I got like 12 dozen chocolate chip cookies. So the last tray just came out of the oven. I do have like that tiniest a little bit of cleaning left to do before we can move into the oatmeal raisin, but we're almost there. Your taco hell is on the way home. Let's go. So yeah, so we've got this. I've got a giant bin of cookies over here. I'm going to, so they did just come out, but they look like they're ready already to come off of the cookie sheet. And then I'll be able to start cleaning the cookie sheets. Yeah, and see, these ones are more normal. The ones prior to this, they're just like super flattened out. I don't understand. I'm not 100% sure what happened. Weird things happen sometimes, but you know what? I have 11 other dozen cookies that look perfectly fine. So we're not going to stress it. Like I said, Seamus and I'll eat those ones. So in the effort of not, I'm going to swap these so that the hottest one is at the bottom. In an effort to not have people look at the cookies and go, what? I always keep the ones that don't look as pretty at home. And then also, train of thought. Oh, in an effort to not have water inside of the trays, because they do have holes where the water can come out, but to not have water inside of the trays when they go in the oven, I'm not actually fully washing them. I'm wiping them down with a wet paper towel. Hi, Hera. She's just so busy. So that'll be happening. Call it taco hell in that house too. You want cookies more though? Share it to a friend in Schenectady. Schenectady's driving distance. Yo, I'll trade you dinner for dessert, Bubbly. It's in his bladder somewhere. Fuck. So it hasn't moved down enough then yet. That sucks. I hope they're going in with like a laser or something to get it, because that has to be absolutely fucking miserable. Wet paper towel. I know you're staring at like nothing, but I promise you I'll be back in screen in just a minute. Yeah. I'm not dealing with any allergens, so I don't have to worry so much about people like going into anaphylactic shock from cross-contamination. So that's why I'm not also being like super holy shit careful about these trays. No, they get a wipe down just enough to take the worst of the residue off, because we really don't want like the chocolate chip cookies to taste like the Snickerdoodles because the cinnamon sugar left on the tray, and I don't need the oatmeal raisin to taste like chocolate chip because of the chocolate left on the tray. So it's just like a quick reset. Just enough. Ooh, ah. Okay, there's one. Set this one down here. I may have turned you guys a little too far. I think I'm like half in frame, half not in frame. It is what it is. I'll spin you a little bit in a moment when I come to trade trays. We're moving and we're cruising. I like cookies. I like cookies so much. Okay, that gets that tidied up. Okay, first of all, this is tilted funny. Second of all, let me do that. He hasn't had much pain, that's good. He'll pass it soon, hopefully. Oh, it's making you sleepy, Tamaiti. I bet. Which one just came out? The one on the bottom. I'm not burning my hand again, okay? Once was enough. Once was enough. Yeah, these older trays, it's a little bit harder to get the stuff back off of them. I might have to get the second wet paper towel. Yeah, for those of you who are AFK for that, I did try to grab a very hot tray with my bare hand because I wasn't paying close enough attention. It was a duh moment. And it will be the one and only time I have that duh moment. Dagnabbit. I am okay. There's no blistering. I reacted quickly enough. Like, my reaction time is still there. It's just that the area is naturally a little bit tender. No one is shocked by this. But yeah, even Seamus had a look at it and he's like, nah, it's good. So I'm not just deluding myself. This one basically just has a lot of cooked on chocolate chips. And unlike sugar or something, baked on chocolate chips do not scrub off as easy. Because they don't really like melt with wet or damp. Okay. Let me get a fresh, damp paper towel for the last tray and the spatula. I see a new person in chat. Hello, Electric Rose. Welcome in. Cookies where you need cookies. There's a giant pile over in the corner. Making homemade burgers tomorrow, and I'm like, rude. I'm watching Cookies and hearing about homemade burgers. Ugh. 15 plus years of baking experience. She's golden. Do I have 15 years? Oh shit, now I gotta think about it. I mean, I've been baking with my mom for at least that long. But on my own, let's see, I'm gonna be 36 in May. Can you see like all the math numbers going around my head? I'm 36 in May. I've been baking since I was at least 22. So that's at least 14. So you're really close, Bubbly. I've been avidly baking on my own, I should say, since I was 22. But I have been baking with my mom since before that. Okay, this is cool enough to the touch. Let's get this free and clear of chocolate chip cookie residue. And then I'll real quick show you the giant pile of cookies that we have so far. And we will move on to the final cookie of the night, the Oatmeal Raisin, of which we're only doing a single batch. So this is going to go much faster than the Snickerdoodles and the chocolate chip went. I just got to get this stuff off of here. And the best part is I don't have to clean this up tonight. Like when I am done with the Oatmeal Raisin, that stuff can sit in the sink. It doesn't have to be washed immediately because I'm not going to be using it again immediately. And if I'm really lucky, Seamus will be wonderful and he'll wash the stuff for me. Especially since, you know, he was talking at the beginning of stream about how he gets up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and we don't have to leave the apartment tomorrow until like noon. That's 7 hours. I, by the way, will not be getting up until like 9 or 10 o'clock. Probably. Because by the time I get done baking and I go through the like post-baking, post-stream wind down, it's gonna be close to 1 a.m. Guarantee it. Okay, that looks better. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to not be full of chocolate. Perfect comes after the Oatmeal Raisin when it gets its fresh wash. Like it's really fresh wash. Okay. Pile of cookies. Note that not all of them are in here, some are still cooling. This is our current pile of cookies. There's about 12 dozen 22 dozen cookies in here. Just a scant 22 dozen. We got 12 dozen of the chocolate chip alone. Which I'm now gonna pile more on top of here so that they can just be in the bin. I will be portioning them out some tonight, so it doesn't matter. The Oatmeal Raisin are going in their own bin. I've already planned for that. So, that being the case, take this lid and set it here. I'm gonna put this into the other bin that I thought I might need and I'm just not going to use. We're gonna make the Oatmeal Raisin one the prominent bin. Excellent. Huzzah! Okay, let me do a spinny spin. It is a lot of cookies. You're still those cookies? Hell yeah. I am a cookie machine. I love to bake. I bake cookies frequently. At Christmas time, I do nothing short of about 110 dozen cookies across about 5 to 6 days. The world existed that ever, right, Nivex? You guessed my age, right? Nice, you're older than me by a few months. Hey, we're not out of our 30s yet. Socket faceplate painted over. The one back here? No. No, sauce happened and I haven't been able to scrub it off the wall. Opal, welcome back. Yeah, no, it's not painted. There's a Kodama on top of it, but it's not painted. I need to dry my bowls and stuff real fast. They've had a little bit of time to sit here, but We need our mixing bowl back. Our whisk. Our paddle. Here is our half cup measure and our teaspoon, as well as our spatula. I'm gonna let the cookie scoop just dry for a little bit longer until we've got everything mixed, and then I will give it a final wipe out. All right, that gets that stuff ready. Yeah, we don't overload it at all. All that's plugged in here right now is the KitchenAid, the lamp that's giving me light for this area, and then there's like an extension cord so that my laptop can be plugged in. That's it. It's like we put very little on it. And the one over by the sink has the toaster and 2 LED lights. Occasionally we might plug a USB device into charge, but yeah. Yes, they are grounded. They are grounded. Your electrician, so your eye shot over to fast. Yeah, it's not painted. Honestly, it's probably a little yellowed as well from being near like the sauce and everything. And God only knows what color it was when we bought it. It might have been off-white. Has overload protection, yeah. Not painted, just old. Yep, pretty much. All right, oatmeal raisin cookies. Let me swap the recipe names because that's importante. Hi, Dova, welcome in. So for oatmeal raisin cookies, we are only doing one batch because they are the least favorite of what I'm making today. And they are the meme cookie of you deceived me because I am actually putting raisins in them, not chocolate chips. I'm doing good. How are you, Dova? So it's not an issue standard. 50 amp braided, some go to 20, but it's mainly specifically. You might be wrong. Yeah, these shouldn't be pulling too much. So for oatmeal raisin cookies, which if you're in the Discord, it's under oatmeal cookies because the raisins are actually optional. We're gonna need 3/4 of a cup shortening, 1 cup of brown sugar, half a cup of regular granulated sugar, 1 cup of all-purpose flour, half a teaspoon baking soda, 1 egg, oh my gosh, excuse me, I've got the hiccups all of a sudden, 1/4 cup water, a teaspoon of vanilla, a teaspoon of salt, 3 cups of uncooked oats, and then the optional part, which we are adding 1.5 cups of raisins. If you would like to just screenshot the recipe, there it is. But again, it's in the Discord. All right. All right. So we start by beating the shortening, sugars, egg, water, and vanilla until it's creamy. I need to get the eggs out of the fridge, or the egg, rather. Because those are the only thing that are not out on the tray behind me for obvious reasons. So 1 egg going into the KitchenAid. One nice insurance fire. Yeah, no insurance fires. Very awkward. Very awkward indeed. So 1 egg. If you're unsure about getting your eggshells in your batter and stuff, crack it into a bowl and then pick out whatever you don't need in there eggshell wise and then put it into the mixing bowl, like a separate bowl. Crack it into a separate bowl. I don't have that issue. I've cracked a lot of eggs. I don't worry about it. All right, egg. Shortening. We need 3/4 of a cup. What is left over in my thingy-mabopper? 1/3 and 1/2. Four tablespoons is 1/4. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna just count this out, and whatever's left over is going in the garbage. Rather than break open another whole stick, I'm just gonna count out. Let's see, I need 3/4. Because a whole one is a cup. So there's the half. There's 1/4. 1, 2, 3, 4 1/4. 1, 2, 1/4. Perfect. Okay, let me get out a knife. It's rendered fat. It's not anything special. Nope, little eggshells never hurt anybody. Oh, you're in the UK. Yeah, that does make them a little bit different. Little crunch when there shouldn't be, right? So this should actually be half, and I cut it on a little bit of an odd area because it loops around. So that's half. We just need to get rid of this little tiny sliver. Like literally a tiny sliver. Maybe that'll be enough. So like, this is what's left over, you guys. I'm not saving that. It's enough that I need to get rid of it because it'll be too much in the batter, but I'm not saving it. So goodbye. Goodbye to you, Crisco bit. In. In. This can now go in the recycling bin. Sugars. So we need 1/2 cup of regular. And then we're gonna need a full cup of brown. So we're just gonna use this because again, 1 measuring cup to wash is better than 2. That isn't meant to be crunchy. A little extra protein. Or no, not protein, calcium. Eggshells are calcium. Massive loop, yeah. I know the US and the UK have very different standards because we have different like outlets and plugs and stuff, and that's why we have to have the converters when we go between countries. So there's, triple checking myself, 1/2 cup regular sugar. I may actually be able to get away with the brown sugar I had on hand, but like this is cutting it very close. Can't go wrong with some extra calcium. Nope, not in most cases you can't. I need a spoon. I don't even have to worry that I'm constantly using spoons because I've also constantly washed the spoons. You pack brown sugar, by the way, for anybody who's not aware. So you actually press it into the measuring cup. And if you're wondering what makes the difference between brown sugar and granulated sugar, it's literally molasses. And that's the difference between light and dark brown. How much molasses is in it? And that's why brown sugar is packable. Other stuff needs to be specific, yeah. Standard houses in the US are 120 volt service. Okay, there's 1/2 cup. Thunk. Mole asses. That's right. Nivex mole asses. The finest moles you can find. Ass only. Into the sugar. Squish, squish, squish. Yep, all the recipes are in the Discord if you join. I even have an index to make it easy to find them. I have no weights for you. I am a savage American. Unless they were given to me in the recipe, there's no weights. Smush, smush, smush. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say we cut it very close. Like, there it is. That's what's left of the brown sugar. You'll convert as needed. Perfect. Thunk. This is enough to be bothered to keep. Sugar's not hard to keep, unlike a tiny sliver of Crisco. Just scoop this up and off to the garbage it goes, because it's not worth it. Ugh. All right, there's the sugars. We got the shortening, we got the egg, water, and vanilla. We need a 1/4 cup of water. And the beautiful thing about a 1/4 cup of water is it's just water, so we'll set this out to dry. Cold, hot, doesn't matter. I prefer cold. Because if you make it too hot, it will cook your egg. 1/4 cup of water. Plop that there, let it dry, and a teaspoon of vanilla. A teaspoon of vanilla. Where's my teaspoon? There's my teaspoon. There's my vanilla. Oh, it smells so good. Do not lick the vanilla like just in its natural state. It's very bitter, but it smells really good. 2 different wiring standards. That's wild. I don't know much about electrical in the United States. I just know that it's a standard 120 volt service because I needed to know when I was setting up my photography strobe lights. They have a little circuit board that you flip one side up or the other to determine what voltage it's using. Because if you're in like a really hardcore studio, you can use 220. Vanilla and beat until creamy. When you beat or you cream, you whisk, it adds air, it makes things like break down into finer chunks. Use your whisk. Onto the KitchenAid it goes. It's so weird to see not a lot of stuff in the bowl because we're only doing a single batch. Single cable on all sockets in the ring. Massively weird. I guess they have different purposes. Let it go for a minute. Depends on what's being powered. That makes... You're legally elevated, let's go! Dova, you know there's no such thing as weird chat here. But that's a whisk I'm willing to take. Oh my god, Nivex. Oh my goodness. There we go. Nice and creamy. Whack it off. Whack it off. Set it down because I'm not sure if I'm done with it, but I think I am. Sift together flour, salt, and soda. Add to cream mixture and blend well. Okay, here we go. You know what this means. Oop, I forgot to bring this over with me. We make it in here, and then we sift it into the bowl. So we need flour, salt, and soda. We need 1 cup of flour. How am I doing on time? 9:20, that's not bad. I think that's about 1 cup. Let's shake it, see what we got. Yeah, that's 1 cup. Put that off to the side. And then half a teaspoon of baking soda. Teaspoon, not tablespoon. That would make a humongous difference. Apologies for the ads for those who are stuck in them. Not that you can hear me right now, but they keep the pre-rolls off, which is important. Okay, baking soda. Baking soda. Boop. Half a teaspoon of baking soda. Put that back here. Oh, actually, this is garbage now. And then a teaspoon of salt. And since we are not using salted butter, we actually will use the full teaspoon. I had to buy more salt too because this is like on its last legs. Like literally that's basically gonna be it. I have to shake it down to get it to the spout. There we go, a teaspoon. I'm not even gonna bother with it. It's empty. It goes. The salt is the one thing I don't pour over the bowl anymore. I used to have like a really steady hand. I could do it, but Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna just take this over the bowl, sift it together into the bowl. Good enough. We're now going to pre-mix with our paddle so we don't end up wearing it. Give it a little bit of a stir together. Okay, and that really creamifies it. Now into this, I actually need to take that out of there. We're gonna put our 3 cups of oats and blend well. So I have a fresh container of oats. And this is where the bulk of your recipe comes from versus flour. That's 3 cups. And it's important to note, like, these are quick oats. I've tried steel cut and they just like, you can use them. You can use them, but quick oats are gonna give you a little bit more of like a chewy mouth feel versus steel cut oats. Like you're gonna chew on the oats a little bit. It's different. It's different. So there's our opening. In they go. I shouldn't wear these, so I don't think I need to pre-mix them because they've got some weight to them, unlike flour. Yeah. Mix that in. Get it good and mixed. So what I've done by cranking the speed up, since this isn't like a super full batch, is I'm using centrifugal force to whip the batter off of the paddle attachment so that I don't have to worry about there being blank spots on the inside where it didn't get to. And then finally, because we are adding the raisins, we need 1.5 cups of raisins. Which, fuck it, we'll just use this again. I have a feeling it's going to be more or less this entire container. Just like the chocolate chips, I really don't think you can overdo it. Like, you can screw it up by adding too much. So that's roughly 1.5 cups. In they go. Yeah, that's probably at least half of this. So you need like a half a pound. 8 ounces of raisins, thereabouts. And Seamus and I both enjoy raisins, so we will just eat those. I know not everybody does, but we do. The 11th archangel to be thrown out of heaven. They really shriveled up after that. Oh my goodness, Dova. I need to just rinse the sticky off my hand. Raisins are, after all, dried fruit. They're dried out grapes, and they do be sticky, even without extra sugar on them. Let those mix in. There we go. Beautiful. We're going to scrape this down. This is going to go so much faster, you guys, because I'm only going to get 5 trays of it in theory, thereabouts. So that is less than half the trays of both the, definitely of the chocolate chip, and it's exactly half the trays of the Snickerdoodles. Much faster. They do have to bake for 2 minutes longer, but we'll be okay. We will be okay. Set this down. Delicious. Couldn't resist off the back of my thumb. That's not going to touch anything. I'm just making sure to scrape the bottom up into it to make sure that the raisins are super equally distributed. And I mean, shit, even if I only get 4 dozen of these, I'm not gonna cry. So now we're gonna get this stuff out of our way. We are all a little weird to start with. We are. And that's what makes it beautiful in here. That's what makes it beautiful. Put these in here like so I can get water in them, because water keeps it from congealing and being awful to get off, crustifying. This can be washed at this point. That can go in there. Woohoo. Those can go there. That's now nice and full. Oh. That can go in there. These are clean and can be put away, because we're done with them. real quick, clean up the little crumbs, dry out my cookie scoop the rest of the way. Get the stuff that's stuck in between the springs out by shaking it. Okay. We are gonna be baking these at 350 Fahrenheit for 12 to 15 minutes, which is a moderately heated oven. This is an old recipe, it has the moderate. 350 is approximately 175 Celsius. So let me go start the oven for 350. This is also why it's important to let it turn off between cookies. Each time we've baked cookies, it's gone down a degree. I don't know if anybody else, or down a degree, down 25 degrees. I don't know if anybody else was catching that, but it did. And then just like the chocolate chip, we're just gonna scoop them on. And because it's the quick cook oats, they will actually like moisten up. Apologies if you hate that word. While they're in the dough itself. And that's kind of how they get soft and chewy and just good. And it's funny, I will eat oatmeal raisin cookies. I do not like oatmeal. Like to just make a bowl of oatmeal? No, thank you. Oatmeal raisin cookies? Yes, please. Which might be why the oatmeal raisins are not my favorite cookie, but I do like them. Texture. It's a texture thing, and I want to like oatmeal because I know it's a super easy, super healthy breakfast. The texture though, man. Maybe I'll try it again. I haven't tried it in a few, like, I say a few, in like a decade. Maybe my taste buds have changed enough that I will appreciate it. I do like to do that every so often. Things that I really want to like and just didn't. I will try again here and there because as you get older and your taste buds change, sometimes things that you didn't like when you were younger, you find you like as an adult. I don't know if anybody else has that happen to them, but it happens to me. Okay, there's tray 1 put together. All right, I should set my timer up while I'm thinking about it. Wake up, phone. 12 minutes. Let's put together tray number 2. Has everybody had a good Saturday? I don't know that we have anybody in here who's in their Sunday morning, but if we do, are you having a good Sunday? Because it's either really late at night or really early in the morning for our UK friend. Hot. Pretty good Saturday? Hell yes. How's your McDonald's? I don't know what's going on outside, but those are some interesting noises. We're just gonna say that. Yeah, because in the UK right now at 9 at night here, it'd be about 2 in the morning. About 2 in the morning. 2:30, thereabouts. I think they said that. I think they said that when they were here. You're about to enjoy your pie. Let's go. You know, I've never had a straight strawberry pie. The closest I've come is strawberry rhubarb. And it's funny because I've had a straight rhubarb pie. I prefer rhubarb as strawberry rhubarb. I even changed somebody's mind because I like to make strawberry rhubarb pies. I changed somebody's mind about the taste of rhubarb. Our friend Scott, he's older. He swore he wouldn't like it because he tried eating rhubarb as a kid and it just wasn't to his taste. And I was like, trust me, Scott, it's gonna be so much different in this pie. And he was blown away. Now he likes it, but in the pie only. Which, fair. Rhubarb it can be very bitter and a little bit sour on its own. At some point, we'll have to make a fruit pie together. But here's the thing about fruit pies, and we're getting to the point where we could navigate this. I couldn't have done it at the beginning of my baking streams when I was still figuring out like the rhythm and the flow. Fruit pies have to sit for a while to thicken, like an hour minimum. So doing a fruit pie, because the whole point of the baking streams is that I show you the recipe, would require an hour of downtime to just sit. And for a while I was like, there's nothing to do during that. Yes, there is. We can play Plate Up or something. We got things to do. Now that I am comfortable with like swapping between games and baking, well, we have to have the downtime. Like, we can make it happen. Switch to Phasmo. Yeah, right? God, Opal, I have to grind Phasmo off stream. I found out today that you can actually get all 3 upgrades of trophies, and it takes a ridiculously long time. So I need to grind some DBD for the Rift. I have like 10 more levels of the Rift to get. And then I have to grind Phasmo. It's not going to happen on stream. I'm just going to have to grind it, and then I'm going to be sick of it, so it's going to go away from stream for a little bit, and that's fine. Like, we've got other games we can play on a Friday. Especially if I get blueprints, because I'm going to want to play that straight through. I'm going to switch up how I do story style games, and now that I know how to set my schedule up so that I can tell you guys that this might happen, I am going to make it so that if I'm playing a story game, like when I did The Room and stuff, we can just play it straight through. And I will plan for a minimum of 3 streams with it. And then if we need more, I can plan for another stream the next week. And if we need less, we'll just play something else on the day that we were going to do that. You're playing Blueprints right now. Do you love it? Thank you for the lurk, Dova. All right. I need to put one in the oven, and then we will make another tray. So one moment, because these go quick. It's very quick for me to plop these out. Tray number 1 going in. No, wake back up, phone. Start the timer. Okay, perfect. And then I can put some stuff away, because this is not going to take me 12 minutes to put together. Again, if I had double ovens here, we would have 2 trays in the oven already. These kind of cookies and this kind of baking is the only time that I can really utilize double ovens. When I'm doing my Christmas cookie baking, I normally can't get fast enough to utilize double ovens, because the cookies are a little more involved in the shaping and stuff. The sugar cookies are about the only ones that I can kind of speed up fast enough. Kind of. I will say though, now that I have the extra baking sheets though, I will be able to prep more at once and then sit for longer periods of time when we do the Christmas cookies, and that'll be really nice. Because yeah, I know these are old and I should retire them, but fuck it, they still work. The main objective, and you're now working on the rest of the puzzles? Oh boy. Oh boy. How many hours would you say you've sunk into it so far? It sounds like it's right up my alley, because it's been recommended because I liked Myst and Riven. And those games were phenomenal. Okay, sweet. 64.5 according to Steam. Oh, shit. Because of Game Pass. Let's go collect. Well, it is cookies. We're on to the Oatmeal Raisin. And actually, I just put together the last tray for right now. There's still more dough to be worked with. Probably at least 2 more trays. 1.5 to 2. Because we're only going for 5 dozen of these. Maybe a little more. We're going to fill up ye old flour container. You need to come steal some cookies. I'm sure it would be worth the trip. It would absolutely be worth the trip. Like, if I could legally get away with it, I would just sell cookies occasionally. I don't know if I could legally get away with it, though. Because technically you'd need, like, the kitchen inspection and everything. I don't know how that would work. And since I bought an extra bag of flour at the store today, I already have backup. There we go. Flour sorted. Do it? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll set up a cookie shopping option or something somehow through my Discord for people who really want to buy cookies. And I'll tell you what I'm baking that much, and I'll figure out approximate shipping, and we'll go from there. Maybe. We'll see. It is an option. I mean, I have the capability of shipping. I have boxes. I can't guarantee that they're not broken when they get shipped because I can't control how the postal service works, right? But it is something I could look into and think about. How to get your steps in 101. Just keep walking back and forth as you put away your ingredients. The raisins are now a snack. I guess I didn't need quite as much brown sugar as I thought I would. I'm very bad at spatial awareness. So, could have gotten away with 1 bag as backup. But you know what? Again, it'll get used. Because now I don't have to buy brown sugar for a while. Oh, I had a very hard clump of brown sugar. I thought that was, excuse me, I thought that was more cocoa. Well, that's going in the garbage because it's literally a solid lump and I'm not going to bother with it. Like, solid lump. You'd pay me for homemade cookies? You'll yell at Weeb to bring them? Is Weeb even going out that way anytime soon, Will? Like, come on, it's Weeb. She is the oh look a squirrel master. And I am done with the little cart. So that can go back over there. Probably not, yeah. Ooh, you posted dinner pics in my food channel? We've got 6 minutes on the timer. I can go peek at Discord. Let me just go to where I can actually see Discord. Ooh, all the people are on. All the people are on. Food and noms. That looks delicious, Bubbly. That looks delicious. Might as well clear out all of my notifications. Full Speed's live. Oh my goodness. Or at least he was live. I don't think he is anymore because I didn't see him in the recommended streams channel. Which, if you guys are not aware of, I have an entire channel that's just streams that I enjoy, that I recommend. So if you are looking for something to watch and you need a recommendation, they're there. That was earlier today, yeah. I've been baking for a little while. But hey, I can sit my ass down again. We can pop a squat again. But you ate a few of them when they first came out. You know, I don't know that I've actually ever tried asparagus. I should change that. They've always looked so weird that I think I shied away as a kid. I should change that. Oh, look, a chocolate chip cookie. How'd that happen? Delicious. They're so good. Three minutes on the clock. They're really good. I'll take your word for it. I'll have to try it eventually. Especially because Seamus and I really do need more vegetable options. So, asparagus wouldn't be a bad choice. What, me eating a cookie? Delicious. Delicious. Cookie and cold water? I see my hair has like flopped. That might be why my neck is feeling like there's a strain on it. No, the oatmeals are not already done, Seamus. I've got as many trays put together as I can, and I have 2 minutes left on the timer for the first batch to come out. And I've put away all my ingredients, so I sat my ass down in a chair to get off my feet. Wanted cookies later since I'm so full right now. Yes, eating a cookie in front of chat. Cracks whip. I think your hubby is definitely gonna have to go secure you guys some cookies. You know what I can do temporarily? I can take my feet out of the slippers and I can put them up, like literally up on the rolly cart so that the blood comes away from them. Oh, that feels so good, you guys. You have no idea. I will literally, like, I'll take my shoes and stuff off and my feet will be slightly swollen. Man, I'm 800 steps off of goal. Asparagus, broccoli, tomatoes, carrots, bell peppers. So of those, I do not like tomatoes unless they're in something. So like if you make them into salsa, I'm good. If you put them like on a burger, I'm good. But to just like eat tomatoes in a salad, I don't like the texture. You like cooked, so it depends on the veggie for me. You can't stand asparagus? Really? Okay, well, noted. Noted. He doesn't like peas either, which makes me sad. But like green beans, he loves green beans, but I won't eat them cooked. I will only eat green beans raw. It's a texture thing again. I only like it raw. I only like spinach raw. I can't have it like, I can have it cooked in a casserole or something, but I can't have it cooked. Tomatoes and salt is good. Welcome back, Nikki. My mom liked them that way. Dismiss. Here we go. The first trade out. Those are not done. Those are not done. Did I need to flatten them slightly? We're gonna give them the extra 2 minutes. We're gonna give them the extra 2 minutes. These might be a 14-minuter. We could just pop a squat again. Ugh. Cooked in butter and garlic or wrapped in bacon. Yeah, see, I can't have the garlic and I don't, like, bacon and I don't get along. Hubby's the same way. Except asparagus, peas, limas, Brussels sprouts, and okra. I've never tried okra. I've actually never tried Brussels sprouts because my mom hated them, so she wouldn't make them, and I have no desire to try them because I don't like cabbage very much. Lima beans are delicious. You're wrong. Yeah, spinach in salad form is perfect. Carrots dipped in ranch right now. Oh, that's such a good snack though, Nikki. That's such a good snack. Prosciutto is better than bacon on asparagus. I've never tried prosciutto. Tastes like dirt, just like okra. So okra's like kale. And limas are a texture thing. And that's fair. That is fair. They're kind of flattening. You guys, I might have to actually push these down a little bit. The recipe doesn't call for it, but they're just not spreading. They are not spreading tonight. Kale tastes like tree bark. Dirt and sadness. In butter or fried or roasted. Yeah, I've heard Brussels sprouts very much depends on how you prepare them. Smoosh them. Yeah. She never liked Brussels sprouts until your sister baked them in the oven. Interesting. Just couldn't eat it. Yeah, I don't blame you, Collect. I don't blame you. Yeah, they're really not spreading that much. By throwing them in the trash. All right, I'm going to delete that timer. I'm gonna let that just sit in the oven. They've kind of spread. We're gonna real quick get our juice glass out. Where's the little juice glass gone to? I had put it up here. Is it on the other side now? Yep, it is. There's the juice glass. Because they're certainly not going to burn. They're just so thick. Hi, Carrie. You do get to catch a little of the cookies. Welcome in. She said, Ayo. So I'm just going to give them a little bit of a pat down. Not a lot, but enough to, like, assist them with the flattening. Do, 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 do. I wonder if I've in the past substituted butter for the shortening in these two, because butter spreads more than shortening. That could be the thing. Spreading cheeks tonight, let's go, bubbly. Put a bit later than normal, yeah. But at least you're here now. You're here now. I'm gonna actually reset this real fast to the 12 because we apparently need that much time. I can smell them. I can smell them, so they have to be done. But like... These puppies did not spread. They should be a little, like, spread out more than that. Next tray. Start the timer. Grab my chair because we're gonna wait at least 2 to 3, if not 4 minutes before we take them off the tray and start making more. So I'm gonna sit my ass back down. What are we baking so much for? Bait to lure Nikki over here? You're extremely tempted. I mean, There's more than just chocolate chip. Just saying. Happy Seamus noises. All of the pups ate something. Some were being stubborn and oh, poor pups. You want them? Hell yes. So we are making this because I have my bowling league banquet tomorrow. And last year when we had the banquet, so it's put on right at the bowling alley. They have a full bar, they have a full kitchen, so that's not a problem. And they always prepare prime rib. So we get prime rib, we get rolls, we get pasta, which is like baked ziti, salad, usually some sort of vegetable of some sort, be it cheesy broccoli or mashed potatoes. And then usually like one other dish, but never dessert. And last year I was like, where's the dessert? Why don't we get dessert? And the head person of the league was like, well, I guess you're just gonna have to make that yourself. And I was like, I can't. The bowling alley doesn't allow you to bring outside food in. And the owner of the bowling alley was right there, and he's like, if you want to bring dessert for your league, have at it. And I was like, oh, Pandora's box has been opened. I'm gonna bake so many cookies. And I told Tom, who is the lead of the league, how many cookies I was planning on baking, and he was like, I figured you'd bring like 3 or 4 dozen. And I was like, you mean of one kind, right? Out of 3? And he was like, no, like total. And I was like, oh, you sweet summer child. That's impossible. That's impossible. We need more than that. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons why these might not spread, but I think it needs butter instead of Crisco, possibly. They did unleash me. They did. They don't understand. We're making a casual 25, 27 dozen cookies today. You know, it's no big deal. You know, it's only been 7 hours. It's totally normal to be making like 3 or 4 dozen cookies an hour, right? Right? That's normal. They gave me too much bread. They did. They did. But to be fair, I was originally only going to make about 15 dozen, so 1 batch of each. But there are some people who I had contacted long before this who were interested, that had been here and listening, that are getting some cookies. So I'm making a little extra to make sure that there's enough for myself and Seamus. There's enough for me to send home with my dad and my brother and his wife. I will have enough if my sister wanted to pick some up, she could have some. I'm going to give a little bit to Marie, who helped me learn how to make the E1s. Like, they're getting spread out. And then Seamus and I, of course, are going to get the rest. You will steal weaves. Let's go. Get over here, Will. You got to get over here. Yeah. So when I bake, I really like to spread the love. I like to spread the love. These ones are not spreadable. They did not spread. They're ready to come off the tray, but they just did not spread out. Like, I have a feeling. So there was a point in time in my life, and that's probably the last time I made these, where I was putting butter in lieu of Crisco for everything. Because Seamus has seen these cookies. They spread out. He knows that they spread. The fact that these didn't is unusual. But I was having similar issues with the chocolate chip, and then I went back to using butter, and they spread again. So I really think it's the Crisco. Because they should spread. There's nothing stopping them. Scrape off some of the excess here. I will clean the table later. We're gonna let that cool off a little bit. Actually, we'll put it over on the Yeah, I'm gonna let that cool off a little bit more before we actually put more stuff on it. Although, maybe it would be to my benefit to do it while it's hot. Seamus doesn't spread out. How rude, right? Right, rude. John's package arrived safely. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I'm glad. The Titans has been released. The Titans. Ooh. It's still a little warm. I'm certainly not remaking these because A, I don't have enough oats left. And B, I don't feel like it to put butter in instead of Crisco. You'll spread something out. Oh my, Seamus. Oh my. Is it your love for all of us? Yeah, we're gonna go for it. Let's get tray number 5 scooped. Scooped and pressed. Because while I didn't have the cookie scoop last time I made these, I don't think I did anyways, I would have still, because I have OCD tendencies, I would have still rolled them into perfect balls in my hand. Bless you, Seamus. You're welcome. Again, I don't think you guys can hear him sneeze, but I can hear him sneeze. Even when he sneezes and I'm playing it on my desktop, I say bless you. And I know you can't hear him then usually. Spread you out any day, just don't tell hubby. Maybe hubby can come along and be included. It can be a group activity. You have not got innocent eyes and ears, Will. Shut up. Don't lie to us. You've been here enough times. You hang out with Weeb. You hang out with Raisin, for God's sake. Aggressive, ooh woo. You heard the sneeze? Okay, so it is coming through. Good to know. His sneezes are just that loud, I guess. Those look like they're spreading a little bit better. Yeah, you are a close friend to Eva. You're right. You cannot be innocent. Oop. Smush. I'm smushing a little harder, so they are sticking to the bottom of the glass. Just a titch. Because dag nabbit, they will spread. So help me, they will spread. Still a little warm. Not like burnt myself hot, but a little warm. So tray number 5 put together. We still have more to go. Still got more to go. Maybe one more tray's worth? Yeah, one more tray. So we'll get 6 dozen-ish. Because all that's left in the bowl now is that tiny little bit. A cookie dough ball, please. That I cannot ship. It would not arrive in good condition. You'd have to come here for that bubbly. Which dog is barking among the groups? So sometimes the ear... Oh, the ears are very talented, Carrie. The ears are talented. Oh. Stretchy, stretchy. Hi, Hera. Yeah, do you see your brother on the chair? So Smeagol's got a new attitude thing. He has decided to start asserting a little bit of dominance, not by attacking Hera. Oh no. He is very purposefully laying anywhere that she likes to lay to put his scent over the top of hers. Some of them do carry. It is hilarious because up until this point, he hasn't really given a shit about sitting on these chairs. He doesn't lay on the bathroom bath mat rug. None of that. He didn't burrow as much before. She's laying in those spaces, so he's laying in those spaces. It's hilarious. He's being a little bit of an asshole, but I'm here for it because for a while, because we've had Hera about a month now, for a while, he would just let her hiss and growl at him and chase him away. And I'm like, dude, you were here first. At least have a little bit of dominance. Like, claim a little bit of space for yourself here. So they're figuring it out. This is tame. Nobody's peeing everywhere, which is the important part. Could it go for up to 15? It could go up for 15 minutes. I may up that to 15. In fact, I'm going to. Delete. We need another 1 minute, 30 seconds start. We'll go the full 15 for these. And I think that'll help immensely. They just don't want to flatten. They are doing better now that I have pre-flattened them. But yeah. Weird. Weird cookies being weird. No, Nikki, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to contain it to one room of the house, okay? Just one. You get one and you have to scrub the floors yourself. But we absolutely draw the line at pooping on the floor. There will be no pooping on the floor. Save that to the sink. Phasmo Ghost taught you how to do that. Down some pee pants for you. We got 30 seconds on the clock for the second batch to come out. And then we'll put the third one in. Yeah, unlike the chocolate chip, because these are not made with Crisco, or with butter, because they're made with Crisco, these are not melting on the tray like the chocolate chips were. So there's definitely a difference. Ugh, stand my ass back up because it's time. Oop, change this to, excuse me, click 1500. Done. Spin. Let's grab the cookies out. Yeah, those are much better looking. They're still not spread as much as I would like, but comparatively, they're a little bit better. All right, we will start the timer. And this is why we get a lot of time to sit, because now we have to wait a few minutes for it to cool on the tray. So we just sit and chill and chat. Booty! Oh my God, Seamus, of course that's what you're looking at. I can't help it. Why are you licking the chair, Smeagol? He's just a licker. Smeagol likes to lick things. I don't understand it. Oh. Now, the real question is, do I want to put these on a tray for tomorrow? I probably should, shouldn't I? Make them all nice looking. I could even put them on a Christmas tray. I have a lot of those. But no, actually, I have a spare pie plate, so I will probably put them in the pie plate, and then that's got like its own lid and shit, and into the car. Easy squeezy. Doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to get there. And then, like, if they all get taken or eaten or whatever, I don't have to take anything home. I can just throw the pie plate away. Which is even better. Don't have to worry about saran wrap that way. Yeah, I think this is the way to go, to use the spare pie plate. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be the smart choice. Because when I did the baking last weekend for Easter, the pie plates come in packs of 2, so I ended up with 4 for 3 pies. Might as well. Might as well, because the next time I make a pie at this point is probably gonna be November. Maybe during the summer, but the one I make in the summer, it's gonna be for here, so I'm not gonna be using a disposable pie plate. Let me rephrase that. The next time I make a pie that's gonna have to travel somewhere will be in November, so I'm not gonna need disposable pie plates. Sounds like a good plan, right, Carrie? Right? I think so. Really disappointed in how these cookies are behaving. Oh well, can't change it. It is what it is. These are just more bite-sized cookies instead of spread out, not bite-sized cookies. Yeah, it made a little bit of difference. Very little. This is not how my oatmeal well, no, this is definitely not how they looked before. I was trying to think. They spread a little bit more before. It's gotta be that I normally use butter. It's gotta be. Okay, set this over here to cool off a little bit more before I start dropping cookies onto it. Or maybe I will just start dropping the cookies onto it, like YOLO, fuck it. I just have to be careful not to burn myself on the fact that it's still hot. Because this should be the last tray. We should not get any more than this. And again, if I have extra dough, it's either gonna fit on this tray as one final cookie and we'll have 13 instead of 12 on here, or I'm tossing it because I'm not gonna run a whole tray for 15 minutes for like 1 or 2 cookies. That's silly. And since these just do not want to spread very much, they could absolutely fit extras on here. It's almost like there's not enough liquid, which again is why I think it needed butter, not Crisco. And again, when I got this recipe, it might have been from the era of change everything to Crisco because it's trendy. The fact that it talks about having a moderate oven tells me that this is old enough that they didn't have shortening really. They would have had lard or butter, which again is going to behave ever so slightly differently. Lard would behave mostly like Crisco, but I bet they use butter. And if I was in the mood, I would try another batch to figure that out, but I'm not. Do that, and then there is enough for 1 more cookie in here. I'm not even gonna scoop it in the scooper. Like 1 more. 1 massive cookie. So we're just gonna sit that up in the top. I tried to breathe in my own spit. Not sick, just choking on my own juices. Come on, off the bottom of the cup. How non-stick are these trays, you might ask? Very. You know what? Maybe I'll squash the other tray that's yet to go in down a little bit further. Again, to just try and help with the spread. I believe in you, oatmeal cookies. I believe. Okay. Prehistoric Kingdom Day. Let's go, Carrie. Check out the update with babies. Ooh, I think that sounds like fun. Yep, so 6 dozen plus 1 is what we got out of a single batch. Not bad. I want to press, oh, this one's cool. I don't need the other than I want to press that down a little bit more. Just a wee bit. Because I only press these down slightly, so they have a little bit more space that I could press them. There we go. Perfect. 7 minutes on the clock for what's in there. Ads are coming up. I am going to get this bowl in the sink. I'm so tempted to just wash it. Ooh, a spare raisin. Don't mind if I do. Amazing, delicious, wonderful. Get water into this. Okay. Beautiful. That's got water in it now. Tilt that down. We got 6 minutes on the clock. I am just going to run the ads. Honestly, they've got 2 minutes to go. We're just going to run them. I am going to leave the mic on this time, swap you guys to words on stream, and wash dishes and flop things for a minute until I can come back and sit down with you. I think this is the best option. So last little bit of words on stream and then we'll be good to go, because I've got at least like 30 minutes left of cookies. No, wait, let me count. 45 minutes. I might as well wash the damn dishes, so let's do this. Let's do this, friends. And let me put it on autopilot once it gets started. The V is fake. Okay, dishes. I'm gonna work on dishes while I wait for trays, because that is intelligent to do. Facts are facts. And if I set that off to the side, I then get my whole thing back. I won't be able to hear very well, but it's running water. But I believe in you guys. I believe in you. And then Seamus really won't have dishes to do tomorrow. The trays will have to be done, basically. I think I can entrust that to him. The trays and whatever he used for dinner and stuff. Minimal. Minimal dishes tomorrow. Let's go. I believe. I believe. My timer says like 2 minutes, I think. Before I have to go swap trays around. Yes, 2 minutes. Nicely done, nicely done. I see that you advanced another level. You smarty pants. Ugh. Put that there. Got 50 seconds. I can get through my measuring spoons. And then I will have to dry my hands off. Oh, I heard the big word. To go take care of the cookie trays. Turn off the water for a second here, because this will take more than like 30 seconds. Dismiss, perfect timing. Yeah, those look a little bit more like cookies. This one comes out. One goes in. Nice. Start the timer. You guys, oh, you had to restart, but you're killing it. You are killing it. Back to dishes. Because now I've got like time. Time to scrub. There's that big word. I love it when my hands get so slippery with soap that I'm having trouble holding on to the dish that I'm washing. Always a good time. I have 100% dropped and broken a bowl because of that. Wet hands be tricky. Especially soapy wet hands. Do you need that out of the way for a second? So I can swish, swish, swish. Okay, there's that one. Now I just got the big old mixing bowl. This is the power of cleaning as you go. There's just not as much to clean. And then, yeah, like I said, all Seamus is going to have in the morning are the cookie trays and the cooling racks. Everything else will, oh, and the spatula. Everything else will be clean as far as the baking accoutrements go. I cannot count on, like, what he may have used for dinner and stuff. Like, that's all him. But if you got the time, just get it done. Fantastical. You heard me. Grab out the sponge a little from any debris. Your sponge will self-clean if you rub it on itself. Wipe the bottom of the sink so that nothing gets stuck there and icky. There we go. There we go. Rinse my hands off of soap. Last little bits of residue. What is it, Smeagol? I see you looking over here like you're getting something, but you're not. Because you know what it's not time for anymore? Wet food. You had that earlier, silly boy. He hears the water running for like dishes and stuff and thinks that because the water's running, it means wet food, because I usually get the water piping hot for the wet food spatula to be rinsed off with as soon as I'm done getting said wet food. Let's go. I heard the big word. I heard it. Oh, veggies. Eggs is a good one. Nicely done, you guys. Nicely done. Oh, last minute gigs. Nice, Seamus. Nice. Look at you guys go. Seamus at the top of the leaderboard. Collect is hot on his ass, though. Collect is hot on his ass. Which one just came out? The black one. So I can take these cookies off. Oh, there's the big word. And this will be the first of the cookie sheets to be ready to be washed. Honestly, I'm just gonna set it in the sink. There's no reason not to. Now I can sit down for a minute. I can sit down and play with you guys while we wait for 9 minutes until the next cookie tray is ready to come out, and then depending on where we are with words on stream, I will either stop words on stream and we'll be good, or we'll continue. Garlic, huh? Craig. This is a hard one. I'm surprised. Oh, cigar. Nice, Collect. Nicely done. Oop. That should be the other way around. I counted it. Lyra. Lyra is a form of dance. Let's go. I'm on the board with 4. Oh, now Collect and Seamus are tied. They're tied. Oh, there's only one E. Pursue. The M is fake. Usurp. What a great word. What a great word. M is fake, Seamus. M is fake. Six minutes on the timer. User. Excellent, excellent. Reps. Oh, Pure's already in there. I think you can do that one. Yeah, sewer. The one who is doing the suing. Bastard. Only one word left if somebody can get that last 5-letter word. Oh, perfect level. Let's go. Nice. Collect did manage to pull ahead of you, though, Seamus. Collect sure did. Five minutes on my timer. We'll go until this dies. There's a fake letter and a hidden letter. Maybe? I think the U might be fake. It's gonna suck if it's the E. Oh God, the E is fake, I think. Aunts, nice. So, yup, tunas, which means tuna is a word. Taunt. I'm surprised T-A-U-N. Oh, there's only one T, I guess. Only one T. Nuts. What's the fake letter is what I need to know. Nice. 2 N's. Suntan. Woo! Right in the nick of time. Who would guess suntan? As far as I'm concerned, that's 2 words. But also, E is the most commonly used letter in the English language, so to have the E be fake is bullshit. Anus, yes. Continue. Until we die. I got 3 minutes on the clock still. Where 4 of your 5 bruises are from, Carrie? Yikes. Send, okay. So the L or the J are fake. The J is fake. The real question is, what's the fake letter? Or the unknown letter? What's the mystery letter? Need ends. Lens. Lensed? Interesting. Eels. We made it through, so it's another E. Holy crap. Needless. Nice, Opal. Nice. Needle. Oh, it's needles. Needles or it's needles. I read it as needless. Ignore me. My brain is gone to poop. Dens, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wow, 2 off of a perfect game. Slaying. I'm gonna start the next one. I've got 40 seconds on the timer. And we're up to 5 letters minimum. You think the H is fake? I gotta go take the cookies out and put the new ones in. This is a hard one. This might be the one that we bite the big one on. Yeah, those look a little bit more like spread out cookies. It only took smushing them way down. One comes out, one goes in. Start the timer. Do we have any on the board? Holy crap. Holds, soiled, or solid? Solid. U or G is fake. It has to be the U because I tried should. So the G is good. F. Goldfish. I don't think that's an actual word. Yikes. That was hard. That was hard. You guys did phenomenal. You did phenomenal. We made it up to level 18. Hands down, 10 out of 10. Fantastic job. Dirty pool. I agree. I agree. Look at those scores, though. Slaying. Slaying. Nicely done, you guys. Nicely done. Gonna hit the little exity button. I'm gonna bring you back over to where you can see me. I am sitting down because, again, my feet freaking hurt. We got 13 minutes on the timer. One tray after the one that's in there. So, you know, 18 with 6 players is good for sure. I agree. I agree. Especially a couple of players that are having like brain dead duh moments. We are at around 11 o'clock at night. I think what I'm gonna do, we'll chat through this tray, and when I put the last tray in, I will move over to Desktop Sam, and we will find, well, we'll find a raid target, I think. Yeah, because it is getting late. We've been at this for 8 hours because there's no such thing as a quick baking with me these days, it seems like. But to be fair, I'm not making one recipe right now. The last 2 times, this time and the time previous, at the very least, we've made more than one recipe, and that always takes extra time. So they've been longer streams, and I do not mind that. Like, I love having you guys in my kitchen with me. I love baking with you. I love sharing my tips and my tricks and just chatting. Like, this is very enjoyable. I love baking and I love hanging out. So this works for me. Fun fact, there have been times in the past before I streamed my baking, possibly even before I streamed, where I would be in VC with my brother and John, and I would literally just be like, I'm gonna go bake something, and because I had a headset mic, I would just walk out. It was wireless, and I would still chat with them, and I'd be in the kitchen baking. Like, why not? Why not? Easy enough to do. Spin this around. Yeah, I definitely feel like flattening them was a good idea. They just didn't spread. Oh well. They'll be tasty. Now, before I tell you guys to use butter, though, I'm not going to update the recipe in Discord. I will snag a little bit more oats. I will snag a little bit more raisins. Oh, the horror. More oats and more raisins. I'm going to try making these again with butter before I say, yes, butter works better. Because it has literally, I have not made these since Seamus and I were very active in the reenactment scene. So it has been no less than 5 years since I last made these. That's a long time. 5 years is a very long time. I could be completely wrong about what I used to do, but we'll try one of the first ones. Because we have to, right? We have to. So, they're still soft-ish. Definitely because they're like thicker, it's a little harder to snap them in half. I'm dropping crumbs down, but that's because it's oatmeal raisin. They still taste good. They're cooked through. Thick and chewy is how they should be. I just would have liked them to spread out a little bit more. They can stay thick. Fantastic. Fan-freaking-tastic. I'm gonna stop raids for the next hour. That way nobody raids in just as we're gonna be raiding out. We are at the tail end. It seems like the right thing to do. Again, I've said it a couple times already. I'm gonna say it again. The recipes are all in the Discord. When you get to the Discord, make sure you take a moment, review the rules, react. I think you have to react to the rules to get the role to access like all of the Discord, I think. I really have to go through and double check that because I swapped the way the server works at one point. And now I don't know if agreeing to the rules that pop up will give you the role and then you don't have to react, or if, like, I don't remember. I was messing with things and I may have fucked it up. Shocker. Shocker. But Discord is where it's at. All the recipes are there. Anything I've ever made on stream. Minus, I think, the Christmas balls recipe. I still have to get that in there. But I'm going to redo my Christmas cookie recipes, just so you know. I am actually going to include the Christmas cookies into the Yep. Words, I have them. The directory. I can picture it, but the word was not coming. I'm going to include them into the directory so that they're easier to find, since it just links to the post in general. And I'm going to take the images out from there and just kind of like clean it up as a whole so that they're just text. I think that will work the best. I think, probably. Saknika cookbook as merch when? I don't know, Collect. So the only struggle with producing a cookbook as merch is I can't use any recipes that are licensed elsewhere. And a lot of my recipes come from cookbooks. That is my only hesitation. Although, I mean, technically some of them are so commercial it probably doesn't matter. And I'm saying this very loosely. It doesn't matter if I release them as just merch to you guys and it's not like if it's a self-published small batch kind of thing. Cookbooks are a lot of work to put together. I can tell you that. I can tell you that because I'm just covering my full real name. This cookbook I made, and it took a couple of months to put together. Like, they are no easy feat. There's definitely typos in it because I had to retype it at the 9th hour when Word ate the document. Recipes themselves are not copyrightable. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I can definitely think about that, Collect. Like, I would be happy to put out a cookbook. Like, that's not a problem, but it would definitely, like, I'd have to look into how would you guys get the cookbook? Would it be a case of you have to trust me and put in pre-orders and send me, like, address and shipping information, which I know some of you are okay with, some of you might not be. And then I print a limited run because I went through Lulu Press, I think it was, for that one. I don't know if I can just set them up as like, here's the storefront, you can buy it. Like, I'm not sure. A list of ingredients and steps. It's the whole story around it that's, oh. The name brands of I don't put name brands of ingredients. Are you kidding me? It would be a big undertaking. I'm willing to do it though. Like, for the most part, I had a blast putting together the recipes. It was bittersweet when I put together the cookbook that I did because it was in memory of my mom. it was mostly the recipes that are favorites of the family and whatnot. And I was including memories in there from people who knew my mom and things that had happened. Like, if you'd like, I will read you one of the funniest of the memories. So it was bittersweet, but it was really good. It was very cathartic for me. And I enjoyed it. I liked taking the pictures. I liked making the stuff. Like, there's actually things in there that I would recommend to you guys. And I mean, maybe one of these days we do an actual, like, cooking baking stream, because I would love to show you guys how my mom made what we call Spanish rice. I do not think it is Spanish in the slightest. That is just what we call it. It's delicious. I love my mom's baked mac and cheese. That's in there. There's this like veggie pizza thing that's in there. I really need to show you guys how to make her cream puffs, but holy fuck, there's an undertaking. It was a fantastic way to honor her collect. And I handed them out at Christmas. I will never forget this moment. So I told no one that this is what I was doing. I literally asked them for a recipe that they knew my mom by and a favorite memory. And if they had one, a favorite quote. Something that she used to say all the time. And on Christmas Day, it was Christmas Day, I went to my dad's side of the family because we hadn't split it up between Christmas Eve yet. And I handed them out and everybody got silent, but nobody opened them right then and there. Like, they just kind of quietly were like, this is going to take a little bit to read. When we went to my mom's side of the family, we don't exchange gifts on my mom's side of the family. So this was already a monumental thing that I was like, I have something for everybody. Handed out all of the packages. And they were like, it looks like we all got the same thing. And I was like, you all got the same thing. So they opened them simultaneously. And this room, like I told you earlier, my mom's side of the family is loud. They are very loud. Dead silence. Completely dead silence. Like, you could have heard a pin drop on the hardwood. Silent. And then they opened them. And then the tears started. And they started crying and I started crying and they were reading and they were laughing. And I think it was good for everybody. Everybody. I still tear up a little bit thinking about that memory. It was so poignant. And it was such a moment. And I think we all needed it. Because my mom went so fast. So fast. So, highly recommend when somebody passes, like, if that's something you can put together, do it. If you can put together just a book of memories, do it. I think I'm gonna make a card game with my dad. And I'm gonna have to get together with like the whole family to deliberate this, of write down the stories he used to tell, and then we have to decide truth, fiction, or partial, because my dad is a storyteller. He takes like things that happened in life and then he embellishes them to the like high heavens. It's so funny. And we've all heard the stories like 700 times. Dad just, he tells them over and over and over and over and over again. That's how he is. But yeah, I could totally, like, I'll have to look into the self-publishing route, but a cookbook is a totally doable thing. Now that I understand that things are not copyrightable, we can look into that. That would be fun. And I'll have to look into, too, doing, like, dinner time recipes or something, so that you guys can get a feel for that. All right, you guys. The last of them have come out. You know what that means. It means it's time for me to bring everything back into the desktop. So I will meet you guys over there. And then we'll go from there. I'm going to just grab the stuff and no, I'll put up the BRB screen. I'll put up the BRB screen for you guys so that that it's there. I'll meet you guys over there in just a second, and we will wrap things up and find a raid target.
Where are you? How old are you? Thank you. Damn. Well, we got Spirit Box. So there's that. 3 flashlights. Oh man. It would be a real shame if we had Lightborn, wouldn't it?
I really don't know how you do steel.
Suspects are no longer cooperating, and they may have planted traps on the premises. Move with extreme caution.
Just talking about that? Weren't we just talking about the fact that that door could be trapped? All I need, Dio, is for you to eat the damn crucifix. So kindly take a nibble. Thank you. Candles. Can I? No, I can't use it. Isn't that a doll on the table there? I can't click on it. You're not anymore. All right, here I am. Oh, I went to the wrong screen. We want this screen. Cam time and game time look very similar when you are tired. So here we go. Let me unmute the media player. We are gonna find a raid target, you guys. We are gonna find a place to go. I would love it if you'd stick around for the raid. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the person who gets raided. Let me see who is doing the stuff and the things. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. What kind of vibe do I want to bring you over to? You know what? No, I think I went there recently. Wait, what are you playing? What is this game? Oh, I know where we're going. I don't think I've ever raided Rev, but we're gonna go rave Rev. He is a teammate of mine. He's super chill. He's super friendly. He is just an all-around great person, and he's currently playing the OG Cake Factory, which I know absolutely nothing about. But, I mean, heck. How can we not go over to the OG Cake Factory when we were just baking a bunch of cookies? So you guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chatting, for raiding, for chilling, for lurking, like however you were here. I really appreciate that. Normally we would sit and chat and chill for a little bit, but I got 11 minutes on the timer. I got some more cookies to take off the tray, and like it's been 8 hours. I'm cooked. My brain is cooked. You guys have been troopers, sticking it out with me. I will keep that cookbook idea in mind. I feel like there was another idea that got mentioned in chat, and it's already gone from my head, like, gone. So, I will be back Wednesday. Last stream of the month, and it's when we are going to be running the giveaway. You can enter during the whole stream. It will be for a $25 USD gift card for Steam. At the end of that stream, I will run the names through that have signed up for it. You do not have to be in stream to redeem it. You will, however, have to be in Discord, and your name will have to match your Twitch name so that I can link it up. All right, you guys, let's go say hello to Rev. He's fantastic. You will absolutely love him. If you're not already, get your booty in the Discord, follow on the socials, get your raid messages. The first one with the mandalas will be for those who are subscribed. The second one with the hearts will be for those who are not subscribed. You guys are wonderful and beautiful and fantastic, and I appreciate the absolute fuck out of you guys. Now make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you because you matter, friends. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I can't wait to see you on Wednesday. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you for the giant emote, Seamus.